Welcome in, everybody. Oh, we're good? All right. Welcome in, everybody, to the Haydonus Cast Prize Tournament. I'm joined here today by the wonderful Fareed. Oh, it's going to be this way on the camera. Joined here by the wonderful Fareed. And, the exciting thing about this tournament, first of all, we got the cash prizing, right? But Fareed, do we know what is the second most exciting thing? Or arguably the first of this tournament? Okay. All right. All right. He is so in awe. He is so in awe that he did not respond here. But the most exciting thing
what is the second most exciting? Maybe the first.
All right, coming in at a delay. He's in shock. All right. So the most exciting thing here is that we have more Pekko showcased for the first live in a tournament. At least to my knowledge, in a tournament here. So, what makes more Pekko very, very engaging here is that it has the attack form changes, which is a new mechanic here in the battling system that we have. Do you have anything to add to that, Fareed?
No, I'm just making sure that you guys can see and hear me okay, because I was a bit of a delay earlier.
Yeah, a bit of delay.
I'm excited. I'm really excited to see more Pekko. I think that a lot of players are interested in using it for Gdansk, maybe LAIC as well. And this is maybe going to be the first showcase that people will get as to seeing what it can do and also feeling what it can do in practice.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I'm sure if anybody has been playing Halloween Cup over here in the Go Battle League, right, that there's been a lot of more Pekko usage. And even though it's what we refer to as a glass cannon, right, extreme damage output, but very, very low in HP. It's been doing really good work, and especially even against its type, or even against fairy typing, right? When it switches the hangry mode, is using the dark type aura wheel. It's still doing insane damage output, and especially raising the attack by 1 every single time. Pretty crazy.
Oh, it's exciting, isn't it? Right. So I think we're maybe ready to kick things off, Hayden.
Yeah, if we're ready, if the viewers are ready, let's kick it off here. All right. So we got winners round 1 here. We got Abhinav versus Jang Mir. All right. So what are you thinking, Fareed? What are you thinking here?
Well, first thing that immediately springs to mind is that we've got Ariados on both sides, and that's obviously something that we saw a lot of in Lille. The top 3 in Lille all ran the Ariados, and we're seeing that again here. But only Shadow Drapion for Abhinav, no Shadow Drapion for Genjiner.
Yeah, I'm noticing that too. So we only got the Shadow Drapion on Abhinav's side. And like you had mentioned, Ariados, the usage went skyrocketed, right? Took the place of Diggersby. Diggersby completely fell off of the top 12 usage there at the last official tournament. I will say that I do like Abhinav's. Well, I like his Drapion, right? The 4 poison stings to an Aqua Tail. You can't beat that. Doing very, very ramping up to those charge attacks very quickly. But I do also like the play that his Dunsparce does have here into Jangnir's team, right? It's doing super effective damage to the Moltres with the rollouts, right? Super effective damage to Ariados with the rollouts. Has neutral play against both Azumarill and Sandslash. And even against Malamar, right? Which is known for its fighting type moves, superpower. However, it's dealing neutral damage with that side wave fast attack. So it's not entirely too threatened as well.
Yeah, and this looks like Abhinav has gone for the team that Boom used to win Lille. And it was interesting because in the interviews afterwards, Boom said, he goes, I wasn't sure about Dunsparce. It maybe didn't perform as well as I'd wanted it to, but Abhinav says, hey, don't worry about it. I'm still going to run this team, and I think it'll work for me here.
Oh yeah, 100%. I feel like the choice was Diggersby over Dunsparce, at least for me. All right, so we're just kicking off into the game right here. We got Ariados lead into Ariados lead. Now this is quite neutral, right? Both Ariadoses are going to be looking to lunge their opponent here, and
this is a key part, isn't it, Hayden? Yeah, this is a key part as to which Ariados wins charge attack priority. And we can see here that Genjiner, he manages to land that first lunge, reduce the damage output of Abhinav's lunge, and that can be very key for determining the outcome, not only of this matchup, but also the way that the players want to navigate the rest of the game.
Right, so what a player would typically do, right, is since they lose that charge attack of priority, especially in a matchup like this, like you had said, right, where the lunge damage is so crucial here, and also whoever gets the attack debuff here, as their opponent is now not going to be able to deal full damage, they look to make a move, right, and Abhinav just did that.
exactly that. Banks that attack while he knows that he's debuffed, comes in with that Dunsparce safe swap that we've seen so much of so far in this max out season.
Right, and I'm curious. Okay, so Jangnier, excellent response here with the Quagsire, and you guys noticed that he did throw a lunge before swapping out here, right? So now the Dunsparce's attacks are going to be extremely debuffed, and this is already a favorable matchup for Quagsire, right? Doing resisted rollout damage to receiving resisted rollout damage, right? So this is
already a beneficial matchup for that Quagsire, and I think Jangnier will be thinking, how many drill run do I want to take? Can I afford to take another one? Do I want to overfarm? And I think that we'd expect to see, there it is, the Stone Edge is coming through, and Jangnier will be really, really hoping that if this goes unshielded, it can basically take the Dunsparce down.
Will the Dunsparce hang on here enough to... It barely hangs on. Oh, and he banks the move. All right, so that's a key part, and he's probably going to utilize that. It's low enough HP where it could be used as an attack, as a catch, right? Or it could also be used as a... using that charge move of either Rock Slide or Drill Run. So now, Jangnier reveals his final Pokemon here, this Alolan Sandslash. Abhinav looks to throw the lunge, debuff the attack from the Alolan Sandslash, and... I'm curious as to what is lingering in the back here for Abhinav and what he's going to be able to respond with.
There we go. Look at that. So by landing that lunge, Abhinav has managed to reach another lunge. And I really like Sandslash in this meta. It is able to sponge a lot of the damage. But look at those. These were boosted lunges because of that first Trailblaze. So I really like that play from Abhinav. Right.
Perfectly said there, right? And Abhinav goes ahead and responds with the Quagsire. This is such an extremely favorable matchup now for the Quagsire, right? Originally, Jangnier's Quagsire looked favorable against the Dunsparce, and now Abhinav's Quagsire looks favorable against the Sandslash. And against the rest of the team too, right? Even though Bug resist ground, poison, it's dealing super effective damage, and the two typings of Ariados, it even neutralizes that damage. And Abhinav goes ahead and takes the game. Both trainers looking to save both shields for the next match here, right?
Yeah, and I think what's something that was really impressive there is that we actually saw that Abhinav had lost charge attack priority in their Ariados mirror right at the beginning, but the way that he banked his energy, redeployed it at times when it was no longer debuffed, comes out on top in the end.
Yeah, like you had mentioned there, right? He banked the move, banked the lunge or Trailblaze available, right? Both same energy cost moves on the Ariados, and then he also had banked that move on the Dunsparce, right? So a lot of options for his end game there, right? He had a plan and he stuck with it.
Yeah, and going back to Boom again, when he discussed his team, his Leal winning team that Abhinav is using again here, he talked about the power, the potency of this Ariados and Shadow Quagsire pairing, and both players have that core on their team. Abhinav here, really, really dominant game one.
Yeah, extremely dominant game one here from Abhinav, and I thought it was a little bit silly. I mentioned this towards the end of the match there, right? But Jangnier's Quagsire looked extremely strong against the Dunsparce, especially receiving the lunge debuff, right? But then later on in the match, Abhinav was able to align his Quagsire against the Alolan Sandslash, right? And dealing that super effective mudshot damage there. He was able to turn an extremely unfavorable situation, right? In his flex pick of Dunsparce to an extremely favorable position there at the end.
Hayden, what are your thoughts on Shadow Quagsire as a ground type? Now, maybe arguably the predominant ground type in the max out meta.
With this new season, with Mudshot energy getting nerfed down from 9 to 8, right? It was a little it definitely affected Quagsire, right? Used to be able to reach those Aqua Tails attacks a little bit quicker, but now it's reaching them a little bit slower, and now consistently as well, right? 5 mud shots for 1 Aqua Tail every single time, whereas last season that wasn't the case. So just off of that information alone, I was not anticipating Quagsire to still be as dominant in this meta, but you say that it's the dominant ground type. Is that correct?
Well, I think that it's been really interesting how we've seen that shift from Clodsire to Diggersby. Obviously, some players were trying to utilize Gastrodon as well. Shadow Kanto Marowak. Everyone after Lyle Jeffs won Louisville, they thought, Shadow Kanto Marowak is the ground type to get, and all of a sudden Shadow Quagsire pops up and goes, well, actually, I'm a ground type that can beat almost every other ground type. So I'm interested to see, are these players going to utilize those Shadow Quagsire again? We're getting straight into game number 2.
And we're getting Malamar on Malamar action, right? So both players bringing the Shadow Quagsire last time. Now in the lead, we see Malamar on Malamar. Now this is a fairly neutral matchup. It will depend. Well, I assume that the players here will be throwing the foul play, right? They don't don't want to look to debuff themselves, and foul play is neutral damage, right? Even though Malamar has the attack or the typing of dark, the psychic typing neutralizes that dark type damage from foul play.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I think there are two key things that usually decide how a Malamar mirror goes, especially in the lead. The first is your attack, whether or not you're going to win that pivotal charge attack priority. But then the second one is whether or not you have the bulk on your Malamar to survive 2 attacks. And we're seeing Engineers reach that superpower. He's going to land it. There's no shield from Abhinav, and that superpower takes the Malamar out.
Yeah, so Jangir now has enough HP on the Malamar to where he can bank up a little bit of energy. It seems like that's what he's looking to do here. He actually throws the superpower. That's not something I was entirely anticipating here, right? Since he had debuffed himself with the superpower damage earlier. Abhinav goes ahead and responds with that Quagsire. He's getting a lot of farm here. This energy is going to be crucial to the end game, but not before Jangir is about to reach another superpower right here.
That is massive for Genjiner. The damage output, the value that he has got out of this Malamar is pretty incredible. That will put him in a good position going into the rest of the game, and Azumarill can come in and sponge a lot of this damage.
Yeah, so even though Malamar had been able to set up Jangir the end of the game here, the middle of the game here, right? Banking up all that energy on Quagsire is really, really nice as well, right? Aqua Tail, Stone Edge, both of those attacks are not entirely resisted by the whole meta here, right? So Jangir is able to Abhinav's able to comfortably swap out, bank that energy, and then come in with his neutral play with Dunsparce here. And now Jangir responds with the Sand Slash. Interesting here, right, Fareed?
This is a very that Shadow Quagsire is going to be more useful into the Alolan Sandslash than it would be into the Azumarill. And so he goes, let me just get the Alolan Sandslash out of the way here and try and sponge as much as possible on the Azumarill in the endgame.
Right, Jangir recognizing that the Quagsire does have all that energy available to him. Like we had mentioned earlier, right? Quagsire has access to that fast attack Mud Shot, which is going to be dealing super effective damage to Sandslash. And it has a lot of energy bank too with the Aqua Tails. But Abhinav goes ahead and catches an Ice Punch, which is going to take out and neutralize all this energy here.
This is heartbreak for Abhinav. He tries to come in, he tries to snipe with the Aqua Tail onto that Alolan Sandslash. Genjiner, too quick to react. He's thrown the Ice Punch. It's taken out that Quagsire with almost 100 energy. That is massive for Genjiner.
Yeah, that is huge, right? We saw Abhinav's plan earlier on in this match, banking up all that energy and swapping out, hoping to utilize it later. But no, Jangir too quick with that response with the Ice Punch and able to tie up the score here 1-1.
I really like the way that Genjiner managed the energy on that Quagsire. He really put it off by bringing the Azumarill in. It made Abhinav feel, I'm not going to a lot of value out of this Quagsire at the moment. Let me use it for later. And by the time it comes back in, shields are down. Alolan Sandslash wins charge attack priority, and Genjiner takes game number 2.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Fareed, but I don't believe that we even. No, we had seen all the Pokemon here, right? I think that shift to Azumarill, after throwing the superpowers, and also that was really, really key there too, right? Even though Abhinav was able to get up all that energy with the Quagsire, Jangir was able to still get the shield advantage out of that situation, right? With that enough help on the Malamar. And like we had mentioned earlier, the charge attack priority, that was so key here for Jangir, right? Making sure his Malamar wins charge attack priority against Abhinav's Malamar, right? But then also, since he had one charge attack priority, having enough health to be able to live the Mud Shot damage and go ahead and get over to another superpower there.
Yeah, and just having a look at the way that these players have both gone for their team compositions. They knew that each of them had used Ariados in game 1. Both departed from that going into game 2. And they both led that Malamar, which was quite interesting because we know that Malamar has a pretty interesting matchup against Ariados. It can be taken out by one lunge, but the Psy-Wave damage over time when you've got shields is very, very oppressive. What are your thoughts this Malamar Ariados swapping in the lead?
Now, Malamar and Ariados, I would be surprised if Jangir did not bring his Galarian Moltres here, right? Both favorable matchups against both the Ariados and the Malamar, right? All right, so we go ahead and see Jangir decides to stick with that Malamar lead here.
One key thing to look at when you're looking at a Malamar versus Shadow Quagsire is just how much damage that Psy Wave is doing. And look at that, oppressive, a huge amount of damage done already. It suggests that Genjineer has opted for a higher attack Malamar, and it should have a positive matchup into this Shadow Quagsire.
Right, and Abhinav going ahead and responding with a Azumarill here, and now Genjineer responds with his own Azumarill. Not before he left with quite a little bit of energy, though, and that's good recognition from Genjineer as well, right? Realizing that the foul play is going to be resisted, realizing that the superpower is going to be resisted. Even though you're doing neutral damage with those side waves, you don't want to be throwing those charge attacks into the Azumarill here, right?
And one thing that we've seen from Lickitung mirrors of old, when you come into a mirror matchup and you're slightly behind energy, typically you're not going to come out winning that matchup unless you invest shields. But it might be the case here that Genjineer doesn't mind which Azumarill comes out on top, because he can come back in with that Malamar, potentially Psy-Wave down Abhinav's Azumarill, and still use that energy in a more useful way in the end game.
Perfectly said, yeah. So even though Malamar doesn't typically want to be seen in the Azumarill, I'm sure Genjineer doesn't entirely mind it right here, right? Maybe looking to get this Azumarill into farm down range, throwing these same type attack bonus play roughs, and then coming back in with the Malamar and farming up to ensure that he has energy for the rest of this game.
And I think Abhinav is probably going to recognize this. His Azumarill's in the red. He's not going to want to give away all of that farm for free. I wouldn't be surprised if he switches out, or if he really tries and reaches another move. He does have some energy banked.
Yeah, he has some energy banks, and he tries to come in and snipe the Azumarill here with a with a mud shot, but no.
I don't think Abhinav is a big fan of his own Shadow Quagsire here. He's sponging a lot of damage on it that I'm not sure he really always intends to. So he's going to reach for this Stone Edge here. He does get to it, and it's a question of Genjineer. Does he recognize that this Stone Edge would do massive damage if it lands?
Right. Oh, and last second Protect Shield coming up here from Genjineer. And like I had said, expect to see the Galarian Moltres, but I don't entirely anticipate Genjineer to be too happy about the Dunsparce that is being met here with from Abhinav.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great call to read that Galarian Moltres would be appearing for Genjineer here. The advantage that he's got is that this Rock Slide is not going to be enough to take out the Galarian Moltres. The Galarian Moltres will now reach a Brave Bird, and remember how much energy that Malamar has. That will come in really, really key later on in this game.
Yeah, the Malamar energy here should be able to carry Genjineer down the rest of the way, and he's able to swap out there, preserve a little bit of health left on that, preserve a little bit of health and energy left on that Galarian Moltres, still giving it some use at the end. But Abhinav calls the foul play here, right? No superpowers coming through, which arguably maybe would have ensured the knockout there. So great call by Abhinav.
Yeah, Abhinav recognizes that he needs to shield this Dunsparce now. He wants to get off the energy that he's banked. We know that he still has a little bit of health on his own Azumarill in the back, so it'll be interesting to see if he reaches for a catch later in the game. He's actually gone for a Rock Slide here, which is an interesting play. Both would do enough to take out the Malamar, but look at this Malamar powering up. He does make that catch!
Catches it!
Huge for Abhinav!
That is absolutely massive here for Abhinav, right? Making that catch, getting that superpower energy, but he does underfarm, maybe looking to let his own Malamar go down, so there's no farm there, and he brings it in with a little bit of energy, and he's able to snipe the Azumarill here with the Galarian Moltres. Abhinav reaching the Ancient Power, throwing it on the Dunsparce, and that is going to ensure the knockout here on the Dunsparce.
Yeah, Genjineer really, really well played there, recognizing that although his attack had been caught, he still had so much energy to spare on the Moltres. He banked a little bit of energy on that Malamar. He ensured that he can close out that endgame.
Yeah, well, I know we had talked about earlier in the match, right? We're like, oh yeah, the Malamar, it has a little bit of energy there to carry it through the rest of the way. But I wasn't even aware of how much energy that Malamar had, right? It was at 2 foul plays. It was at 2 superpowers there, right? And that was a masterclass showcase of swapping out and maintaining energy throughout the match, right? Genjineer was able to comfortably swap out, bank those 2 moves on the Malamar, right? But then he also had energy on the Moltres, right? He had energy on the Azumarill and was able to fluidly go throughout the match. And that's another thing that maybe we should discuss here right now, right? He was able to utilize the switch timer as well.
Yeah, that's right. So I think the scores say 2-1 Abhinav. It was 2-1 Genjineer, right? I think
I believe so. It's 2-1 Genjineer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
We got a guy behind the scenes. He's on it. But Hayden, that I think we've heard it being spoken about a lot in regional events. We've talked about this 50-second switch timer, and
right.
I think it's fair to say that Malamar has been one of the Pokemon that's been most able to take advantage of it. The ability to charge up so quickly, to land hard-hitting superpower, for example, and then dip back out. Genjineer, I think, showed that to perfection.
Right, those 10 psi waves in order to get that superpower there, that is very, very quick. It's ramping up to those moves very, very fast, able to throw a move, swap out. And also, it could stall the timer, right? We saw that Genjineer was able to bring back in his own Malamar there in that situation and have those 2 charge attacks ready to use, right? So throwing one charge attack, it takes a while to come through, right? Throwing another charge attack takes a while to come through. It's all for stalling that timer down. And like you had said, Malamar does arguably come out on top here of this switch timer, this new switch timer in the meta.
Yeah, I'm still very, very surprised that both players opted for the Ariados in Game 1 and then both dropped it going into Game 2 and Game 3. I've seen a lot of players who have really, really lent into Ariados. They put everything into it, especially when you know that your opponent is bringing Shadow Quagsire very regularly, that the oppressive nature of Trailblaze. You know, I would have thought maybe they're going for that Ariados play, but actually the high attack Malamar from Genjineer, he goes, do you know what? Whether or not you bring your Shadow Quagsire, whether or not you bring your Ariados, I've got both covered.
Now, Farid, I don't know if you noticed this in the match, but it was quite interesting. So, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Genjineer did lead that Malamar, correct?
Yes, that's right, in Game 2 and Game 3.
And Game 3, right? And then he had the Zoom roll in the back as well, right? So, like you had mentioned, that Ariados would have been so dominant in that matchup, right? Even though Ariados would be taking super effective damage from the sideways from Malamar, it's going to win the charge attack priority, right? Get those lunge off, and that's going to be devastating for the Malamar, right? Both lunge, super effective against dark types, and super effective against psychic types, both of which typing that Malamar has, right? So that would have been devastating to bring that in.
I'm sure that Genjineer had a strategy if he did see the Ariados, but I think we're ready for our next matchup here. We've got 2 more players coming into this Hayden cash prize tournament, and it's Maxi 10 million P against Ice.
10 million P. Wow. All right. That's a lot. That's a lot of P's there. I don't know. All right. So we go looking at Maxi's
enjoying the
team.
0 that comes after the P as well in Maxi's name.
Now, you see, is it a million and then P, or is it P0 and then the million stands on its own?
It looks like we've got 10 million P with 0 cents change. So there we go. But Ice Chris, he's going to have to be on the money today because he is up against a Carbink, and his Talonflame definitely doesn't want to see that.
Now, Carbink is not something that we usually see, at least anymore in this new meta, right? Rock Throw getting nerfed here, and a Rock Slide as well, right?
Yeah, Rock Slide took a nerf, and it looks like that in response to that, Maxi is opting for Power Gem instead, which is a lot more efficient. I didn't even see that. Yeah, it's a lot more efficient now than Rock Slide, but it is a little bit slower. I think if I personally were running Carbink, I probably would lean into Power Gem as well.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, right? So Power Gem, definitely using that over Rock Slide. In this situation here, I do have to say I do like Maxi's Dugong in this matchup, right? Neutral play against Slash, neutral play against Feraligatr, good play against Superior, good play or neutral play into Talonflame, right? Good play into Clodsire, and even against the Malamar, as we had talked about earlier, right? Even though Malamar is known for that superpower, that fast or that fighting type charge attack, it does not have access to a fighting type fast attack here. As it's utilizing Psywave. So Dugong can even neutralize that matchup as well.
And this is also a pairing that we've seen a lot, is that Dugong Shadow Drapion core. This is something that Lyle Jeff spoke about at Louisville. He really, really likes that core. We're also seeing the Ariados, the Malamar. We've seen both of those Pokemon previously. Let's see whether or not Maxi leans into those and how Ice Chris is going to respond.
All right, so it looks like Ice Chris, we got Sandslash on the lead here, and Maxi leading with his Malamar. I would have to give the edge here a little bit to Maxi, right? As we said, going up to those superpowers, going to be doing big damage, both super effective against Ice and Steel, which are the typings of Sandslash.
Yeah, that's right. So Malamar needs to play sensibly here. What it doesn't want to do is throw on alignment early on and give a free Powder Snow away. You're usually very confident that Malamar will win charge attack priority. Maxi's opted to let the first Ice Punch go. This is only a non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so it's not going to do a huge amount of damage, and he reaches that first superpower.
And that was a great call by Maxi, right? Recognizing that after the superpower, you're going to get debuffed. So you're not going to take more damage from that Ice Punch there. And Ice Chris goes ahead and does a quick swap here, not wanting to take that second superpower, banking the Ice Punch on the Sandslash. So he can reserve that Ice Punch and then also not have to take the superpower, right? And he goes ahead and transfers it over to Malamar. But Maxi ready to respond with that Shadow Drapion here, which is going to go ahead and resist the damage from the Psy Waves and neutralize this superpower as right with the Poison and Dark typing.
Yeah, I really like that catch from Ice Chris, but actually Maxi's okay with this. He's comfortable. He's got that Malamar in a position where even just an Aqua Tail is going to be enough to take it down. The Alolan Sandslash still has energy though, so Maxi needs to bear that in mind. He's actually he's gone for an undercharge here. I don't think it's going to make a difference. The Malamar still goes down.
It's a little bit hard to anticipate that that undercharge, right? Especially with the debuff from the superpower there. Now, Ice Chris is down a shield in the situation, so it's going to be interesting to see how he utilizes this last shield here, right? Crunch coming through, not entirely going to ensure the knockout here, so I would anticipate a no shield from Ice Chris over here, and he does have energy loaded up, right? So, but okay, so he throws the Ice Punch before Maxi's able to reach the Aqua Tail, right, to ensure that he doesn't have to throw up that final Protect shield.
It's a little bit uncomfortable for Ice Chris there, right? He didn't want the Crunch to do as much damage as it did. He really, really wanted to be able to farm it down, and he wasn't able to, but he has banked energy now, and he's got that Shadow for Alligator up against Maxi's Dugong.
Yeah, no, I had mentioned earlier that the Dugong does have neutral play into this, right? So it's kind of interesting here, right? Ice Chris's Shadow for Alligator is doing neutral damage with those Shadow Claws, right? But both the fast attack or the charge attack of Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam are resisted, whereas Maxi, the fast attack of the Ice Shard is being resisted, but the Drill Run is going to be able to do neutral, right? So it's really just interesting here that the fast attack from Ice Chris does neutral damage, whereas Maxi's is resisted, but then the charge attack from Maxi does neutral damage, whereas the fast
it's always
attack
an interesting matchup, this one. But that Shadow Claw, the Shadow Claw, right, from this Shadow for Alligator, really, really is oppressive. And Shadow for Alligator can hold its own here. It will always be able to tank one attack. It won't be able to tank two. And Maxi goes for that Ice Wind. And look at that! Ice Chris anticipates the combo play and catches the Drapion Aqua Tail onto his low health Alolan Sandslash. Really, really smart play there from Ice Chris.
There you go. Yeah, neutralizing that energy. Neutralizing that energy on that the Sandslash should have loaded, but also neutralizing the energy of the Drapion. But it seems to not matter. Maxi goes ahead and takes game one here.
Yeah, that Psy Wave, the rapid action Psy Wave takes out the Shadow for Alligator before Ice Chris can throw the Hydro Cannon. It might not have made a difference anyway, as the Dugong still had a little bit of health, but that was really, really well played from both players there. Maxi comes out on top.
No, I do like that Maxi went ahead and leaned into the Malamar a little bit as well, right? It seems to have great neutral play into this whole matchup as well, right? I was talking a lot about the Dugong the first go-around here of the teams, but looking at Malamar again, and especially looking at how Maxi was able to utilize it to his victory in this first game, definitely has a lot of neutral play.
Yeah, and I think Ice Chris probably will need to lean into Pokemon like Shadow for Alligator, maybe even Superior, to try and take down Maxi's Malamar. It's very difficult, though, because both Shadow for Alligator and Superior really, really struggle against Ariados, and that's something that I think Ice Chris is going to be very aware of, and that's possibly why we saw Alolan Sandslash in that game number one.
Right, so I would be interested to see maybe if Ice Chris maybe leans a little bit more into this Talonflame here, right? As we had mentioned earlier, neutral play into that Dugong, but then also, as you had just mentioned right now, a favorable matchup against the Malamar as well, right? It does seem as if it is actually doing Fly and Brave Bird, so it's interesting. No Flame Charge there. It's not going to be ramping up its attacks. It's only going to be doing that hard hitting damage from Fly and Brave Bird. So maybe that leans it back a little bit more towards the favor of Malamar, right? You're not going to be able to ramp up your damage and do more damage with those Incinerates, threaten a farm down or any of that, right?
And here's something I think that will be very interesting going forwards in tournaments. A lot of players opting for Fly and Brave Bird on the basis that flying type damage is typically unresisted in this meta. But I think that was more effective when we had really bulky Pokemon like Toxapex, like Clodsire. Let's see if these players use Talonflame here. Yes, Max,
oh my goodness,
you're absolutely right. What a call.
Yeah, Ice Chris going ahead and adjusting to his Talonflame here. Good play from Maxi, getting that one Poison Sting and recognizing that the turn duration of Talonflame's Incinerate, the damage is not going to come through, so he's able to comfortably get a Poison Sting there, get some energy on the board for his Ariados without sacrificing any of its health, right? And Maxi going ahead and responding with the Malamar here, ramping up a little bit of energy and throwing the Foul Play before Ice Chris is able to swap out. This is a great play. Maybe perhaps threatening a shield here from Ice Chris. No, Ice Chris goes ahead and lets it go.
Yeah, look, he lets that damage through, and that does do quite a lot. It puts him into the red. He is going to reach a second attack there, and Malamar will force to shield again if Maxi wants to keep it on the field. There he does.
Oh, well, correct me if we're going to find out right here. Okay, so Ice Chris has 2 shields remaining in this matchup. Any response with this for Alligator, which has energy which is coming into an energy-loaded Malamar here, right? And Maxi going ahead and doubling up on these 2 superpowers here, unloading the first one, which is going to debuff. Great shield from Ice Chris, recognizing that superpower is going to come through, and then he goes ahead and swaps back to his Ariados.
So that was massive for Ice Chris. Maxi threw that superpower whilst he had 2, but actually the Shadow Claw damage, as it went through from the first superpower, took that Malamar down. Ice Chris now gets to keep his second shield, and he can use it here to protect his Feraligatr if he wants to keep it. He doesn't. He calls the lunge. He actually manages to hold on, but not enough to reach that Hydro Cannon again.
If the Malamar was taken out, that might have been even too quick for me to notice, but I think the Malamar was able to hang on with just a little bit of healthier.
It's difficult because we can only see Giratina's in the back.
right. Oh, there it is. You see it. All right, so Maxi going ahead, responding with his Dugong here. It's going to be resisting the Powder Stone damage from Sand Slash, which is really, really key for Maxi, right? Not taking that any neutral or super effective fast attack damage throughout the duration of this matchup. It is going to be a little bit of a long one here. One drill run, even though it's super effective, it is not going to threaten a knockout on the Sand Slash. So same goes for Ice Curse, right? The drill run, we're talking about an ice type Pokemon, both with access of drill run here. That's a little bit silly.
Yeah, the ice and ground coverage is really, really strong. Very, very few Pokemon in the game, let alone in the meta, resist both ice and ground. And I think that's why we've got such popularity for Dugong and Alolan Sandslash here.
No, perfectly said, right? They both have the coverage with the ground and also share that ice typing there. The second drill run is coming through. I'm curious if this is going to threaten a knockout, and it does knock out the Dugong. Maxi's going to have to pin it all on his Malamar with a little bit of hope there, a little bit of help, a little bit of energy at that one superpower, and Ice Chris going ahead and tying up the score here.
Yeah, that is some big games. Obviously, both players we're using these Giratina kind of to cover up the backlines for the players so that we can ensure that no one can see the stream and everything. It makes it a little bit exciting and for us as well, because whilst we anticipate what's in the back. But this Alolan Sandslash for Ice Chris, we've seen it in both games so far, and that second show especially was really, really strong. Usually the powder snow damage doing so little to the Dugong, sometimes it might be arguably favorable for the Dugong, but not this time.
Yeah, exactly that. Not this time. The Dugong was able to, or the Sandslash was able to hang on and ensure the knockout on that Dugong there, and also with that remaining health living, also able to farm down that Malamar there. So no matter the energy that Maxi was able to bank up earlier on in the match, it came to no use there at the end. And also, one thing I would like to note is Maxi went down 2 shields in the beginning matchup, right? After he had swapped to Malamar and Ice Chris had decided to stay in with his Talonflame. Maxi went down 2 shields on his Malamar there, and Ice Chris was able to stay
intelligent. Yeah, it was really intelligent play from Ice Chris. He recognized, look, I've got this positive lead, Talonflame into the Ariados, but actually, I've also got an Alolan Sandslash in the back, and that can manage Ariados as well. So why don't I take these shields away from Maxi's Malamar, and I don't need to worry about Ariados in the endgame because I have my Steel type to put pressure on it later.
No, exactly that, right? And also, with Malamar being able to farm down, I do have to also give a little bit of an edge there to Maxi, right? Recognizing that energy is going to be so useful, as we had talked about just before the match began, right? That Malamar's energy was so neutral into his whole team, into Ice Chris's.
So let's get straight into game number 3.
Right, let's hop into it.
We've discussed, yeah.
All right, yeah, Shadow for Alligator coming back, this time in the lead. Now, this is interesting because for Alligator is going to be reaching its Hydro Cannon at the same time that Maxi is going to be reaching the superpower from his Malamar here, right? Ice Chris going ahead and getting this Hydro Cannon off first, threatening the shield here. Even though it wouldn't entirely ensure a knockout, that would be very, very uncomfortable for Maxi. So that was a really, really good shield, or else the Alligator maybe could have farmed down there.
Look how much damage these Psy Waves have done to this Shadow for Alligator already. Maxi's got 2 superpowers ready. The question is he going to throw another? He actually comes in and catches on his Dugong. He knows that the Hydro Cannon was coming in from that for Alligator, sponges it all on his Seal.
Yeah, big catch here on the Dugong as well, and also preserving that energy on the Malamar, which is going to be useful later, right? Even though last match it wasn't entirely useful at the end, I know Maxi's got a plan this time. Is going to go ahead and save a little bit more health on that Malamar, right? As opposed to last time, and also save the same amount of energy here, right? Ice Chris goes in and responds with this Malamar, which is a little bit interesting here. Dugong was able to get up on energy, which is as we see here, it's gonna go ahead and chunk that Malamar, right? Even though we're dealing super effective damage with these superpowers, those icy winds are still doing neutral damage and chipping down the Malamar here.
And look at this. Now we see this Carbink come in. It's absolutely fine. It's taking a double debuffed superpower from Malamar here. One from the Icy Wind, one from the first superpower there. And let's remember, Ice Chris does have a lot of energy on his Shadow for Alligator, but Maxi has a lot of energy on his own Malamar as well.
Right. And the good thing about Sand Slash here, right, it neutralizes that rock type damage from that ice type would be taken super effective against, right, with the steel typing. And as we mentioned, Power Gem got a little bit of a buff this season, going to be doing a little bit more damage. So even though Carbink's specialty is its bulk here, it's going to be able to dish out a little bit more damage with this boosted Power Gem from the season.
Question for Ice Chris. Does he want to use his shield here? No, he doesn't. He knows that Alolan Sandslash, it's the non-shadow, remember, it can take the Power Gem absolutely fine. So Maxi comes back in with his Malamar to start putting pressure on Ice Chris.
And I like that he opts to throw the foul play here, right? So just in case Ice Chris does let it go, he's not going to be debuffing himself with that superpower, right? Recognizing that the Feraligatr still got a little bit of life left there in the back, still has some energy as well. So Maxi expending his final shield here now, and Ice Chris remains to stay in, and he does a quick swap over to his Malamar, or over to his Feraligatr, but Maxi is too quick to respond with the superpower. As we saw there, Ice Chris had the Hydro Cannon just loaded up there with that final Shadow Claw.
That was absolutely superb reaction times from Maxi, recognizing that the Feraligatr was coming in. It takes a turn to switch in, clicks the superpower before the Feraligatr can throw its Hydro Cannon. Malamar sweeping the game, Maxi taking game number 3.
Right, and just as we said last time too, right? The Malamar energy in that end game there got way too low. Got way too low to be useful. The energy just went nowhere at the end game there, right? This time, Maxi adjusting the Malamar to the lead here, recognizing this is a really, really great pick for me, and I know last time it didn't entirely work out, so I'm going to try something different, right? He brings it into the lead. Banks expends the first shield on that Hydro Cannon, goes ahead and catches the second Hydro Cannon on the Dugong there, right? Ensuring that the health is preserved, and that he has energy going into the later matchup, which, as we saw, proved very, very useful here, right? Able to respond with the superpower to that quick Feraligatr swap in, able to take down that Sand Slash as well.
Thought that was really, really high level play from Maxi. He recognized that when that Alolan Sandslash reached the Ice Punch, he was under a bit of pressure. He goes, I'm going to have to shield. I'm going to have to protect this Malamar, but I know that my opponent has a Hydro Cannon banked on that Feraligatr. So I can imagine that Maxi's eyes were locked on the corner of that screen, waiting for that water type symbol to pop up to show him that the Feraligatr was coming in, and he was ready. Instantly throws that superpower before Ice Chris can press the Hydro Cannon. That was really, really impressive play from Maxi.
Right, there was a lot of quick plays in that match, right? In that whole set, right? The first game, or I believe it was the second game, right? We saw the Malamar swap out, and we were like, oh, it knocked out, right? But it didn't quite knock out there, right? And then also that quick response at the end there, which ensured the win for Maxi, being able to respond with that superpower. There was a lot of really, really on your feet thinking there that happened throughout those games. And a lot of that also could be attributed to that shorter switch timer, right? Players are able to swap out more fluidly from their matches, able to come in a little bit quicker and respond to a bad matchup, able to bank that energy and have it be more useful than it was before.
Yeah, and we obviously saw the Carbink come in, but actually I don't think Carbink did a huge amount. Definitely not offensively. It was able to sponge a couple of attacks, but I think we've seen a bit of a Malamar show, both of our first matches there, right? With Abhinav and with Genjineer, and then again here with Maxi and Ice Chris. The Malamar has really been the show so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it's been the show, and it's also seemingly it's been the most beneficial Pokemon of this meta change, right? Able to, as we had mentioned from the last match, we were in awe that Malamar was able to ramp up that energy so quickly, stall out the switch timer because it reaches those moves so quickly. And also, as we had seen here in this match, excellent showcase of banking the energy and how it has such good play into an entire backline of team. So utilizing it in the lead, getting up energy, and then even if you're sacrificing a shield there in that lead matchup, preserving the health still proved really, really key for Maxi there at the end, right? Now I want to go ahead and take a look here at this at the challenge bracket very briefly, and look at any big shakeups if we may. All right. So notably here, Arrow coming off of his Louisville second place. We noticed he took an 0-2 loss here in the bracket. Any thoughts on that, Fareed?
I think Arrow, he is a man that will test many, many Pokemon, many, many teams. I'm sure that he was cooking up something spicy for this tournament, and it's trying his luck, seeing we've got some big tournaments coming up that maybe we might see Arrow in. Maybe he's just crossing some Pokemon off his list, and his opponents there will be very happy to beat a player of his caliber, that's for sure.
Right, exactly. Well, you said it perfectly in the beginning, right? He likes to cook up some different things, right? He doesn't entirely run the meta all the time, and we saw that in Louisville, right? Everyone thought Registeel was a goner, right? You see the Diggersby rising in usage, you see the Clodsire coming up in usage, right? There was no room for Registeel in the meta, but Arrow proved everybody wrong, bringing it and navigating it to a second place finish there in Louisville. And also, interestingly enough, we're having a little bit of discussion whether Quagsire is now the champion ground type in this meta, right? Having the access to the water type attack Aqua Tail, which is doing super effective damage to opposing ground types. We also noticed that Arrow had brought that on his team as well.
Yeah, he did. I think Arrow's leaning into his previous team here. Maybe it's no longer the Moltres show for Arrow. He has taken that loss, but we've got another match ready very, very soon up. Let's have a look at the teams.
Ooh, Dunebug, all right. Dunebug is in this match. We noticed that he's bringing a Shadow Drifloon, which hasn't really seen too much play here in the official play Pokemon meta. But one really, really interesting thing about Shadow Drifloon is that Astonish fast attack that it has access to, right? Recently it just got buffed, is dealing way more damage than Hex ever did, even though both are 3-turn fast attack ghost moves. Astonish doing a lot more damage here, and as we had seen in our previous match, farming down a Pokemon and getting up on energy is really crucial here. So Astonish should be able to lock that in, and I anticipate that that's going to be a large part of Dunebug's strategy here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly how he's going to look to play this. This Shadow Drifloon with such oppressive Astonish damage, very interestingly, can 2-shield through so many of the popular picks in the meta. I think it's obviously been brought by Dune as a really hard response to Ariados. It resists all of Ariados's standard attacks, but also look at Oscarlicious' team, right? That Shadow Kanto Marowak, that's superior. Both of them really don't want to be up against the Shadow Drifloon, and honestly, I think Shadow Drifloon has a lot of play into the rest of the Pokemon on Oscarlicious' team as well. So I'm interested to see, will Dunebug lean into it in this match?
Right, he wants to dance around that Drapion, and it was a little, it was funny that you mentioned that the Ariados, it's resisting both the lunge, it's resisting the poison sting, it's also resisting that Trailblaze, right? But with Drifloon being so glassy, and on top of that being a Shadow type, it really just looks like it's dishing out some neutral damage here, right? Drifloon does also pace a little bit slower to those charge attacks, right? Whereas Ariados is able to ramp up his charge attacks way quicker than Drifloon does. So getting to those lunges first, also debuffing the attack of the Icy Wind, debuffing the attack of the Shadow Ball as well, right? But I guess that's not too relevant to this match because Oscar does not have that Ariados available to him, right? I do like Oscar's Azumarill actually in this match, right? The only super effective damage coming from Drapion is going to be from that Poison Sting. The Aqua Tail and the Crunch are both resisted as a neutral play into that Gastrodon, right? Good play into the Pangoro. Neutral play into the Dugong. Neutral play into the Drifloon as well, right? Having that access to that Ice Beam, the super effective attack from onto the flying type of Drifloon, but it will have to avoid that Toxapex, right? So it looks like both players are looking to avoid one thing here, right? The Drifloon, doesn't want to see that Shadow Drapion. Absolutely devastating, right? But then the Azumarill doesn't want to see the Toxapex, right?
Mm-hmm. I think that there's actually a shield scenario where if a Shadow Drifloon lands an Icy Wind onto is that a normal Drapion? It's not even a Shadow Drapion, is that right?
Oh, it's not even a Shadow one, yeah.
That is
That's even worse for the
That's
Drifblim,
worse
right?
for Doonbug. Yeah, it can't now astonish down. I'm interested. Is Doonbug going to lean into a Gastrodon, Shadow Drapion, Drifblim style team where it looks to protect the Gastrodon with the poison damage of Shadow Drapion and or the flying resist of that Drifblim? Is that going to be a strategy that we see here? Because actually, when you look at outside of Superior, the Gastrodon seems to have a decent amount of play as well.
Yeah, perfectly said. I do believe that the Gastrodon also has a decent amount of play, but it's also worth looking at this Talonflame here, right? Very, very cheeky there with that, the 2 charge attacks there, right? Brave Bird and Fly, again, no flame charge. So I would say that the Talonflame has better play also into the Toxapex as well, able to dish out that Brave Bird damage, potentially dish it out, swap as well. As we had mentioned, Azumarill looks very, very strong for Oscar, right? Wanting to avoid that Toxapex. But I wonder if there's a scenario where maybe, just maybe, Oscar can bring in that Talonflame, bait out the Toxapex, right? And be able to farm it down with whatever he decides to lead with. All right, so we go ahead and see Drapion into Drapion, but this time Shadow and non-Shadow.
Yeah, that is interesting. So the Shadow and the non-Shadow effectively balance each other out. It doesn't make any difference for charge attack priority purposes whether you are a Shadow or not. You are dealing 20% more damage as a Shadow, but you've got 20% extra bulk as a non-Shadow, so to speak. So this is a neutral matchup. It might come down to charge attack priority in the end.
Yeah, so even though one of the main benefits of running a Shadow type Pokemon, right, is that those charge attacks do way more damage, those fast attacks also do more damage because of the attack boost that Shadow receives, it seems to be really neutralized in this matchup, right? It loses a little bit of its bulk being a Shadow, but then also Oscar having the normal type Drapion, it doesn't really seem to matter. No additional damage is being dished out here, right? Because the normal Drapion makes up for it in the bulk that it does have.
And there we have the charge attack priority. It looks like Oscarlicious, his non-Shadow Drapion, is going to win this. Doonbug's going to let his Shadow Drapion go down.
But, Doonbug, we know that he has a plan here, right? He wants to get that farm on Drapion. He doesn't care that he loses charge attack priority here, right? He's able to get it farmed down with that Gastrodon, potentially calling that there's no Superior in the back, so he knows that this energy is going to be useful. And that was wonderfully called here, right? We're able to see the Azumarill response, which Earth Power is going to be doing neutral damage here, and it's quite a decent hard-hitting attack, right? With the stab bonus as well, same type of attack bonus that Gastrodon has with the Earth Power.
Yeah, that Gastrodon has a lot of play into this backline, and Oscarlicious really is trying to make a call. What does he think that Doonbug has in the back? Now, did you notice that this isn't a Hydro Pump Azumarill, and that's why Doonbug is shielding. That there is a potential Hydro Pump coming. Oscarlicious gets a shield with the Ice Beam bait.
Right, that's one thing that we also skimmed over there in the team preview there, right? We noticed that Talonflame, running the Brave Bird and Fly, normal Drapion, but that Azumarill having access to the Hydro Pump, that's not something you typically see. And Doonbug's able to win charge attack priority and throw the Body Slam, threatening a knockout with all this energy that the Azumarill has here. So Oscar, obviously, responding with that shield, wanting to maintain the energy, recognizing it's going to be very, very useful here in this endgame.
I think that's a really good position now for Doon. He managed to get charge attack priority. He's taken that last shield. He's actually going to hold on for this Ice Beam, and he's come in. There it is, the Shadow Drifblim. It's up against the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Oscarlicious doesn't want any part of this. He's slowing down his tapping. He's like, okay, go on. You've got my shields down. There's not much I can do here. Shadow Drifblim, go ahead and take game number 1.
Oh yeah, well we barely got to see it here at the end, right? Doonbug was able to so masterclassly play this whole game, right? He was able to get everything down so low, and Drifblim's here really just to do the janitor work, right? Just cleaning up the mess that the other 2 Pokemon had made, right? And I do want to call out the play in the beginning. Even though Oscar had won that charge attack priority with the Drapion, it was very, very interesting that Doonbug had responded with his Gastrodon, recognizing, hey, Superior likely is not in the back here, right? And making that bold call. Actually, I probably would have assumed that maybe Superior was lurking in the back, right? With Drapion being effective against Drifblim, maybe thinking that Oscar would do a situation where he baits out the Shadow Drifblim and responds with the Drapion in the lead, right? He had the Marowak available to him in the back, which does not really have an entirely favorable matchup against Drifblim, but he did not have that Superior in the back.
And I think that this is the really nice thing about the way that Dune has made his team composition. We actually said before the game that we might expect Dune to lean into Gastrodon, Shadow Drapion, and Shadow Drifblim, and he did do that. He actually led the Shadow Drapion first. And as you say, when you see a Drapion lead for your opponent, you assume that they have a good response to Gastrodon in the back, but actually Oscarlicious seemed so focused on managing the Shadow Drifblim that perhaps his weakness to Gastrodon was an oversight.
Yeah, 100%. And getting that energy lead on the Gastrodon too. Being able to get, it was 2 mud slaps, correct? He was able to get 2 mud slaps there with Gastrodon. Ramping up quicker to that earth power and making that matchup more favorable on his side against the Azumarill. So this time we see a different lead from Junebug here. We see him adjust to the Dugong, but Oscarlicious remaining to stay with the Drapion here.
Yeah, I quite like this from Doombug. He recognizes, he goes, look, my Shadow Drapion, it's going to lose charge attack priority against my opponent's Drapion. I don't really want to be in that situation again. Dugong looks so neutral. It has so much play into so much of Oscarlicious's team. I'll lead it. I can take a crunch pretty easy, and I can start forcing shields very early in this game.
Right, and interesting play, not going for the drill run here, but great call by Dunebug, recognizing... great call by Doombug, recognizing, hey, Oscar maybe isn't going to throw up the shield here, right? So going for the more super effective damage attack and putting the Dugong in a position to where it could potentially farm down and have energy later for the match. And he goes ahead and snipes it with the Drifblim, right? Not a matchup that Drifblim wants to see, but definitely a matchup that it does want to see when the Drapion there is at 1 HP.
I really like this. Oscarlicious is actually playing the same team that he played in game number 1. Dune recognizes that Shadow Drapion's not going to reach another attack. He's happy to take the resisted Poison Sting on the Shadow Drifblim, get an energy advantage, and he's got plenty of shields to cover this Azumarill. This Astonish damage, and if he lands a Shadow Ball as well, will do a lot to the Azumarill.
Yeah, if he goes ahead and lands a Shadow Ball, I think this Drifblim energy will be able to carry him so nicely throughout the rest of the game, right? So I anticipate Junebug's just going to throw up his second shield here in response to the Ice Beam that Oscarlicious is going to anticipate to throw here, right? Oh, he actually throws the Icy Wind, right? So threatening a shield without going down on his final shield there. I personally maybe would have liked to see Dunebug commit that second shield farm all the way down and have that energy ready for whatever's in the back, ensuring that it can knock out the Azumarill, because it's important to note the Drapion was knocked out, right? So after this Azumarill is knocked out, there's going to be no more Pokemon to clear these Icy Wind debuffs. Oh, and there's a Marowak in the back there.
Like this. Yeah, I really like this from Doombug. He goes, do you know what? I am going to preserve this Shadow Drifblim. You used Shadow Kanto Marowak in game number 1. You might be using it in game number 2. I'm going to outpace you. I'm going to win charge attack priority in any case. And now this Shadow Kanto Marowak has so much work to do if Oscarlicious wants to recover this game.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what Dunebug has lurking in the back here, right? Adjusting to that Dugong lead, but then now... is it a Gastrodon? Is it going to be the Drapion? It seems to be the Drapion in the back, which Marowak does have a good matchup against. But it is worth noting that Dunebug was able to debuff the attack stage by 1 on this Marowak, right, with that Icy Wind attack. So even though Bone Club's going to be doing super effective damage, it's doing less than it usually would, and it is shadow on shadow action. He reaches for a catch here. Dunebug, he does not. He doesn't go for the catch though, and Dunebug's able to respond with that Aqua Tail.
I think that's really smart from Doombug. He recognized that Marowak had a lot of energy. He didn't necessarily need to waste the Dugong energy that he had in the back. He knows my Shadow Drapion can hold on against this debuffed Marowak, and cleans up game number 2 and takes this match.
Now, I actually really like that adjustment to Dugong here in this game, right? It was able to, even though actually we didn't really see the energy there at the end, right? Dunebug was able to just clean that up with Drifblim. So I liked that he put Drifblim in the back still, right? And also had Dugong in the lead there. Like you had said, recognizing that he does not win charge attack priority. So he's like, all right, I don't want to see my Drapion in the lead again. Maybe Oscarlicious, knowing that my strategy last time was to farm down with Gastrodon, even losing charge attack priority, right? He didn't want to risk Oscar having a plan to respond to that this time.
Yeah, that was really smart. Dugong had a ton of play into Oscarlicious's team. He saw that there is a superior, and honestly, Typhlosion as well. That Shadow Typhlosion can put a lot of pressure on Dugong. So he leads this Dugong, and he keeps his Shadow Drapion in the back. And he goes, look, if I don't see the lead that I want to see, I can bring in Shadow Drapion, and Shadow Drapion can put a ton of work in against anything that Oscarlicious can respond with. Obviously, Shadow Kanto Marowak is very dominant into Shadow Drapion, but the Aqua Tails do a lot of damage as well. And that Shadow Drifblim, wow, that was really impressive from Dugong.
That was really impressive. And at the beginning, like you had mentioned, the Shadow Typhlosion would have been doing big damage there, right? it was very interesting to see that Dunebug. One thing that we failed to talk about, I feel, sometimes in the play Pokemon circuit is conditioning of your opponent, right? Bringing that Gastrodon on game one. Oscar is like, oh, I don't really want to see that Gastrodon on my Typhlosion, right? So he neglects to bring it the second game. But that worked to Dunebug's advantage, right? Because if Oscar were to lead that Shadow Typhlosion, right? Good matchup against the Dugong. Those Thunder Punches are going to be doing good damage against the Drifloon, right? Especially being Shadow on Shadow damage. That was probably close to a one-hit knockout there on the Drifloon, especially with that Incinerate damage, right? So being able to condition your opponent by bringing that Gastrodon on game one, and Oscar saying, hey, I don't want to bring this Typhlosion. It's too much of a risk. Maybe Dunebug adjusts to the Gastrodon lead instead.
Yeah, and I think one key thing as well is exactly as you're saying with conditioning your opponent. He goes, hey, look, I'm willing to lean into Gastrodon, and Gastrodon put in a ton of work against you in game one. Go and bring your superior. I dare you. Go and bring your superior. And I'm going to run Dugong, Drapion, Drifblim, and I'm going to manage it absolutely fine. Oscarlicious, he doesn't fall for that bait, but he does bring that Shadow Kanto Marowak. He wants to have an answer to the Toxapex and to the Shadow Drapion. It doesn't really get the alignment that it wants, and Shadow Drifblim, I think, was the talk of those games there.
Yeah, and that's a really, really interesting thing to know as well, right? Responds with 3 strong answers to the Superior, right? Even though he brought Drapion and Drifblim game 1, he did have that Azumarill instead that time, right? So being able to respond... No, he had the Gastrodon instead, my apologies. So he had the Gastrodon instead that time, right? So being able to respond with the Dugong lead, neutral play into that Superior, that was another side of the conditioning as well, right? Conditioning Oscar not to bring in that Shadow Typhlosion, right? But also conditioning his opponent so he isn't going to bring that Superior.
Yeah, and
or trying to. Sorry, excuse me. Not bringing the Superior, right? But threatening him to bring in that Superior, right? With the Dugong and the Drapion and the Drifblim, seeing that he had a Gastrodon in the back last time, so it kind of was, wanting Oscar to bring in that Superior.
And what are your thoughts on Shadow Drifblim, generally speaking, as a pick? I think instinctively, when I'm thinking about some of the Pokemon that we've seen in this max out meta, we've seen Sludge Bomb, Clodsire, we've seen Toxapex, Diggersby with Quick Attack, and obviously Scorching Sands as well. And now we've seen this prominent rise in Ariados. Do you think that there is a place now for Shadow Drifblim to take advantage of these typings?
Now, I'm personally a fan of Shadow Drifblim. This isn't going to serve well on the stream here, but I did use a team in the Go Battle League with Shadow Drifblim on it, I believe. I can't exactly remember what the team was because this was like three cycles ago in our leagues here, but I did use a team of Shadow Drifblim to be able to reach my ELO rating, and I came in at 2,580, so I was already in the veteran range, and I attribute that all to Drifblim, right? Exactly how Dunebug was playing it, getting that energy advantage on Drifblim as well, and especially in that second game, right? Coming in, sniping the Drapion with that Astonish. That's how I played my Drifblim a lot, yeah.
Yeah, there is one Pokemon that Drifblim doesn't want to see, and that is this Galarian Moltres that we've seen so much of in recent weeks. And I think we're about to see a Galarian Moltres in the following teams with this incoming match. There it is for M.E. Weedle, who's up against Lil Spardy, Galarian Moltres on that right-hand side, and Mandibuzz on the left.
Now, last comment I'm going to go ahead and make here on that Shadow Drifblim, right? As you had mentioned, there's only really one room for a flying type here in the meta, and that's going to go ahead and be Moltres, or at least one flying type typing, right? Flying and Dark, which Mandibuzz also does have. So with Moltres going down in usage, well, hopefully it just skyrocketed in usage at the last Play Pokemon tournament, right? But if it went down in usage, maybe offering Drifblim a little bit more play there, right? But no need to linger on the past there anymore, right? I want to go ahead and look at these teams. I do like Little Sparty's Shadow Feraligatr here, right? Neutral play into that Azumarill, neutral play into that Gastrodon. Good play into that Sandslash as well, right? And then depending on who wins charge attack priority, has some good play into that Feraligatr. It may want to avoid that Ariados, though, especially in those straight matchups, right? Because Ariados will be winning that charge attack priority with the Trailblaze.
Yeah, it really depends on how you've built your Ariados. If you've opted for a high attack Ariados to try and have the advantage in the mirror and against the Shadow Feraligatr, and a question of whether or not your Shadow Feraligatr is similar. Now we see Shadow Feraligatr and Alolan Sandslash non-Shadow on both teams. Just for the purposes of viewers, the Alolan Sandslash for Lil Sparty is not running Aerial Ace, it is running Ice Punch. That is a correction that we will make. It was just a team registration issue, but there is that Shadow Feraligatr normal Alolan Sandslash core that I think is quite an interesting pairing.
Yeah, as we had seen earlier, we saw that the Sandslash pick was Shadow in one of the previous matchups, right? This time, both players opting to run regular Sandslash. I assume that there's probably a plan here to utilize, right? Maybe ramping up that bulk a little bit, making up for some of the lesser teammates like Feraligatr, who's going to be fairly glassy, right? Also, the Ariados as well. So we go ahead and see MeWeedle leading with the Galarian Moltres and Lil Sparty responding with the Dunsparce. Excellent matchup for Lil Sparty here.
Yeah, that is great. And actually, Weedle's playing a little bit soft to this Dunsparce because he's come in with the Shadow Feraligatr, which the Shadow Claws are obviously double resisted by the Dunsparce's normal typing. But Weedle's got a Hydro Cannon there. That does a lot of damage to this Dunsparce, already down in the yellow.
Yeah, so even though this is a favorable matchup, I would give the edge here to the Dunsparce, favorable for Dunsparce. You see those big Hydro Cannon damage that's being dealt, right, with the Shadow Feraligatr. Lil Sparty throwing that Drill Run and responding with her own Shadow Feraligatr so she can go ahead and farm this Feraligatr all the way down and have energy to respond to that Galarian Moltres later in the match as well. Recognizing that the switch timers are now disaligned.
Yeah, I really like this strategy from Lil Sparty. There's actually this an invitation says, okay, I know you've got this Galarian Moltres in the back. Do you want to come into a loaded Feraligatr? I bet you don't. So Weedle responds with the Azumarill to try and tank the damage, but honestly, Hydro Cannons, these Shadow Claws, by the time that Azumarill reaches an attack, it'll be pretty low already.
I was also about to say that this was some bold team building here from Lil Sparty, right? If there was to be a superior responded. But then I realized Lil Sparty's the one running the superior, right? So having that Dunsparce, the Azumarill, and the Feraligatr on Lil Sparty's team here. And that was really, really good team building there, right? She recognizes that the Dunsparce is going to be responded to. So even if she catches the Galarian Moltres in the lead, right, she realizes that maybe the Feraligatr was going to be brought in. So that's why she has the Azumarill waiting in the back, wanting to see that Galarian Moltres.
I really like this play again from Lil Sparty. Recognizes that actually the Azumarill in the back is also very, very dominant against the Galarian Moltres. And Weedle will be thinking here, hold on a minute, you're coming in with this with this Dunsparce. What do you have in the back? Lil Sparty shows him, I've got a Azumarill here. One shield down, but I am resisting all of this Sucker Punch damage. Weedle, do you bait? Do you throw the Ancient Power? It's a difficult decision, isn't it?
Well, the Ancient Power would definitely ensure a way better matchup for this Galarian Moltres here, right? I actually probably would have liked to see Lil Sparty throw a Rock Slide and threaten that shield from Weedle before swapping out to the Azumarill here. It is important to note that Weedle is up one shield in this scenario, and they were able to connect the Brave Bird here as well.
Weedle might want to try and land this Brave Bird. Shield this Ice Beam, get a little bit more energy, and maybe try and dip back out later. He knows that there is a lot of energy for his Galarian Moltres, but Lil Sparty does have one shield remaining. Goes for that Ancient Power, which would be enough to knock out, and the Azumarill is not going shielded.
Now, from our screens, it looks like that Azumarill has no HP, but basically it does, with that Moltres especially being able to knock out there. Galarian Moltres able to reach another charge attack here of that Ancient Power, threatening the knockout on the Dunsparce. Lil Sparty goes ahead and throws up the final shield, so what looked like a very, very favorable position. Weedle able to play Masterclass, able to play in a Masterclass way, saving the energy that he had banked up on the Azumarill, and also playing with his shields, right? Being up a shield into the Galarian Moltres Azumarill matchup as well. So what looked very, very favorable in the Dunsparce into the Galarian Moltres, right? Responding with that Shadow Feraligatr, having the Azumarill in the back for Lil Sparty there to also handle that Galarian Moltres. Weedle still able to pull it out there.
Yeah, I mean, he's an international champion. He's an ex-world champion for a reason. The energy management for Emmy Weedle there was so impressive. He recognized that actually my Galarian Moltres doesn't have a great matchup, not into the Dunsparce, not into the Azumarill, but if I've got shields, this Brave Bird, as we've said before, flying type damage in this meta, often unresisted. We saw how much the Brave Bird did. It put the Azumarill in ancient power range, and Galarian Moltres really managed to seal the deal for Emmy Weedle in game number 1.
Yeah, and this goes back to our Drifloon talk, right? This is exactly why Moltres is seems to be coming out on top here in this meta, right? As you mentioned, Brave Bird damage, that flying type damage, is going to go unresisted. And also the Ancient Power here threatens the Talonflame, which is probably the closest flying type that's in competition here in this meta. And that Ancient Power going to be doing big damage to that Talonflame, right? With both the fire typing and the flying typing. So I really liked Emmy Weedle's utilization here of bringing Galarian Moltres on the team as well. But also, I really enjoyed the way he was able to go up a shield with the Galarian Moltres in the end there, recognize that he has the Brave Bird, the hard-hitting attack against the Azumarill, and that's going to be enough to threaten a knockout there. And he goes ahead and doubles down with another Galarian Moltres lead, this time Lil Sparty responding with her Feraligatr.
Yeah, and this is a really nice lead for Galarian Moltres. The Dunsparce comes in. Now, it's interesting here because the Galarian Moltres has actually stayed in. He's got a lot of energy up there for Emmy Weedle and come in with the Azumarill. But that Sucker Punch damage, look, it has actually put the Dunsparce into a compromising position. Not so low that the Azumarill can take it out with one attack, but it's going to be interesting here. Does Emmy Weedle need to win this matchup? That's the real question. Does he need to come out on top? Is he going to shield the Azumarill? I imagine he might not. He might just try and invite shields from Lil Sparty and sweep with Galarian Moltres as he did in game number 1.
Exactly that, inviting shields from Lil Sparty, trying to get the shields down here. But I will anticipate that Lil Sparty maybe wants to utilize her Feraligatr and get up a little bit of farm here against the Azumarill. As we mentioned, resisted bubble damage is going to be dealt to the Feraligatr, right? So utilizing her neutral damage from the Shadow Claws, it's going to be arguably pretty crucial here in this matchup. Even though Emmy Weedle was able to ramp up a little bit of energy there on his Galarian Moltres, being able to get that energy on Feraligatr is also still going to be able to threaten that Galarian Moltres, right? The Hydro Cannons, even though they're neutral, they're going to be doing big damage. And the
exactly as we discussed there, right? Lets the Azumarill go down because he'd rather not give energy advantage to Lil Sparty. I'm going to take that Shadow Claw energy advantage for myself, says Emmy Weedle. And now Lil Sparty is coming in one Shadow Claw behind. That is not an ideal position to be in when you are a Feraligatr. Emmy Weedle is going to shield up this first Hydro Cannon.
When you are a Feraligatr, especially in a Feraligatr mirror matchup, right? But if we take a peek into those backlines a little bit, we saw a little bit of a preview. It seems like a Lil Sparty does have the Azumarill in the back there again, which is going to go ahead and be able to meet that Galarian Moltres. So even though last time Emmy Weedle was able to have that shield advantage, they are all tied up on shields right now. I would anticipate Lil Sparty lets this go to... excuse me, if she actually goes ahead and utilizes the shield here. It's going to be interesting to see this endgame now being down a shield again against the Galarian Moltres, but it is important to note that Lil Sparty does have energy available to her this time.
Emmy Weedle's going to let the Feraligatr go. As we've said, he's putting everything on this Galarian Moltres. The Azumarill comes in, but I don't think Azumarill's going to be able to handle two Brave Birds. So Emmy Weedle's going to be thinking to himself, when do I want to use my shield? Because the Feraligatr has a lot of energy already, but once I've landed this Brave Bird, I'm not going to be able to hold on if an Ice Beam comes through. And the Ice Beam has been reached by Lil Sparty. Emmy Weedle forced to shield it, and now I'm expecting to see a heavy overfarm. Emmy Weedle's jumping into his parental controls. Unfortunately for him, his game has decided to restart. So there is a little bit of a pause there. This is something that we usually manage to avoid in Play Pokemon because we turn on the assisted guided settings. I don't know if Hayden, if you've actually, when you played in Play Pokemon on stage, you get given an iPhone and they turn on basically like assisted guiding controls, and what it does is it prevents you from leaving the app. It prevents you from turning the phone off. Emmy Weedle has unfortunately his thumb slipped there and he's exited the game, and that Galarian Moltres has gone down. Emmy Weedle's not going to be happy about that. Lil Sparty, well, I'd be celebrating.
I'm going to be a little bit honest here, right? I'm very fortunate when I participate in the play Pokemon scene that they go ahead and set up that parental control up there, or not the parental control, excuse me, but set up that screen lock there for me. Or else, honestly, I would probably be in the same position as Emmy Weedle, right? I'd be very eager. This end game, it's so intense, it's so close that you get a little bit of butterfingers there. You slip up a little bit. So I completely would be in the same position as well. But I do want to recognize it was very, very interesting that endgame there. Lil Sparty actually did not have the Hydro Cannon bank there. So it still gave Emmy Weedle a little bit of wiggle room there, right? Not having the Hydro Cannon bank. So maybe if Emmy Weedle was able to ramp up on energy there, leave with 2 ancient powers, right? One for the Azumarill and then one to knock out that Feraligatr. That could have been huge.
Yeah, and I think that probably would have been the strategy that Emmy Weedle would have lent into if he hadn't dipped his fingers in butter before the game. So we'll wait to see how the players discuss how they're going to manage this situation. They're discussing at the moment, but that Galarian Moltres putting in a ton of work both in Game 1 and then in that half of Game 2 that we managed to see there. Lil Sparty, regardless of what happens, will need to have a think. How do you manage this Galarian Moltres when both Dunsparce and Azumarill are being brought both games and still Galarian Moltres is being hard to handle?
Yeah, exactly that. And it was very interesting in this game. Lil Sparty actually adjusted to Dunsparce in the back instead of in the lead, right? And also keeping that Azumarill in the back, that was really, really nicely played too, right? Recognizing, okay, last time I let myself get down on shields, right? Last time this Galarian Moltres was able to ramp up on energy. It seemed as if she managed that situation a lot better this match, right? Utilizing that Azumarill a little bit better, making sure that that Brave Bird, Brave Bird wouldn't knock out their 2 Brave Birds. Or sorry, 2 Brave Birds definitely would have knocked out, but make sure that that Brave Bird plus that Ancient Power there and getting those shields down, that the Azumarill could be a lot more effective there against the Moltres.
Yeah, I think the players are discussing, and I'm expecting a rematch. They're just currently discussing whether or not they're going to run different teams. I think that they will be running different teams. So this is a good opportunity now for Lil Sparty to make an adjustment and work out, do I bring triple strong to this Galarian Moltres? Am I expecting to see it again? And does Maxwell think, hold on a minute, I've shown my Galarian Moltres a couple times. I don't want to overuse it too quickly and make an adjustment of his own. So these are the mind games that you've got to play, particularly when you're in situations like this, when you're rematching a game and you're going into effectively their 3rd game of this best of 3 with only 1-0 to Emmy Weedle. So the rematch is coming up very, very shortly.
Yeah, and really good team building here from Lil Sparty. Honestly, looking at this team, it looks a little bit unfavorable in on their side, right? Manabuzz isn't going to be one of seeing that Galarian Moltres, right? Galarian Moltres has access to that charge attack ancient power, which is going to be dishing out super effective against Manabuzz. So even though they share the same typing, Moltres definitely has the edge there in that matchup, right? And then also the Sand Slash, even though it has a good matchup against the Galarian Moltres, getting paired up against a Feraligatr, getting paired up against a Gastrodon, getting paired up against the Azumarill, that's all not really entirely favorable for Lil Sparty's Sandslash there. So I probably likely wouldn't like to see Mandibuzz or Sandslash in this situation. So I think utilizing those Pokemon, right? Utilizing the Azumarill, utilizing the Dunsparce, those are definitely the strongest picks. And we see that she's been able to lean on them as well throughout these matches. So a really good recognition from Lil Sparty there.
Yeah, and we also saw in that game number 2 the way that Emmy Weedle let his Azumarill go down and tried to get the advantage on his own Shadow Feraligatr first. So it does indicate to Lil Sparty that Maxwell doesn't want Lil Sparty's Feraligatr to get any form of energy because it can be a little bit threatening. We saw it in Game 1 actually when Lil Sparty had all of that energy on Feraligatr that Maxwell came in with the Azumarill to try and sponge it. But in game number 2 there, if Lil Sparty had an energy advantage, that could have been very threatening for Emmy Weedle in the end.
Well, yeah, talking about the Shadow Feraligatr on Emmy Weedle's side, right? Actually, Lil Sparty had led that Dunsparce game 1 into the Galarian Moltres, and Emmy Weedle responded with that Shadow Feraligatr, right? So even though the Dunsparce has a good matchup against the Feraligatr, there, Emmy Weedle, like we had said, right, was able to utilize that energy on the Feraligatr, ramp up. Even though that's not particularly a favorable matchup, it was able to bring down those shields with those big hitting Hydro Cannons.
Yes, the hydro cannon damage does so much, especially from a shadow. But because of the game crash that we saw there, these players have agreed to play a rematch. Chat, let us know, has your game crashed like that when you've been in the middle of a Go Battle League set? Let us know in the chat. Maxwell, he needs to get his mind back in the game and get straight back into this game number 2.
Well, this is quite devastating. We see an adjustment to Superior, but then Miwido ready to go. Response with that Ariados. Lil Sparty hard swapping into the probably the hardest answer on our team to this Ariados, right? This Dunsparce doing super effective damage with that rollout. Miwido, even though he's receiving that super effective damage from the rollouts from the Dunsparce, he wants to stay in, get that lunge, and make sure the attack is debuffed for whatever he decides to bring in next, and it's going to be that Azumarill. But one thing to note that we've been talking about all of today, right? That's switch timer. Disaligning those switch clocks, that's going to be huge here in this match.
I think Weedle's showing his strategy for dealing with Dunsparce, which teams can be a little bit soft to, but Dunsparce isn't able typically to solo teams on its own. Similar to the earlier game where he stayed in with his Galarian Moltres, he chipped the Dunsparce a little bit and comes into Azumarill. He's done exactly the same here, except this time the Dunsparce is debuffed, and look how little that drill run damage does.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to note here is that the Superior actually has access to Aerial Ace, right? So with that rollout damage that Lil Sparty was able to get with his Dunsparce, it could be threatening potentially a knockout there, even though it's not the same type of attack bonus because Superior is not a flying type. That Aerial Ace damage is still going to be doing super effective damage to the Ariados. So maybe potentially Lil Sparty able to potentially bank a move here with Dunsparce? No, it doesn't seem like the switch timer was maybe up. I'm curious to see how the rest of this matchup will play. The Azumarill is quite low here, so even the Superior's not going to be getting too much farm, but Lil Sparty again leaning on that Azumarill in the back, potentially hoping that there's going to be a Galarian Moltres there to meet her.
Yeah, and I really like the way that Maxwell manages the Dunsparce. He not only wins the matchup, but he comes out with a ton of energy, reaching for that second Ice Beam. He does actually make it. The Superior is not able to Vine Whip down the Azumarill before 2 Ice Beams are reached. And now shields are pressured. Lil Sparty does not give them. The Feraligatr comes in to take out that Superior. And look at this. Maxwell's in a dominant position here. He's got a near full health Ariados in the back. The Shadow Feraligatr with 2 shields is usually so dominant into an Azumarill. Lil Sparty's going to have to really hope that Maxwell swipes off the game again.
Yeah, because you never know what can happen, especially in situations like these. Especially the Ariados still quite healthy, the Feraligatr quite healthy. Both trainers still having 2 shields remaining. 2 shields remaining. Lil Sparty goes ahead and lets it go. It seems as if she's looking to concede this game. Weedle recognizing it too, just going ahead and farming down all the way instead of throwing his charge attack here. And game 2 going to Weedle.
Lil Sparty recognizes the potency of Shadow Feraligatr there. Maxwell really smart with his energy management. I think that's something that everyone watching can maybe, at home take notes. The way that he was like, I don't necessarily need alignment. What I want is energy, because a lot of my Pokemon have a lot of play into whatever you bring in. Maxwell takes game number 2 there and wins this winners round 3.
Now, I know we don't want to dwell on the past year a little bit too much, but I am very curious to see how that game 2 would have played out actually with that end game there, right? We saw that Azumarill looking a little bit in that favorable position, but also Weedle having access to that ancient power, ramping those attacks very quickly. I'm very curious to see how that probably would have played out, but nonetheless, the match here does go to Weedle, and it really nice adjustment too in game 3, not leaning on that Galarian Moltres, right? We see him adjust to that Ariados, and that was a perfect response, right? Recognizing a Little Sparty, she brought the Dunsparce game 1, right? In the lead, and then game 2, she brought it in the back, right? So again, conditioning the opponent, bringing that Galarian Moltres in the back again. Maybe Little Sparty was thinking, hey, I want to bring this Dunsparce in the back to meet this Galarian Moltres, right? I want to have 2 positive matchups. I got the Azumarill and I have the Dunsparce. I got insurance against this Galarian Moltres, right? But then Weedle recognizing, all right, if that Dunsparce is going to be in the back, I'll just bring my Ariados to the front, because it seems as if it has neutral play against everything else, and certainly she is not going to be bringing that Alolan Sandslash with that Feraligatr, and with me bringing my Azumarill as well.
Yeah, and what are your thoughts then, Hayden? What are your thoughts on Dunsparce? Because we saw it potentially operating as a bit of a core breaker. Maxwell had Ariados, he had Galarian Moltres, he was bringing the Shadow for Alligator, and on paper you might say, hey, Dunsparce is pretty good into all of these. But going back to what we mentioned earlier from Leal when Boom said, hey, I brought a Dunsparce, it really didn't impress me as much as I would have liked it to. Maybe Lil Sparty's feeling similar. What are your thoughts?
Now, I feel as if exactly the same way, right? It didn't really impress me. So I had played Dunsparce when I attended the Baltimore Play Pokemon event, and I definitely was not a fan. I played it and I was like, I don't think I would ever do this again. I'm definitely more a fan, out of all the normal types that have risen in this meta, particularly, Diggersby, Dunsparce. Maybe if you want to be very, very generous to Licky Licky there, even though it hasn't quite found its footing in the Play Pokemon meta. I would say I prefer Diggersby a little bit more, right? Even though you're receiving super effective damage from those Hydro Cannons, you're still going to live 2 of them, right? How many Hydro Cannons is that Dunsparce going to live off the Shadow as well? 2, right? So you're also doing more, or you're dishing out good damage with that Quick Attack, right? And Scorching Sands, which does have the potential for a debuff there as well. Mm-hmm. And also access to that Fire type attack, Fire Punch that Diggersby has, right? He's also able to respond to ice type damage as well, right? We see Sandslash, both of which both players were utilizing in this tournament, right? Sandslash being both steel and ice, it's going to be doing big damage. That Fire Punch is going to be doing big damage to Sandslash. So also having that coverage typing, right? That's what we would call it, the coverage move against one of its weaknesses. I really like that about Diggersby.
There are a couple of normal types in this max out season that were buffed in the most recent Go Battle League update. Dunsparce and Diggersby, as you've mentioned, have been some of the more popular normal types. But what are your thoughts on other normal types, let's say Licky Licky and maybe even Miltank?
Well, would it go a long way to say that I don't particularly have thoughts, because I haven't really seen them I haven't even seen them too much, with Body Slam getting nerfed. I believe it was 10 damage it got nerfed, right? So even though it's a very, very cheap attack, it's quite neutral, and it's neutral into everything except for Ghost type, right? Because Ghost resists the normal typing. That Body Slam is doing even less damage now. And so, like I said, even if it is a low energy costing move with a lot of could hit a lot of things for neutral, it's just not really doing it for me. I don't think that Body Slam is that good of a move anymore, and having that be the main source of damage, main source of charge attack damage from Licky Licky, it's not really too doing too well for me. And Miltank, I'm not entirely even sure the access that Miltank has to its charge attacks. At least I know it also does have rollout, which got buffed, is dealing more damage, has good energy generation, but I'm only aware that it has Thunderbolt, I believe. What are the other attacks that
Ice Beam, has? But I think most players run Thunderbolt on their Miltank, and Thunderbolt Miltank does have play into water types such as Azumarill and Shadow for Alligator. So let's take a look at the teams that we've got coming up in our next match here on stream. And you tell me, Hayden, what are your thoughts on this Thunderbolt Miltank?
Now, I don't know if you could see the future here, because this seems almost too perfect, right? The Thunderbolt Miltank coming through again with that Body Slam and the Thunderbolt. We were just talking about, the Body Slam nerf damage here. But actually, I want to, from the horrendous creation that Miltank is in this meta right now, I would actually like to divert my eyes over to the Araquanid, which is quite an interesting pick here as well, right? Being bug and also water typing. Quite an interesting typing. I believe the only other one that potentially could make its way in this meta with that similar typing would be Golisopod, which does have access to that Shadow Claw fast attack. But nonetheless, SS Thorn here is running the Araquanid. It seems to have a good matchup against Azumarill, seems to have a good matchup against that Serperior as well, and for Alligator. And potentially even the Sandslash, right? It's one of the only Pokemon that can go ahead and resist both the ice and the ground type damage that's being dealt from Alolan Sandslash, right? With that bug typing, resisting that ground type, right? And then with the water typing, resisting all the ice type damage as well.
Yeah, and it looks like SS Thorn has opted for Water Pulse on his Araquanid, which gives it a better matchup into Clodsire, but a worse matchup into that Serperior. But again, we have Shadow Drifblim, and that is a Pokemon that Serperior definitely doesn't want to see.
Right, 100%. Serperior definitely does not want to see that Shadow Drifblim. And it looks like Ao is running Aerial Ace there, not the Leaf Tornado, right? So no potential for those debuffs on the Drifloon. Not that you would even want that in that matchup, right? But the Drifloon is an interesting one to look at here. It seems to have, seems as if it would be a good play against Miltank, good play against the Gastrodon. Now, you are more of a Pangoro enjoyer than I am, so I'm curious to hear your thoughts about that superior Pangoro matchup.
I love Pangoro. I'm more of a Pangoro enjoyer than many. I know, we don't have to beat around the bush here, but I really like Pangoro into Superior as well. As long as shields are up, when shields are down, Superior is much more dominant. But the close combat damage does a ton. Let's get into these first games. Will SS Thorn use his Pangoro? He's actually leading the Gastrodon into a Shadow for Alligator.
Yeah, the Gastrodon into the Shadow for Alligator here. I would actually say this is quite a neutral matchup. The for Alligator having access to that Charge Attack Hydro Cannon, and on top of being Shadow, that's going to be a lot of damage dished out. But these Mudslaps, especially with that buff, it's going to be dealing way more damage here. And getting to that Body Slam, which we were just also talking about getting nerfed, it doesn't seem to matter too much because the for Alligator is also Shadow. SS Thorn actually going ahead, reaching for that Earth Power. He throws the Earth Power, but we see a response from Ao here with the Dunsparce, catching the Earth Power. But also this doesn't seem too bad for SS Thorn as well, especially getting that defense fall and responding with a Pangoro, right? So he's going to be able to go to town here, Farm City right here.
I think that this is a really good position for SS Thorn. Even though the catch was made, the Earth Power that's gone through, this Pangoro can farm up. It now no longer needs to even throw a close combat. SS Thorn throwing that Night Slash before the Dunsparce reaches another Drill Run with energy to spare. The Drill Run is shielding. And do we see a potential boost here? No boost. And great play by SS Thorn, actually. So, excuse me, I believe that he was going to go ahead and farm that all the way down. But no, SS Thorn actually throwing the second Night Slash here. Going ahead and grabbing another shield off of Ao here, right? And he's still going to be able to get 2 Karate Chops worth of damage before this Dunsparce goes ahead and goes down. So he's still going to have energy going into the next match. But Ao responds here with his Shadow for Alligator, dishing out this Hydro Cannon damage, which will ensure the knockout on Pangoro. SS Thorn going ahead and responding by going and shielding. Maybe potentially SS Thorn going ahead and getting a Karate Chop down here. It's going to be very, very close. Does he get it? And he does. This is going to be big damage into whatever is in the back here. Oh, and it's a Sand Slash. This is devastating here. All right. How much damage do we think this will deal, Farid? This is not only going to take out the Sand Slash, this is going to take out the Sand Slash's family for decades. This is double super effective from a high attack fighting type Pangoro. Down goes a Lowland Sand Slash. The Dunsparce is going down very, very quickly to the Karate Chops. Triple weak to Pangoro in that game number 1, and SS Thorn is laughing.
Well, you were talking about taking down the family tree for the whole Sand Slash, right? So, again, maybe that's another word for conditioning in this instance, right? Maybe I was like, I don't want to do that again. I don't want to see my Sand Slash take a close combat from a Pangoro, especially being a Shadow, right? So, SS Thorn maybe conditioning his opponent here, hey, I'm not going to respond with that Sand Slash again. I'm not going to bring in Sand Slash again. So maybe this opens up a little bit of room here. Maybe I am just an Araquanid believer, but maybe this opens up some room here for the Araquanid, even though it has that favorable matchup as well, right? But also maybe the Clodsire potentially here as well, right? Which does seem to have good play into his team apart from that Sand Slash.
Yeah, I think that SS Thorn's obviously in a very good position, but Ao needs to basically not go into full panic stations. That Pangoro, honestly, they don't call the panda the Dragon Warrior for no reason, because he must have thought when he saw that Pangoro come in, this is not fine. This really is not fine for me. The Feraligatr is not an answer to Pangoro. The Shadow Claws are resisted. Pangoro paces a lot quicker. And you tell me, I'm a Pangoro fan. I think everyone after that game has to be one as well.
Oh, 100%. I'm fully... before this match, I was like, you're definitely a Pangoro fan more than I am. But now, honestly, I feel like I'm a bigger Pangoro fan than you now. Seeing that close combat connect, take down the whole family tree, condition Ao to not bring that Sand Slash again, potentially, right? You talk about Pangoro being the Dragon Master. Maybe that's a nice transition also to talk about Dragon types in this meta a little bit, right? Dragon, not too dominant, but it seems to find its way through Pangoro here, even if it doesn't have
Dragons definitely don't want to see Azumarill, which is what
and they definitely do not want to see
here. Azumarill. Yeah. He's gonna, do you know what? I'm not going to play triple wheat to Pangoro. I'm going to bring out the Fairy. And this is a pretty neutral matchup into the Gastrodon. If the Gastrodon can land an Earth Power, that would be very, very good for SS Thorn. Question is, does Ao call it or does he use his shield? He's actually going to let this land.
And like we saw the first game, SS Thorn was able to get that defense fall with the Earth Power, but it doesn't seem to come through here in this match. SS Thorn going ahead and letting this first Ice Beam go, knowing that it doesn't threaten the knockout, knowing that Azumarill also does not have access to Hydro Pump in this match like one of the previous matchups here. SS Thorn reaching for that second Earth Power, getting to it right before Gastrodon is able to get to its Earth Power, before Azumarill is able to get off that Ice Beam, ensuring the knockout here. Both shields on the side for both opponents here, and Owl opting to come in with Feraligatr here, and we see the Araquanid response as well.
Yeah, look at that, Hayden. You called that nib perfectly. The Araquanid is the adjustment that SS Thorn makes. It's able to take this Hydro Cannon from this Feraligatr, and actually there's a shift into the Alolan Sandslash, but I don't know if Owl realizes that the Alolan Sandslash is no better off against the Araquanid than Feraligatr was.
Yeah, no, 100%. This Sandslash is going to be dealing resistant damage all across the board and getting an attack fall with the Bubble Beam. This is going to be absolutely devastating. I'm curious to see, though, if Owl's plan here maybe, potentially, right, with Araquanid having access to that Bug Bite, which is resisted by the Alolan Sandslash because of that Steel typing. I'm very curious to see if Owl will opt to just instead utilize that to his advantage, right? Utilize this damage being dealt to the Sandslash here and actually, with the switch timer, bank with some energy here to utilize later in the match. I'm very curious. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The resistance of the fast attack pressure from the Araquanid, I think Owl was recognised as more important to him. And he's probably, do you know what? He's probably made a call that there might be a Pangoro in the back, but there isn't. It's actually a Shadow Drifblim. So he let the Sandslash go, thinking it might not have play later. Actually, it would have been very, very useful here because look how much these Astonishes are doing to the Shadow Feraligatr.
Right, and it goes back to conditioning, right? Maybe he's like, all right, there's going to be a Pangoro on the back. My Sandslash does not want to see it. It avoided it with the Araquanid, so it's not going to see it in the back. But SS Thorn, nonetheless, adjusting to that Drifblim, being able to use that big-time Astonish damage. And on top of that, a Shadow Drifblim. And on top of that, big damage onto the Shadow Feraligatr, right? So big damage, being able to farm it all the way down, ensure he wins this series here.
And I think what you've just said about the conditioning was really, really key and on show here for SS Thorn. He really showed his opponent in the first game, do you know what? I'm going to lean on charged attack pressure. I'm going to be throwing Night Slash, close combat, back to back. Where do you want to use your shields? And so Owl in that game number 2 goes, do you know what? I don't really feel comfortable using my shields early on in this game because I'm worried about a Pangoro. Do you know what? I'm so worried about it. I'm going to get rid of my Sandslash into a matchup that it really doesn't want to be in. And what does SS Thorn do? He goes, I actually don't need any charge attack pressure. I'm going to go for fast attack pressure in this game. That Shadow Astonish damage against the Shadow Feraligatr in the end game. That's a really nice adjustment for SS Thorn, and he takes game number 2 to win winners round 4.
Yeah, that Shadow Astonished damage was huge. And also, as you had mentioned, saving the shields with that Pangoro threatening. The Pangoro was living rent-free in the head, right? They go ahead and have both shields, leaving that first matchup, right? And then also, as we were saying, it was a little bit of an interesting play to bring in that Sandslash into Araquanid, right? Because it's the Araquanid is resisting all that damage, but also recognizing they brought in that Sandslash to the Araquanid because of the threat of Pangoro in the back. But it was a great adjustment, again, by SS Thorn to go ahead and adjust to that Drifblim, utilize that Astonish damage in the end there, maybe potentially recognizing, hey, the Feraligatr. And we also see a little bit of a strategy there as well, right, from Owl, right? Leading the Azumarill, having the Feraligatr in the back, also having the Sandslash in the back as well. Potentially looking to bait out the Feraligatr bait out the Pangoro with the Feraligatr with those resistant Shadow Claws that are being dealt onto the Pangoro.
Yeah, now we've talked about Shadow Drifblim, we've talked about Galarian Moltres, both as prominent potential flyers going forward with the rise of Ariados. But there is one Pokemon that has emerged that might be a thorn in those Pokemon's side, and that is the newly released Morpeko. Now, we haven't seen any Morpeko yet on stream, but it is a Pokemon that I think is very, very exciting. Do you have any views, Hayden, on the impact of Morpeko on the show 6 meta going forward this season?
Now, you're making me a little bit excited because last time you said we hadn't seen a Miltank, right? And then now you're bringing up Morpeko, so is there some potential that maybe we'll see it in the next match? Who knows? But going back to your question here, the Psychic Fang damage, so the worst thing that the Morpeko can probably see in this meta is probably Clodsire, right? I'm not really going to regard Diggersby in the sense because Diggersby had fallen off of the top 12 actually in usage there. It's gone down significantly. So, well, then also the rise of Marowak. So maybe, you know what, I'll count Marowak in there. But Clodsire, this is a really, really big thing for Morpeko, right? Having access to the Psychic Fangs in order to dish out and debuff the defense and also dish out super effective damage onto Clodsire, which, you know, being an electric type, it has a tough time dealing with that ground typing there. But we're going ahead and we are all queued up for this next match. Our opponent's teams, they're ready to go ahead and battle. I'm searching for the Morpeko, and I see it right here. Morpeko. All right, I'm curious to your thoughts. You asked me about my thoughts.
Yeah, this is just the smooth caster magic that we know. We want a Morpeko. We've got a Morpeko. There is no Clodsire on Jamie McElwain's team. There is an Azumarill, there is a Moltres, there is a Dugong, and honestly, Malamar and Ariados, they can be threatened by Morpeko as well. So Kaye Special, he's known for his use of Heatran. He's got a Shadow Heatran there. He's got a Morpeko as well. And this is a team that Jamie probably wasn't expecting to face when he entered this tournament.
Oh, 100% not. And you see here, just as you had called out, right, Morpeko has excellent play into almost everything on this team, right? The Azumarill, the Moltres, even the Malamar, I would say, right? That Aura Wheel with the electric type and ramping up the attack, it's going to be doing big damage, and it resists the Psywave as well with that dark typing, right? Even though it is electric, it also has the other typing of dark, resisting that psychic type. But actually, do you notice that on the Malamar, it seems as if they are running Psycho Cut instead of that Psywave?
Yeah, I think maybe the players can just double check whether or not it's opted for Psycho Cut or Psywave. You would usually expect Psywave to be the move of choice, but it's interesting. This Morpeko, not only is it able to ramp up, as you say, with the really, really efficient and heavy hitting Aura Wheel, but it's unique in the sense that it also gives Morpeko 3-way type coverage with its charged attacks. It actually has Psychic, Electric, and Dark as its offensive output from its charge attacks that no other Pokemon can boast the same. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Kaye Special takes advantage of that, because even if he's up against that Shadow Quagsire, a Dark boosted Aura Wheel will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, like you said, it gives Morpeko a lot of versatility, right? So when it throws any of its charged attacks, it goes ahead and switches into that hangry mode there, right? So then Aura Wheel, from an electric type in the normal mode, from full belly mode, right? It switches to hangry, and then it becomes a dark type attack, which is a mechanic that we haven't seen here in the Go Battle League yet, or in any tournament yet, right? We have been focusing on this Morpeko a little bit. We haven't quite got to the Heatran yet, but I do want to focus on Jamie's Quagsire here, right? Going back to the talk that we mentioned about the premier ground type in this new meta, right? It seems as if the Quagsire actually has a lot of play here. I like to see it against the Clodsire. I like to see it both against the Heatran and the Morpeko, which are the two standout picks of Cali. So I'm very interested to see if, well, Cali's going to want to showcase the Morpeko potentially, right? Showcase the Heatran potentially, right? So I'm very curious to see if Jamie responds with that Quagsire, but it's probably going to have to avoid the Superior for sure. And then also even the Feraligatr, because it's going to be Shadow and Shadow. And as we mentioned, those Hydro Cannons can be devastating to opposing Shadow Pokemon as well.
Yeah, Shadow Quagsire is going to be very interesting here for Jamie, because when you look at what options Kaye has to respond to the Shadow Quagsire, as you say, the Superior is there. I think that's the obvious one. And you might be thinking, hey, Shadow Feraligator's not bad either. So Jamie goes, well, what do I do to manage those two Pokemon that threaten my Shadow Quagsire? And he actually has two very good options. He's got both that Galarian Moltres and that Ariados, which potentially can do devastating damage to Superior and Shadow Feraligator. So expecting Shadow Quagsire to be called with one or even both of those Pokemon could be the way that Jamie helps protect that Shadow Quagsire and really gets the most out of it.
Yeah, wanting to protect that Shadow Quagsire for sure. Another way to, I guess that this Galarian Moltres looks a little bit more favorable here as well is even against the Clodsire, right? We noticed that they're running Poison Sting, Sludge Bomb, and Earthquake. Now, some trainers at home may be questioning why Sludge Bomb over Stone Edge, right? I believe that Sludge Bomb offers a lot more neutral play. Even though you're dropping the super effective damage onto flying types, you can also double up on Sludge Bomb, right? It takes, what is it? 6 Poison Stings to access that first Sludge Bomb, right? And being able to double up on it, it offers a lot of play. We saw here earlier in one of the previous matches as well, right? The utilization of Malamar banking up to two superpowers, throwing the first superpower, swapping out, having the second one banked, right? That also gives Clodsire the opportunity to do the same, not with superpower, of course, right? But with those two sludge bombs, throwing the first one, potentially swapping and banking the second one, right? Whereas Stone Edge and Earthquake, you are unable to do so with that.
Yeah, and we've spoken very briefly about predicting the future with the team compositions that are coming up, but I'm going to try and make a prediction, Hayden. I'm interested in your thoughts. I think we're going to start to see a shift of Clodsire going back to Stone Edge. And I think that is being invited by the rise in Ariados, by the rise in Dugong, by the rise in Galarian Moltres. And although Sludge Bomb gives you better play into the Azumarill, it might be better to lean on your own Ariados to take out fairy types such as Azumarill and that real Stone Edge pressure. That's a very efficient attack, but that rock typing, perhaps we'll see a shift in Gdansk, in LAIC. I can't wait to find out.
I'm very curious with that position, actually, because I am still a firm Sludge Bomb believer, even against, even you're saying that, Sludge Bomb, it's good coverage against Azumarill, but I also feel as if it's really great neutral play into some of its other counters as well, right? Like the Malamar, dishing out those Sludge Bombs as well at a quicker rate and being able to utilize two, right? More often than not against Malamar, unless it debuffs with superpower, you're going to need two charge attacks from Clodsire anyway, right? So being able to get to those two Sludge Bombs a little bit quicker there gives more of an edge to Clodsire against the Malamar. And we were just talking about Malamar came out on top of this meta, right? The switch timer, it's able to reach those moves so quickly. So I think Malamar is a really great one to cover. But then also, if Morpeko does make an impact on the play Pokemon scene, I would also like to see Sludge Bomb remain as well, being able to get to those charge attacks a little bit quicker because we see how quickly Morpeko can just get to these moves and break down a Pokemon, right? Or we have yet to see it here. Hopefully we see it here, but just in general, in a Halloween Cup especially.
Yeah, and it looks like Kai Special is going to need to use all of his energy to focus on utilizing his Morpeko and Heatran. So we'll just be focusing from Jamie's perspective for these games. The players look like they're locked in, so we're expecting game number 1 to start very, very shortly. I'm excited for these games. Hayden, what do you think we're going to see?
Oh, I'm very, very excited for these games too. Honestly, what I think we're going to see versus what I want to see, I don't really know. I want to see that Morpeko. I want to see that Heatran, right? But honestly, what I think we're definitely going to see the Quagsire from Jamie, right? I think that Malamar, I'm very curious to see if Psycho Cut is intended or if it's going to be Psywave. So I also want to see that as well, right? I think that Ariados, like you had mentioned, does have pretty good play into Cali's team here, right? The Superior, the Azumarill, the Feraligatr, even arguably the Morpeko as well. And we see the Morpeko lead into the Galarian Moltres. This is huge for Cali.
That is a great lead for Kai Special with that Morpeko. Galarian Moltres is staying in. The Sucker Punch is resisted. Going for the catch here. The Morpeko is going to bank that energy, and Shadow Feraligatr is going to come in. So this is not the greatest situation for Jamie in that the Shadow Feraligatr pace is quicker, but it's also, if it does land that Stone Edge, it could be beneficial going into the next matchup.
Perfectly said. I would agree. This is not the greatest situation for Jamie here, and especially the Morpeko, it was able to bank so much energy, and it's just going to keep on unloading, right? It's got the electric type aura wheel, it's got those psychic things. That's going to be crucial here to the end game as well. And obviously
charge attack priority there, that's pretty key, because if this Hydro Cannon takes out the Shadow Quagsire, then Jamie McElwain really needs to readjust and work out how he's going to take out this Morpeko in the end game. The Galarian Moltres, it's not going to be able to Sucker Punch down the Shadow Feraligatr before it reaches an Ice Beam. So where are you using your shields here if you're Jamie?
Honestly, I think this is a great throw, right? You want to make sure that the Ice Beam does not connect, and hopefully this Ancient Barrier takes out for Jamie, at least, right? But nonetheless, honestly, this Morpeko, it's going to be doing really, really good work here in the back. Even if it goes ahead and throws that electric type aura wheel and Jamie's able to catch, it still would be doing tremendous damage. Jamie responding here with his Azumarill, which is actually quite interesting. It gives Ariados a lot of play here to be able to ramp up, right? Getting these Trailblazes, ramping up that attack, right? But then also being able to leave with energy, right? I assume Jamie's going to want to keep on maintaining that high energy. Make sure you have a lunge loaded at all times just in case that Morpeko is able to respond. But I do believe Morpeko is going to be at 2 moves.
I think Kai Special might be resenting the fact that he didn't throw a Psychic Fangs into this Ariados before he switched out. And the reason is, and I think that this is the reason why Morpeko is going to be so exciting to see, is when that Aura Wheel changes typing, after he throws that first attack, he's going to lose access to the electric of the Aura Wheel. So here comes the Morpeko. It's going to win charge attack priority. It has a massive attack stat, but once it lands this first Psychic Fangs, Oh, it's actually gone for an aura wheel. It's gone for the boost, which I think is a smart play. But it no longer now has an electric type aura wheel, and I would expect him to still opt for the aura wheel anyway, because as we might see, it'll still do a ton of damage.
Right, perfectly said there, right? So the aura wheel, it changes type. It's now going to be a dark type attack. I'm curious to see if they'll go for the psychic thing or just the aura wheel. The aura wheel, even though it's going to be resistant from dark type attack, it's still going to do so much damage. So Jamie goes ahead and shields it, but the Morpeko, as we know, has a lot of energy loaded. It's back in the electric mode. It's going to go ahead and be able to reach that aura wheel. How many aura wheels just went off in the last 60 seconds? And I'm also curious, how many times did I say aura wheel in the last 60 seconds? Well, throughout the duration of this match. Very, very quick plays here, and just keeps on constantly ramping up there, and was the key to success for Calais here to win that.
I think that's something that's almost a little bit scary about this Morpeko, right? It changes its aura wheel typing to the dark type when it becomes hangry mode, and yet Jamie was still there in a position where he's like, hold on a minute, I still need to shield this. It doesn't matter that I resist it. It's boosted because Kai Special did something very smart there, right? He actually didn't throw Psychic Fangs into the Ariados. He threw the Aura Wheel because he said, you know what? I'm willing to go for the slightly more expensive attack, but I'm going to come out boosted. And that way, he actually did pressure that shield from Jamie and reaches another Aura Wheel so quickly. Devastating damage.
Yeah, and like you said, throwing that Aura Wheel instead of the Psychic Fang there, I think that was a really good play by Calais here, right? Wanting to boost that attack and even recognizing, hey, if I'm going to switch to dark type mode, I can still throw it and I'm at a boosted attack. Aura Wheel already does a ton of damage. So it doesn't really matter if this is dark type, even though it's going to be resisted from Moltres. Moltres is still going to be threatened to shield here, or else I'm going to be able to ensure that knockout. So Moltres, throws up that shield. Back in electric mode, even going to be doing more damage here, right? Maybe not enough to take out the whole family tree of Moltres, right? But definitely a brother or a sister of Moltres, right? That Aura Wheel doing big damage there. And like we said, just like the insane amount of damage, it's just so key for Morpeko here. And even though it's glassy, it makes up for it in the attack there as well. So this time we see an adjustment to Superior Lead with Ariados. There's a little bit of lag here on the screen, but we'll go ahead and deal with this.
I think this is a smart play from Kai Special. He's basically gone, look, I know how much Morpeko did to you in game 1, and I'm fully expecting you to bring Shadow Quagsire at some point in game 2, so why don't I try and hard read it in the lead, and I'll respond with my Superior. Jamie actually goes for the Ariados, more neutral into both the Morpeko, but also a dominant matchup against the Superior, wins the lead, and he's counter-swapped this Clodsire from the swap, so Jamie's in a good position here.
Yeah, we see the adjustment to Calais with the Clodsire here, actually, which is quite interesting because, you would probably be anticipating that the Quagsire comes through. So the Quagsire for Jamie here looks very good, right? As it does throughout the whole match, but being able to be in such a positive matchup, leave with energy, this is going to be really big here. I am curious, though, if Morpeko is going to be lurking in the back here, right? It seems as if perhaps Callie successfully baited out the Quagsire, right? So that the Morpeko can go ahead and sweep in the back. And this is this is a great play by Callie as well, right? Getting that superior energy on the Superior. The Aerial Ace is still going to be dishing out super effective damage against this Ariados. So potentially a good threat to show. Oh no, but it's a Heatran in the back. Wow. Okay.
He's caught on the Heatran. What I'm enjoying here, Jamie's like, look, guys, I don't have the bandwidth to stream this game properly. I need to focus on these games, and we're all learning what's happening as it's going along. Heatran comes in, takes that lunge. It double resists the lunge, but look how much damage that Ancient Power.
You see the boost?
He's
big
boosted.
Boost. Okay.
Not a fun position for Superior, is it?
This is absolutely devastating. You got the boost, right? Maybe you were looking to strategize a little bit, get that farm down with the Quagsire on Superior. Hey, that Aerial Ace, that Aerial Ace is going to be dealing super effective damage against the Ariados, right? But now it doesn't even matter. The Superior cannot even take out this Galarian Moltres with that double boost there, right? 2 stages in attack, 2 stages in defense. That is absolutely incredible.
Boosted Brave Bird into a red health Superior. Jamie says, go back to from whence you came. Don't come again. Superior goes down. Jamie takes game number 2. It's 1-1.
That is definitely going to knock out, the family tree there. That double boosted Brave Bird hitting that Superior there, right? Great adjustment by Jamie. I really like seeing that Ariados as well, recognizing, hey, I saw Morpeko in the lead last game. Maybe I can withstand an Aura Wheel. Maybe I can withstand a Psychic Fang. So it doesn't matter if Morpeko is going to win that charge attack priority against me if I were to see in the lead, right? It doesn't matter if one of these attacks connects. As long as I can guarantee CMP, maybe grab a shield with that lunge, I'm going to be solid there. So I really, really like that adjustment from Jamie with that Ariados there as well. And then obviously good play with that Moltres, Galarian Moltres in the back there as well.
I'm interested to see how players will opt to play an Ariados into a Morpeko. Morpeko, obviously, it's so fragile. There's no chance it can take a super effective lunge from an Ariados. But the Aura Wheel, right? It paces at the same rate that Ariados reaches lunge, but it does do a huge amount of damage. And if you can land that first one, you might be able to just 2-shield your way and Thundershock through and get your shields back later in the game. So I think it still is a little bit of a risk that Jamie's taking, but he's thinking, do you know what? If I can get the shields down against this Morpeko, then Quagsire can then come in and hopefully deal with any of the damage that Morpeko wants to put out, and then Galarian Moltres can sweep in the back. But we didn't see Morpeko in that game. We saw Shadow Heatran very briefly. What are your thoughts on Shadow Heatran?
Well, yeah, I think that was a little bit too quick of a KO there for some thoughts there on what it did in that match, right? It was also devastatingly met with the Galarian Moltres, right? Being able to do that neutral ancient power damage as well. And the Sucker Punches were doing quite a lot too. I was confused. Did I see Morpeko there or did I see Heatran there, right? Because both of them are so glassy. It was so hard to tell, right? So, the Heatran there, I don't think it did too much there, but I thought that was a really, really good strategy by Kali, right? Baiting out the Quagsire, and making sure that that Heatran was not met with Quagsire. This time, we're seeing a lead from Kali over here. We're seeing the Shadow Feraligatr met with and a bold switch to the Moltres here, met with a Morpeko. This is going to be quite devastating. If Morpeko is also able to get this Aura Wheel off, boosted attack, this is going to go ahead and KO. If this attack comes through and Morpeko KO.
Oh my god!
Big damage! Now its attack is raised by one stage. So even if the Quagsire comes back in, these Psychic Fangs that I assume are going to be let off by the Morpeko are going to be doing big damage.
You don't even need to throw Psychic Fangs here. Now you've got a Dark type Aura Wheel which is boosted, so Quagsire still needs to consider shielding.
Yeah, I assume we're going to go, as we do, right? Jamie goes in and throws up that Protect Shield. If it's a Psychic Fang, this is going to be devastating. No, we see the Aura Wheel, 2 times attack boosted. Now Psychic Fang, even though it's such a little dealing damage attack, it's going to be doing big damage here. Jamie responds by throwing the Aqua Tail before a Psychic Fang or another move is reached by the Morpeko. Excellent choice here, doubled up on the Aqua Tail as well.
Yeah, that is really, really strong there for Kaye Special. And the Feraligatr still had a little bit of energy, reaches the Hydro Cannon before Jamie can reach the Stone Edge. This will do a lot of damage, but the Quagsire should be able to hold on, and the Stone Edge on charge attack priority. Oh, he actually went for the Aqua Tail bait.
Went for the Aqua Tail. I'm very, very curious to see if there's going to be a no shield here. That's going to be devastating. No, a great, excellent bait. Perhaps Jamie is still able to reach another Aqua Tail later on the match. The two trainers do have a charge attack priority right here. Ariados having the higher attack, it's going to go ahead and win that. Get this lunge off first, threaten a knockout with the Trailblaze, or even the lunge at this health on the Feraligatr. So Kali goes ahead and throws up the shield.
And Kaye Special, this will all depend on what Pokemon he's got in the back. He lost charge attack priority there, so will we see a catch attempt, or will he let his Feraligatr go down? Lunge comes through, there is a switch for Kaye Special. What is this landing on? It's a Clodsire!
It's a Clodsire. So big resistant damage from both the lunge here, big resistant damage from the poison stings as well. Even though the Clodsire is taking this attack fall from the lunge, saying, hey, I don't really care about any of this, right? The Ariados is in a range to where Earthquake potentially is going to threaten. Maybe not with these 2 lunges, but nonetheless, you're still going to go ahead and resist that damage. Jamie goes ahead and responds here with the Quagsire. Like I had said, reaches that Aqua Tail, but Kali goes ahead and responds too quick with that Sludge Bomb, ensuring that the Aqua Tail does not go off, and Clodsire should be able to clean up this game here.
Yeah, I think this is a really dominant position for Kaye. He's got access to Earthquake, but let's remember that there's also a Hydro Cannon banked on that Shadow Feraligatr. I wonder if Jamie's thinking, maybe I should have gone for Trailblazers against the Shadow Feraligatr early on and got a lot more damage off against this Clodsire later on in this game. The Clodsire lands that Earthquake. Now, it is double debuff, but the combo play comes in for Kaye Special, and he takes game number 3 to win the series 2-1.
Really good energy management from Kali here, right? Brought in the Feraligatr, has the Hydro Cannon loaded, right? And then also maintaining high energy on that Clodsire as well, right? And the one thing that I do want to focus on specifically in this match was the Morpeko response. Even though Jamie had let the Moltres go down with the Aura Wheel, right? Callie's like, all right, I don't care. I know the strategy is going to be to come back in with that Quagsire. The Quagsire is going to get a lot of farm here. But I'm boosted in attack. I already do a lot of damage. So the Quagsire is still going to be threatened to shield regardless of whatever move I throw. If I throw a Dark-type Aura Wheel, that's going to take out. Probably even if I throw an Electric-type Aura Wheel, that's probably going to take out, right? These Psychic Fames, they're going to be doing big damage. So really, really good recognition from Callie and leaning on that Morpeko again. And it seemed to carry through both of these games, right? Now, I want to say that I think it's no coincidence the two games that Calais was able to win here were both games where Morpeko was a part of the team.
I think it's especially telling when you get your Morpeko lined up against a Galarian Moltres. I felt that the Galarian Moltres safe swap was a little bit bold. Maybe Jamie doesn't have a huge amount of experience playing against Morpeko in the Show 6 format. And Kai Special said, oh, you brought in a Galarian Moltres. Let me show you one of the best counters in the game. Morpeko did a ton of work. Maybe that was Jamie's plan, though. As you said, like he brings the Morpeko out, and then he tries to farm it as much as he can on that Quagsire, hoping that the Quagsire energy can be useful in the end game. But the Shadow for Alligator Clodsire core that we've seen from the very beginning of this max out season was too much for Jamie to handle.
Right, okay. And I want to go ahead and take a look at the challenge bracket here, if we may. One notable matchup that I'm noticing is coming up here is Doonbug versus Out of Pocket. Now, Fareed, this is a battle of the titans right here, right? NAIC 2024 champion Out of Pocket, right? With three-time regional champion last season, Doonbug 97. I believe the most regional wins in a season. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
I think Doombug is, he has accolades pouring out of his ears, and Pocket is no pushover either. He's our current NAIC champion. He's obviously also performed very, very well in the recent regionals this season. And so we've got our teams ready to have a look at here. We talked about Shadow Drifblim. We've talked about Galarian Moltres. Let's see how they fare against each other. We've got Shadow Drifblim on the left for Doonbug 97 and Galarian Moltres on the right for Out of Pocket.
Right, and I do want to call out this Shadow Machamp here. We actually haven't seen that too much in this tournament. We haven't even seen it at all yet in this tournament, right? But I do want to say that the Shadow Machamp looks quite good here, right? Dugong, Pangoro, Gastrodon, Drapion. It seems like it's going to be doing big damage. And again, 4 Karate Chops for that Cross Chop, right? Same pacing as Drapion, right? 4 Poison Stings for that Aqua Tail. So it's going to be getting to those charge attacks very, very quickly. It definitely wants to avoid that Drifblim, but it does have coverage from Stone Edge, and especially being Shadow and Shadow, that Stone Edge is definitely going to knock out Drifblim. Maybe knock out half a brother or sister as well from the Drifblim family there as well, right? But the one thing that the Machamp does want to avoid is Toxapex. But Out of Pocket has built his team so incredibly good, right? We noticed that Out of Pocket, he has access to the Clodsire. He has access to the Quagsire as well, has access to the Moltres, has access to the Dugong. But all of which can dish out good damage against the Toxapex here.
You're right. When you're considering what are your answers to this Shadow Machamp as Doonbug, and how well is my opponent prepared to deal with those answers? So you mentioned Toxapex, and it's like, well, actually, Toxapex really does struggle against Clodsire in particular. It's not great into Ariados, and even Shadow Quagsire can put in a ton of work resisting those poison jabs. And then you've got Gastrodon. That's usually fine against Shadow Machamp because it's a little bit bulkier. It's got that fast attack pressure, but then it's like, well, hold on a minute. I'm up against a Galarian Moltres. I'm up against an Ariados. I don't particularly want to be in those. So why not my Shadow Drifblim? And again, Galarian Moltres, Dugong. Pocket has everything answered. Doonbug might need to rely a little bit on alignment here. Otherwise, that Shadow Machamp can go to town.
Right, we just called out the Shadow Machamp, and it can go to town if it does not get the proper alignment from Doonbug. But also, a really, really strong pick from Pocket here. I want to look at that Shadow Quagsire as well. We were talking about the Stone Edge on the Machamp, but, Quagsire, as we have deemed in this tournament, the king of ground now in this meta, right? Having access to that Stone Edge, still going to be doing good damage against Dugong, still going to be doing good damage against the Drifblim and the Toxapex. But we are leading game 1. I do have to give the edge to Doonbug here, though, with the Pangoro, even though Moltres is a flying type against that fighting type.
Oh, and look at that. That is a swap and a half for Doonbug. But what he hasn't accounted for, perhaps, is that this is a Stone Edge Clodsire. This will do a ton of damage if it lands. He's letting it go. look at the amount of damage that does to this Drifblim. He doesn't even want to land an Icy Wind first, and the problem here now for Shadow Drifblim is that these Poison Stings will actually eventually take down the Drifblim. The Drifblim's going to throw an Icy Wind as it's hit 2. He's going to try and reduce the amount of farm that he gets, but he should be able to take the switch advantage if Pocket doesn't shield this.
Right, and we were talking about the Clodsire moveset, right? Letting that coming in with the Stone Edge here as well seemed to prove really, really well. Pocket actually goes ahead and lets his Clodsire go down and comes in with the Quagsire. I like this energy and what it's going to do for him in the end game, but now Dunebug, all 3 Pokemon are revealed for out of pocket, right? So Dunebug is going to be able to navigate this matchup a little bit more in a clean way, right? He knows what an endgame might look like for him, right? He knows what's in the back, he knows what's in the lead, right? He knows the Galarian Moltres is there, but we still yet to see Dunebug's 3rd Pokemon.
This is a big shield call. Will he call it? Pocket does call the
Oh
Night
my
Slash
goodness.
Bait. It does do a lot of damage to this Quagsire, but preserving his shields for that Galarian Moltres could be massive into the endgame. Now, Shadow Drapion's actually not terrible against Galarian Moltres, but you can't give away too many shields because those Brave Birds land, they will take you out.
Right, and I'm very curious if the Quagsire is going to go ahead and reach another Aqua Tail. Dunebug does not want to risk that, right? He wants to go ahead and throw that move just so Pangoro does not have to take that Aqua Tail, does not have to lose all the energy that it had just ramped up. Good recognition by Dunebug. Pocket here does actually have 2 shields left on the board, right? Drapion and Dunebug still only have 1 shield left on the board. So Pocket has quite a few decisions to make here in the end game, right? Does he want to go ahead and bait? Does he want to go ahead and bait with that Ancient Power, potentially fish with a boost? Does he want to go straight for the Brave Bird, ensure the knockout? And I do believe that this is the correct play, right? Going for the 2 Brave Birds and going ahead and shielding up the remaining 2 Aqua Tails from the Drapion and just hoping that Dunebug does not catch on his Pangoro.
I don't think Dunebug's even going to need to catch here.
Oh,
look at this.
The big damage. Never mind. I said that was the correct play, but debuffing and these Poison Stings, shadow damage from the Drapion, it's coming through and it's going to get that knockout here. Dunebug going to go ahead and break, but he does get the boost, but it doesn't matter. 2 shields left on the board. Pocket going ahead and saving them for the next game. Unfortunately, that boost wasn't enough. If he was able to live 1 Karate Chop there, potentially, there would have been a simultaneous knockout.
Let's have a think about how Dune managed that game there. So he saw and recognized that his Shadow Drapion and his Pangoro had a good amount of play into the Galarian Moltres. And even though the Galarian Moltres had shield advantage, it doesn't know when to shield because the Aqua Tails are coming in so quickly. But Pocket's like, well, hold on a minute. The Pangoro has a close combat. I have to preserve at least 1 shield for that. Dunebug recognizes that Pocket wasn't going to shield the first Aqua Tail, so as soon as it lands and as soon as Pocket throws a Brave Bird and debuffs itself, Dunebug goes, fine, you want to preserve your shields? I'll go for fast attack pressure, commits to the Poison Sting down and takes game number 1.
Right, that was really great recognition by Dunebug, right? Realizing that Pocket's plan there, throw the Brave Bird and then also just try to reach another Brave Bird. Dunebug's like, all right, you're debuffed. I want to go ahead and just go for the farm down there. If I throw any of my charge attacks there, then it's going to open up a little bit more wiggle room for Pocket to secure the win in that match. But Dunebug, great recognition that there were 2 shields on the board still, so his Aqua Tails would have gotten shielded and he also would have given up damage onto his Drapion, right? So really, really great recognition there from Pocket, and also the utilization good recognition there from Dunebug and good utilization from Pocket also on the Quagsire. I did like the play that he had done where even though you're dealing resisted damage with those mud shots onto the Drifblim, he was able to get the Drifblim so low with that Stone Edge from the Clodsire and recognize, I can go ahead and farm this down with my Quagsire.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned the term recognize because I think recognition is such a key for these top players in understanding where their win conditions are. And there are lots of ways to win a match in Pokemon Go. But 2 of the ways are fast attack pressure and charge attack pressure. And Dunebug here lent into that fast attack pressure, took game number 1. Let's see what strategy he tries. Game number 2. Not a great lead for him. Toxapex into Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah, this is looking really, really favorable for Pocket here. I assume that Pocket will likely try, he's going to want to throw the Stone Edge, right? He's not going to want to throw this resistant Aqua Tails. But also this gives Pocket a lot of opportunity to be able to farm up energy and navigate the rest of the match, right? We were talking earlier about how strong Quagsire's energy looked into Dunebug's team, right? But this is exactly the lead that Pocket wants to see. And to be able to bank energy, it's going to be very, very crucial here for the end match. And, not shielding this Brine does very minimal damage.
And there are mind games at play here because this Toxapex is from Dunebug saying, I'm going to play the Zero Shield scenario. I'm happy to do it. What a catch there for Pocket. Pocket recognizes. He goes, hold on a minute. Why would you stay in such a negative matchup? It means my Shadow Quagsire must have play later. Why didn't I go and catch this brine onto my Dugong? Gastrodon comes in for Doonbug, but this looks pretty good for Pocket.
Right, and we were just talking about recognition, right? Pocket's able to recognize my Quagsire. Well, I know my Quagsire looks good against his team. That energy looks so good. But also, in Doonbug staying in a very unfavorable matchup of Toxapex, Pocket's like, wait a minute, yeah, Toxapex or Quagsire is probably going to be very, very good in the back here, right? So responding with that Dugong, catching the brine, neutralizing the energy that Toxapex had just built its poison jabs up for. Pocket able to come in here with the Dugong, and interestingly enough, Doonbug responds with a Gastrodon. I would actually give the edge in this matchup to a Dugong, just because of those icy winds. It's going to be debuffing that attack, but Pocket goes ahead and lets that Body Slam go. He has a plan. He comes with the Moltres. He's going to get a lot of farm down here. He has a lot of energy already loaded on the Quagsire and getting all this farm. Doonbug does leave with a Body Slam and it tries to potentially catch, but Pocket going ahead and farming down all the way. Doonbug not able to reach that brine.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting play there from Doonbug. He goes, look, my Body Slam's not going to do a ton to this Galarian Moltres. Let me try and preserve it and come in with the Toxapex instead. But the Toxapex actually didn't reach an attack against the Galarian Moltres. And if anything, just became almost cannon fodder for those sucker punches. And now these super effective Ancient Powers are coming thick and fast. They do a ton of damage to Dugong. And Doonbug might accept that this is going to be a big uphill climb if he wants to take this game number 2.
Right, great recognition. I was just about to say, Pocket is probably hoping that boost from last game came through this game, and wouldn't you know it, came through right now. So now this is even looking more favorable for Pocket, right? He's going to have that super effective Ancient Power damage, doing even more super effective damage with the boost. Pocket actually goes ahead and swaps out and recognizes that Doonbug was going to respond with his Body Slam right there from his Gastrodon. So he doesn't care about the energy there anymore.
He's caught.
And he knows that he
attack priority catch.
Oh, it was charge attack priority. I didn't even recognize that. Wow, great response from Doonbug, actually. I thought this was intended in Pocket's plan, but Doonbug going ahead and responding, neutralizing that Stone Edge. But Pocket, he still has those 2 shields. I don't know if it's from last match. I don't know if it's from this match. But Pocket still has 2 shields remaining. Should be able to reach this Ancient Power and 2 shield the Icy Wind that's going to be coming through. Hopefully, unless he doesn't reach the move. And he doesn't! Doonbug's able to take it out and win game number 2.
What a game!
Oh my goodness.
Thought that Doonbug was done for. Hayden, we talked about recognizing your win conditions.
How exactly? How?
How?
Oh
but
my
goes,
goodness.
do you know what? You can have as many shields as you want. I am going to commit to the Ice Shard down on my Dugong. That was incredible from Doonbug 97. But out of Pocket his jaw must be dropped. My jaw is dropped. Everyone in chat, what have we just seen?
What did we just witness? Exactly that. Champion on champion here. Doonbug, masterclass play there, right? Recognizing that Pocket still has the energy on his Quagsire, right? Recognizing, hey, I had a really bad lead, right? Toxapex into Quagsire. I don't want to see that. And Pocket utilizing that to his advantage, right? I'm going to bank energy. But then Doonbug also saving his Gastrodon to neutralize all that energy. I thought that was all part of Pocket's plan, right? I was like, all right. He knows that Doonbug's going to come in with his Body Slam right here. Pocket's just going to want to go ahead and neutralize all that energy on his Quagsire and be able to just clean up the game with Moltres, right? He has 2 shields left. But no, they actually charge attack priority. Pocket goes ahead and throws that Stone Edge onto the Gastrodon there at 1 HP too. That was so devastating.
I think that we have been very, very lucky to have had a game like that on stream. I think the viewers have been very lucky. You and I have been very, very lucky to see players of that caliber performing in a way that I genuinely, when we see in chat and you see someone type GG's halfway through a game, that was kind of in your head there. You were thinking, there's nothing Doonbug can do. Making that simul swap, that charge attack priority, which some players don't know that Gastrodon's attack is higher than you might think, right? It's in the 1/110 range and above, and it wins charge attack priority against that Shadow Quagsire, and the Dugong Ice Shard down of that Moltres. I'm going to be honest, I've had that happen to me as well. I've had a Dugong just commit to the Ice Shard down on my Moltres. It's not fun. It wasn't fun for Pocket, but Doonbug, he's laughing his way to the bank because that was such quality play.
That was definitely quality play. And one thing that we haven't talked about yet is actually how you train your Pokemon, right? So Doonbug being able to train his Gastrodon with higher defense there in that situation, or and orchestrate his IVs the way that his IVs in the way that he wants it, right? That was very, very well played by Dunebug, and very, very that was great by Dunebug, right? Being able to hang on 1 HP there with that Gastrodon, utilize that later on in the match, right? I feel like any other Gastrodon probably would have fallen to any of the attacks that were coming through earlier in the match, but no, Dunebug's Gastrodon hangs on, and he utilizes that for a masterclass charge attack priority catch on that, right? We talk about catches, those are great, right? Charge attack priorities, those are great, but to get both of them together, that was really a treat.
Yeah, and we are here on Martine's stream, and I think that there is a very famous example when Martine pulled off that he came in for the sack swap with the charge attack priority tie. Dunebug there was doing exactly the same. It was a massive pivotal moment. I wish we had replays on this stream. I want to watch that over and over. I think that is, as you say, it's a masterclass of Pokemon Go PvP in this max out season, and Dunebug 2-0 in that game, going through to the next round, and I think he'll be up now against Yao Victor in the next round, which is another big game. We're getting to the crunch point in this tournament, in this series, and here we go. Dunebug's going to come straight back up.
Wow, yeah. Okay, and we had a little bit of hiatus for a moment off the Malamar, but it's back in action here with Zhao, right? I do actually, and I'm calling that out because I do actually like the Malamar here, right? I like it against Dugong. I like it against Toxapex. I like it against Gastrodon. But it will have to, and with if it banks up some energy, right, it's going to be good against that Pangoro, right? That super effective, super power damage that's going to be dealt to Pangoro with that Dark type, right? Also, even the foul play coming through on the Shadow Drifloon, Malamar definitely paces quicker than Drifloon does to its charge attacks, right? The one thing I would say that it really, really, really wants to avoid in this matchup is likely the Dropion or the Pangoro in an even shield or in an even energy scenario.
Mm-hmm. Pangoro, actually, surprisingly, I'm somewhat of a Pangoro expert. Pangoro is actually very fine against Malamar. You can actually counter swap into a Malamar and you're usually okay, because your opponents are often invited to bait with the foul play, right? The foul play is more expensive, but if they throw a superpower early, then Pangoro can go for Night Slash. So Pangoro will outpace if you throw superpower early. If you throw foul play, then Pangoro can start going for close combats, and it will still outpace. So Pangoro, in my mind, with shields up, has a very good matchup into Malamar, not so good into Azumarill, Clodsire, and it doesn't really like being up against that Ariados either.
All right, yeah, and I'm very, very curious to see what both the trainers decide to lead in this matchup, as we're going to be heading into game number 1. I assume that Dunebug is also going to lean on his Drifloon, but no, he leads with the Dugong, and it's met by a Clodsire, so very, very good for Dunebug here in this match.
Yeah, that's right. It's one of the benefits of having Stone Edge is that you have a more positive matchup into Dugong. And look at this. If this Stone Edge lands, it's not going to because there's a shield there. But this is, as we've discussed, one of the benefits of having that rock type offensive coverage.
Yeah, earlier I was like, I would prefer Sludge Bomb on my Clodsire, right? I guess there's benefits to both, but we've definitely seen Stone Edge have more of the edge here in the movesets selected, right? A lot of these trainers utilizing Stone Edge to their advantage, and especially what looks like a really, really bad match for Clodsire, receiving super effective damage from the ice type attacks, right? Actually turns into more of a neutral matchup, right? Dugong's not able to farm it down before Clodsire reaches another Stone Edge, and also Stone Edge threatening a KO on the Dugong. So really, really good choice of a moveset here, and recognition that this is a fairly even match for Zhao.
Yeah, Dunebug commits to the shields on the Dugong. It knows that actually I'm also going to get an Icy Wind or a Drill Run off against the incoming Pokemon. So this Dugong has got a lot of value. But chat, I want to know, what do you think about Stone Edge Clodsire? Do you think that it can come back? We've seen a couple of them here. There are still many running Sludge Bomb. But what do you think we're going to see going forwards in this season?
Do we think it's going to come back, or do we think it's never even left? I feel like, very, very, very preference here, as we've seen today on stream, right? Me a Sludge Bomb believer, but then also as people have showcased within this tournament that they believe in the Stone Edge. But this Galarian Moltres, it looks like it has little to no play here, right? All the energy that Zhao was able to get with his Ariados is unfortunately neutralized by the Drifloon, and then swapping into the Galarian Moltres here in response is met with a Pangoro, which is pretty devastating as well, right?
Oh, he's going straight for this Brave Bird, not going to throw the what would be resisted Ancient Power. Doonbug does correctly shield. This is going to get very close now because the Brave Birds are a little bit slower to reach, but Yavictor still has a shield. It's a Night/Bait. So Yavictor calls it! That is massive for Yavictor. That is a brilliant call.
Okay, so Night Slash coming through, doesn't quite get the knockout, and Doonbug goes ahead and throws another move, not wanting to take that Ancient Power, right? Zhao's Moltres here is about to get KO'd, but it does reach a Brave Bird, and he goes ahead and throws it! Doonbug anticipates that he's going to go ahead and swap back to the Ariados, but no, Zhao second guessing, no, Doonbug is going to recognize that he's going to swap. Now this is looking pretty favorable for Zhao. He's going to go ahead and be able to poison sting this down. He has energy loaded. The big damage is coming through from the Drifblim. He almost has 2 moves. He's going to go ahead and throw the lunge on the Pangoro. Will this be enough to KO? It's going to be neutral damage from the fighting type. It's and then also the dark typing here. Will this be enough to take out the Pangoro? And it is great recognition from Zhao here, right? Recognizing, hey, we saw him tap in on that Ariados, and then he paused and he's like, wait a moment, Doonbug's probably going to anticipate this, right? Maybe recognizing that from a previous match, right? Recognizing Doonbug is high on his senses. He knows what to expect from opponents, right? So Zhao is playing chess here, right? He goes 1 move ahead of Doonbug. No, Doonbug's going to go ahead and swap out to that Drifblim. I'm going to go ahead and breach that Brave Bird, so I'm just going to go ahead and stay in. I'm going to throw the Brave Bird and trust that Doonbug swaps to Drifblim, which he did.
I wonder what was going through Doon's head here. Was it a case of, I've over-guessed my opponent, or did he think that his Pangoro was going to take out the Moltres, and that Drifblim necessarily had to come in as soon as possible against the Ariados? It's actually interesting, because I think that Doonbug threw that next Night Slash into Moltres when it didn't need to. By throwing the Night Slash, it actually allowed the Galarian Moltres to get another Sucker Punch through and reach the Brave Bird in the first place. And perhaps if he just accepted that, hold on a minute, I don't really need my Pangoro here, then Drifblim can see out the rest of the game. What I suspect he was thinking, right? What I suspect he was thinking is that the Ariados will come in and snipe the Pangoro, and that the Galarian Moltres will then near one-shot the Drifblim. And I think that that's the situation he was trying to avoid. He was thinking, an Ariados is about to come in, I'm about to be sniped by a lunge, let me try and catch that lunge onto my Drifblim. It didn't work out for him in that game number 1, but I can understand what he was perhaps trying to do. It ended up being his lose con. He needs to make up for it now in game number 2.
Right, okay, we have Dugong leading into Azumarill here. Again, a very, very neutral matchup. Both resistant fast attack damage, but both of them do have a neutral charge attack damage, right? I do have to give the edge a little bit more here to the Azumarill, though, right? It does have that same type attack bonus, play rough access to it, right? With the fairy typing of Azumarill. And the Dugong Drill Run is going to be the neutral move, but it does not have that stab, same type of attack bonus. So we are met with Malamar here, actually. I said that the Malamar here, I really like the energy, but except when it's met by the Drapion. And in this scenario, it is met by the Drapion.
Yeah, it's a bit of a funky matchup, this one, Malamar into Shadow Drapion, because Superpower still does a lot of damage, but Psywave is resisted, and the Crunch, you can see there, it does a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, Crunch does big damage there. And this could, especially with Superpower, right? It's going to go ahead and leave room for Drapion potentially to get a farm down. Doombug, recognizing that the Superpower here is now debuffed, he's going to go ahead and aim to Poison Sting this down, recognizing that the Superpower is not going to threaten a KO on his Drapion here.
I know, and I know we're Halloween, right? But there's not a lot scarier than a Shadow Drapion with this much energy. Even though it's resisted into the Azumarill, you've got the chance of the debuff. The Poison Stings are coming through as well. Doonbug probably is pretty comfortable with this position. He's going to bank a lot of that energy and come back in with his Dugong.
Right, he's going to bank a lot of that energy, realizing that it is not super effective damage, and it could be outputted in a better way in this match, perhaps the back matchup that we have yet to see, right? So Doombug just comes back in saying, hey, I want to get these neutral drill runs off and also neutralize a lot of the energy from Azumarill. One play rough is not going to threaten a knockout. Certainly, the bubbles will not be able to farm me down as well. So Doonbug, great response here with the Dugong as well. And you had mentioned the Halloween Cup. I assume that you were talking a little bit more about the staples of the Halloween Cup, right? The Azumarill, the Drapion, the Ariados. We see a lot of Halloween themed things here in this matchup.
I think it's actually. I think they've done very well with the Halloween Cup at this time because so many of the Pokemon that are popular in the Open Great League also have play in Halloween Cup, as you say. But the Dugong Shadow Drapion core is something that we really need to bear in mind because so many top players are leaning into it, and it seems to be performing. Here's the Shadow Driplim. This is the catch that Doombug perhaps wanted in game number 1. He makes it here in game number 2. Shadow Driplim up against Ariados. This is great for Doombug 97.
Right, I was very curious by the play of Zhao, right? Allowing the Dugong to reach another Icy Wind, which threatened the shield from the Ariados. But now, Doombug being able to respond with this Drifblim, all this energy is neutralized, so it doesn't really even matter at this point. So Zhao comes in, has the Ice Beam banked from the Azumarill, right? Both Drifblim and Azumarill have access to a 3-turn fast attack, so they are doing it at the same duration. Unfortunately, Astonish is not going to be able to ensure the knockout before Azumarill reaches another Icy Wind, so Zhao goes ahead and throws up the shield, has the Icy Wind loaded on the charge attack of priority, looking to KO this Drifblim.
Yeah, this Ice Beam is going to land. It's debuff, but it's super effective against the Shadow Driplim. It'll either get very close, it does take it out, there it is, and the Dugong can come back in. Can it Ice Shard this Azumarill down? Because that is a lot of useful energy. The Drapion then comes in to finish it off. Dugong goes, you know what, I'm actually going to use this energy that I've been storing up for later. Aqua Tail will land against this Ariados, and Doombug looks like he's taking game number 2.
Right, no shields left on the board, no Protect shields left, but even then, Doombug goes ahead and has that energy loaded on the Drapion. He has the energy loaded on the Dugong as well. So not much play there in the end because of the way that Doombug had orchestrated the match, right? Masterclass play, going ahead and banking up all that energy on the Dugong to ensure that he can utilize it somewhere else later on in the match, right? In the beginning of the match, we talked about Azumarill and Dugong, very, very neutral, right? Resisting those fast attacks, doing neutral both from their charge attacks. But Doombug recognizing that, I want to use this damage elsewhere. I want to use this damage on something that it would be more effective against. I want to use this damage something that's going to be more in a way that it's going to be doing more damage as well, right? So good play by Doombug to preserve that Dugong there and recognize that it has a lot of play into the rest of the team and that he wants to use the energy in a better way.
We can recall that this Dugong, Shadow Drapion, Shadow Drifblim is a line that Doombug has lent into before. It seems to be 3 Pokemon that actually synergize quite well. Will he use it again going into this decisive game number 3? Let's take a look.
We see Azumarill into the Drapion, as you had just mentioned. One thing that Doombug enjoys to lean on, but I don't believe we've seen it in the lead quite yet here for Doombug, at least in this series. Previously, we did have the Shadow Drapion on the regular Drapion. But we're going to be going ahead and unloading a Crunch here. Potentially fishing for that debuff, right? This will easily flip this more in favor of Drapion, right? If it's able to get the debuff from Crunch. Is it able to do so? It does. The debuff does come through. These Poison Stings would have been doing more damage, and also the Crunch would have been doing more damage, but Doombug goes ahead and responds, catches the play ref over on his Dugong, saving some health, saving some energy on his Drapion.
So I was just about to say that the way that I like to play this matchup is to get a little bit of damage off against the Azumarill and then try and catch onto your Dugong, delay the switch timers a little bit, and then you can start debuffing whatever comes in next whilst you still have energy on your Shadow Drapion in the back. Question is, what's the third Pokemon for Doombug? Is it going to be that Shadow Drifblim that we've discussed? If it is, then this could be a pretty good position for Doombug.
Yeah, good recognition from Zhao here. Also, banking up so much energy right when Doombug was able to reach the next Icy Wind, he recognized, all right, I got to throw that move. It's going to ensure the knockout here. Now, Zhao is debuffed again. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu because last game, Malamar was debuffed. Doombug was able to farm down with his Drapion. However, Zhao has a little bit more energy and a little bit more health this time, so I'm very curious if he could fish for another superpower. Doombug recognizing that was a possibility, so he goes ahead and throws that Aqua Tail right there.
Hayden, did you notice that there's actually a Pangoro in the back for Doombug 97? So he wanted that Azumarill to come in. The Azumarill doesn't come in. Now, this is going to be a little bit tricky for Pangoro because although it has 2 shields, it's not doing a lot of damage to the Azumarill. One advantage that it does have is that it will reach attacks a lot quicker. So I'm expecting 2 shields to come up here for Pangoro and eventually to switch out. But Galarian Moltres with shields down is also pretty potent.
Yeah, that is true. But unfortunately, the Azumarill does not have enough gas in the tank, it seems here, right? The Azumarill does not have enough energy, but also, yeah, no energy was banked earlier on in the match, so not going to be able to reach a second move here, I do not think. And if that
fishing
is
for
the
a
case,
boost.
Fishing for a boost, yeah. If that's the case that Azumarill's not able to reach another move, then Doomboy is going to be sitting comfortably, right? He's going to go ahead and be able to have energy against this Moltres and not have to worry about the Moltres reaching a Brave Bird.
Oh,
so Doombug goes ahead and neutralizes the Azumarill, yes.
Because this Galarian Moltres, it's not going to have a comfortable time trying to Sucker Punch down. It's double resisted. So this is a big decision. Do you shield? He actually is going to draw the shield, and he could potentially double close combat now.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very threatening position. Keep in mind, though, I was going to say that Zhao does have the catch available to him, but Doombug actually goes ahead and catches the Ancient Power here. I'm not sure if Zhao recognizes how much health is actually left on this drop-in. Will it be able to reach an Aqua Tail? It already has an Aqua Tail loaded. It does not matter. The Aqua Tail coming through. Zhao recognizing that the close combat's obviously going to be doing way more damage here, saving that last shield that he has for the close combat coming through. Able to get a little bit of farm down here. And very curious to see how this is going to play out.
He's gone for another bait. He doesn't want to debuff himself yet. Zhao calls it, but this is going to get close now because Doombug still has a little bit of work that he has to put in because the Azumarill's not down yet. The Azumarill's gone down, but there was no Azumarill. It did go down.
There was no Azumarill. I thought there was still a little bit of Pokemon there. So I was like, oh, interesting play. Okay, he lets all the energy get neutralized, but conceding the match there, recognizing I got no Pokemon left. Doombug masterfully played that Pangoro and was able to get all that energy to navigate him through the rest of the match.
Yeah, very, very difficult when we've covered the backlines with those Giratina stock Martine images there. We were wondering, hold on a minute, is there a catch available for Yao Victor? No. Pangoro, the amount of energy that it went into that matchup, it doesn't matter that it had fewer shields. The close combats, the threat of the close combats was really potent, and then the catch of the Ancient Power, I think, sealed it for Doombug, winning this series 2-1.
Right, I think we've had a really, really good showing from Pangoro. At least the times that we've seen Doombug on stream, right? We saw him back to back. We saw him utilize that Pangoro, right? We also saw another trainer utilize Pangoro as well against that Alolan Sandslash. Do you remember that matchup where he conditioned the opponent to stop bringing that Sandslash, or conditioned the opponent to bring the Sandslash into the Araquanid because he was so scared of it facing that Pangoro?
SS Thorn versus Owo, wasn't it? Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, SS Thorn versus Owo. So very, very good plays from the Pangoro here. It's not something you see too frequently, I feel, at least in the play Pokemon scene. It always seems to find its way into day 2 by the trainers who can masterfully navigate Pangoro, right? But correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't think it's ever been on the top 12 usage.
Pangoro has not been on the top 12 usage. It's probably why it's one of my favorite Pokemon. I think it does have a ton of play in the current meta. Unfortunately for it, Annihilape is and Primeape actually are on the horizon, which isn't great for Pangoro. Pangoro is my favorite Pokemon, and no other Pokemon is my favorite Pokemon. So that is a very sad day for me.
Yeah, I need to do some brushing up on my Pangoro skills after this for sure, because I've never utilized Pangoro in the Go Battle League. I've never utilized it in an official play Pokemon tournament. But seeing the great plays that Pangoro has offered today, seeing you talk so highly of Pangoro as well, I gotta give it a try. But that also does a cheeky little plushie there as well. But the talk of Pangoro also does circle back to the normal type discussion that we were having earlier, right? The Dunsparce falling a little bit in usage there. Diggersby also just falling off the whole top 12 usage as well. And Licky Licky and Miltank never even getting a chance to get their foot in the scene there on the usage at all, right? So with the rise of Pangoro, maybe even seeing the trainers utilize Pangoro today to their advantage and utilizing it to navigate them through a match and carrying them through the whole match as well, I would like to see Pangoro get a little bit more usage, and in turn also that would likely mean those Diggersby and the Dunsparce also continue to decrease in usage.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Diggersby reduces in usage. As we saw in Louisville, there was that rise of the Shadow Kanto Marowak. And I think that we've got a Shadow Kanto Marowak coming up very, very soon in this next game. And we have Emmy Weedle against LNDS Oreo.
Right, so I do not believe that we've seen LNDS Oreo today play on stream, but we have seen ME Weedle play here on stream today as well. So we noticed that Emmy Weedle had adjusted, if we remember, playing against Little Sparty, had adjusted that Ariados into the superior in that game 3, right? Conditioning Little Sparty to bring in that superior and thus Emmy Weedle was able to respond with Ariados. There's no superior on the side of LNDS Ario here, but Ariados still looks quite strong, right? I would say neutral play into the Moltres, right? It still can be dishing out neutral play against Marowak as well with the 2 lunge to take out, or also the super effective Trailblaze. Good play into Azumarill and Dugong as well. So it wants to avoid potentially the Ariados on Clodsire action, but interestingly enough, Emmy Weedle's Sandslash also looks really good here to respond to those 2 threats, right? The 2 main threats, the Ariados and the Clodsire that his own Ariados is threatened by. But also, no fire type on the side of LNDS Arios. I almost said LNDS Ariados here, right? Both trainers running Ariados, getting a little confused.
Yeah.
It might be by the end of this match, exactly. But no fire type to note on LNDS Arios side, right? So Ariados and Sandslash maybe looking like a very comfortable core to be able to be played.
I think these teams are both very reflective of the meta and the team compositions that we've seen very recently in the Play Pokemon circuit. The Shadow Kanto Marowak there from LNDS Oreo has a ton of play into Emmy Weedle's team, and Emmy Weedle will need to be thinking, my Shadow Feraligatr, my Azumarill, on paper they look very, very strong, but I have seen that Shadow Kanto Marowak, if it wants to, can 2-shield Mud Slap through them. So let's have a look at what strategies these players take. We've got game number 1 coming right up.
Right, and we notice LNDS Oreo utilizing a cheeky little Morpeko, which we've seen one time today. I'm curious how that little guy's doing, but we see him having a Morpeko onesie on here, right?
Okay. It looks like LNDS Oreo is currently going through a name change. He really likes the LNDS Ariados that you've suggested. So whilst we wait for him to work on that, we can take another quick look at these Galarian Moltres here, because they've both opted for different ice types to respond to opposing Galarian Moltres. A number of Dugong. We've seen a number of Alolan Sandslash. Hayden, have you got a preference? Which would you go for?
Well, in this specific scenario, I think I'd have to give the favor to the Dugong here, especially just because the Marowak is doing good play against the Sandslash, right? With Marowak rising in usage in this meta, the Mud Slaps are still going to be doing super effective damage to Sandslash, right? Because of that steel typing, whereas Dugong has water and ice typing instead. So it's only going to be doing the only super effective damage from Marowak that's going to be coming through on the Dugong is the Charge Attack Rock Slide. And that's another thing that I wanted to kind of loop back a little bit to, right, and discuss. You had mentioned Marowak previously, right before we were about to lock in, and it does have a lot of play here, and even against the Moltres here, right? Now you would think that Gastrodon is able to threaten the Marowak, but that is the case. It is able to threaten the Marowak, but you would think even more so because of the water typing that Gastrodon has. But do not be confused. Gastrodon, in this current moveset, it does not have access to a water type move, which would be doing super effective damage to Marowak, right? So it offers Marowak even a little bit more play, right? Even against the Feraligatr being Shadow, maybe a potentially farm down situations, right? Racking up on that energy, farming the Marowak or farming the Feraligatr all the way down with that buffed Mud Slap. So his energy is able to be utilized from the Marowak throughout the rest of the game, which it does look fairly good into everything except for that Azumarill.
I've got a very quick story about Gastrodon and its access to water type attacks, because just before Leal, I was building a blue Gastrodon because Lou the Pikachu told me that my pink Gastrodon that I had used at Louisville the week before was unacceptable. And I was like, do you know what? Fine. I traded over 60 blue Shellos with 9 different people when I arrived at Leal, because I was like, I have to bring a blue one. Lou's not going to be happy. And I was stuck with Water Pulse for 18 charged TMs. 18 charge TMs it took me to get rid of it. But they don't have this problem. We've got the blue Gastrodon up against the Shadow Kanto Marowak here in this first game of Winners Round 5.
And this is the matchup we were exactly just talking about, right? The blue Gastrodon, but also not having access to those water type attacks, which unfortunately for Reed was stuck with, that water pulse, those 18 charge TMs. But nonetheless, in this matchup, that does not matter. It is not affecting the Gastrodon in this match. Both having access to the Body Slam and the Earth Power like I'm sure Emmy Weedle had intended. The first charge attack is coming through here. Emmy Weedle going with a bait, a Body Slam that will not threaten a knockout on Ario's Marowak here, but Ario throwing up the shield and Emmy Weedle successfully getting that bait.
Yeah, now this is a big decision for Emmy Weedle. He is going to shield. He has access to that Earth Power, which will take down the Shadow Kanto Marak if he wants to. It's actually been caught onto the Dugong, but this isn't actually terrible for Emmy Weedle, right? Because Earth Power is still your most efficient attack, your most damage dealing. So this is an okay position, I think.
Right, most efficient attack, and especially bringing in the Azumarill here, right? The Azumarill, even though this is, as we've said countless times throughout this tournament, this is a fairly neutral match, but that Earth Power actually leaves us definitely more in the favor of Azumarill, and it also gives Emmy Weedle a lot more play, right? Emmy Weedle is able to bank up on these charge attacks and have them for the rest of the game as well. So I expect to see a play rough being thrown here. It's not going to threaten the knockout. Emmy Weedle will have to throw another move to knock out this Dugong, but in chipping it with the Earth Power, which I assume wasn't really intended, but is working out in the way that working out in the Emmy Weedle's favor. This is definitely looking good for Emmy Weedle, being able to bank up on those charge attacks.
Yeah, I think whenever you can prevent an opposing Dugong from going for Icy Wind against you, then that's not too bad. I guess the difficulty here is that even though that Earth Power landed, Emmy Weedle is still forced to use 2 attacks to take out this Dugong, which means that a lot of the damage of that Earth Power actually wasn't particularly helpful in practice. The Ariados comes in. Maxwell's going to come in with the Sand Slash. It's going to take all of this damage absolutely fine. And let's remember that Kanto Marowak is very low on health in the back for LND Osorio.
Yeah, the Kanto Marowak is very low on health. It does have some energy banked up. He actually tries to do a quick swap here and bring in the Kanto Marowak, or maybe just potentially fishing for that Mud Slap damage to assist the Ariados a little bit. He does throw up the shield, and knowing that he's going to go ahead and reach the Bone Club, getting the most Mud Slap damage that he can. Great recognition from Ario here, actually, recognizing both the health on his Marowak, right, but also recognizing that the Sand Slash is not going to be able to reach a move if he continues to do Mud Slaps. So now Marowak
this
going
is
down.
very interesting, right? Because this Alolan Sand Slash is debuffed, okay? And the Mud Slap damage from that Shadow Kanto Marowak has put it in a range where an attack from the Ariados will be enough. So Maxwell's going to try and clear that debuff, come back in with the Azumarill, which has an Ice Beam loaded. This could near knock out this Ariados, or at least take it very, very close.
Yeah, it's not quite going to knock it out, but this actually works more in favor to Emmy Weedle here, right? Able to get an extra bubble, but it did not matter. There was no Pokemon left for Ario here, so even getting that extra Poison Sting, energy for the next game at that point, right? No Pokemon left to use that on. But even though Emmy Weedle does come out victorious for this specific game here, the first game of this match, I do want to call out Ario's play there at the end with that Marowak. I thought that was very, very great, recognizing that the Sand Slash was not going to be able to reach a move, maximizing the amount of Mud Slaps that the Marowak is able to get before being KO'd, and also in reaching that move, Bone Club.
Yeah, I think it was really impressive the way that he goes, hold on a minute. If I lunge first, okay, even though it's resisted, I actually make it more difficult for Emmy Weedle to just Powder Snow my Shadow Kanto Marowak down. And because it took longer, we saw more Mud Slaps coming through. Now, Emmy Weedle is running the non-Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, and if he were running the Shadow variant, then those Mud Slaps would have done a ton of damage and maybe even taken out the Alolan Sand Slash before it was able to take out the Shadow Kanto Marowak. But Emmy Weedle takes game number 1. What adjustments are you expecting to see from the players going into game number 2?
Honestly, I expect Emmy Weedle to still utilize that Gastrodon. A lot of neutral play here. Perhaps Ario recognizing that hey, maybe Emmy Weedle is going to respond with the Gastrodon, keep it in the match. I would like to see Ario actually utilize his Galarian Moltres. If he can smartly build a team, potentially even what we would call an ABB style, right? Baiting out the Sand Slash with the Marowak, potentially, right? So that the Galarian Moltres is key to win.
You got it.
Galarian Moltres in
the future, you know, you've called it exactly right. But it's actually Emmy Weedle that's got the Galarian Moltres, a hugely beneficial lead into that Shadow Kanto Marowak, and LND Osorio responds with Ariados and goes straight for that lunge.
Right, we don't entirely know if Ario has like Galarian Moltres lurking in the back there. I anticipate that Emmy Weedle is going to want to stay in, unload a Brave Bird, threaten a shield here, or even an Ancient Power, potentially fishing for a that boost here that we saw Pocket get 2 times. Pocket got that 2 times earlier. Going ahead and undercharging as well, maybe knowing that he's just going to go ahead and throw up that shield. Emmy Weedle staying in, potentially also not having a favorable matchup against this Ariados in the back right. Maybe having an answer for that Marowak as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Weedle has a Gastrodon in the back, and so he thinks, do you know what? Yes, Galarian Moltres has a positive matchup into Shadow Kanto Marowak, but I don't have a ton of answers for the Ariados, because Galarian Moltres does have a good matchup here. I'm happy to just stay in. But these lunges and these poison stings are doing a lot here.
Yeah, they're definitely doing a lot of damage, and again, really, really great awareness from LND's Aereo, right? He's able to recognize the Galarian Moltres is about to reach a move, even though I'd win Charge Attack priority. I also don't want to be threatened by another Sucker Punch there. So really, really great recognition to throw when he did. Now, Weedle here responds with the Azumarill. Typically, this is not a matchup that Azumarill would want to see, right? It doesn't want to see itself on the Ariados, but it's so low that this is really, really great recognition by Weedle to bring in the Azumarill, try to get a little bit of farm there. And now he also is ahead of the game here on energy against the opposing Azumarill that he is faced with.
Yeah, but he did take that Trailblaze, which did do a ton of damage to Weedle. So Weedle probably has something in the back that is comfortable against that Shadow Kanto Marowak, which is why he's willing to stay in with his own Azumarill here. But let's remember, he does have a shield as well. Weedle possibly is in the driving seat, depending on what he's in the back, and I'm going to assume that it's a positive matchup, given that he's staying in, as we say.
Yeah, if the predictions are correct, Gastrodon in the back, maybe for Weedle, and able to clean up this game here nicely. Going ahead and having the Azumarill here, it's getting quite low. LNDS Oreo going over again on energy, and great recognition again of the energy that Weedle has on his Azumarill, throwing right before Weedle is able to reach a move.
My money's on Feraligatr.
There it is. There it is. The Feraligatr. All right.
Had a feeling.
Perfectly called. There's a lot of future reading here today. A lot of predictions going on. He attempts to make a catch, but fails, unfortunately. The Marowak, this is going to be devastating. Shields are down. Shadow and Shadow. This Hydro Cannon is going to be enough to knock out the Marowak, not going to knock out the next Marowak, and Weedle is going to be able to secure game number 2.
Yeah, that was really...
Oh, there's still the Azumarill left.
Still the Azumarill, but that Shadow Feraligatr, we've seen the potency that Weedle loves to take advantage of with his Shadow Feraligatr, especially when it gets any kind of energy advantage. And I think that it makes a lot of sense, right? So he led his Galarian Moltres, and he thought to himself, look, if I see a Pokemon that I don't want to see, like an Azumarill, for example, then I can come in with a Shadow Feraligatr, because Shadow Feraligatr is actually very fine against an Azumarill, particularly when shields are up. So when we saw that Ariados come in, and there was no counter swap from Weedle, there was a part of me that was going, oh, is he double water in the back? And so he was so fine versus Shadow Kanto Marowak for the whole game. Once he got the Ariados down, once the Azumarill was going down as well, Weedle always must have felt that he was in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and that was really, really good team building there by Weedle, right? Knowing that his Azumarill doesn't want to see the Ariados, right? Knowing that the Feraligatr doesn't want to see the Ariados. So instead of technically baiting out the Ariados in that situation, right, he recognizes with his Moltres, I have a positive lead. I'm going to go ahead and stay in this match and potentially get Ario here to drawing out the Ariados. And which is exactly what happened. The Ariados did come out in response to the Moltres. And Weedle was able to clean up the game from there.
And this Galarian Moltres, we've seen so many different styles of play with Galarian Moltres. We've seen players that have opted for that Sucker Punch fast attack pressure, players that are going straight for Brave Bird, players that are opting for Ancient Power and actually conceding the switch there, as Weedle did. He didn't opt to protect the Galarian Moltres up against the Ariados when he could have. So Galarian Moltres, it's not actually the easiest Pokemon to use, because when you do throw that hard-hitting Brave Bird, you debuff yourself and potentially create a farm down situation for your opponent.
Right, and we've seen that time and time again throughout today, and a lot of trainers are utilizing Galarian Moltres. Now, Fareed, I do have to ask you, do you have access to a Galarian Moltres?
So, Hayden, you must have not watched my recent originals, because I've actually been using a shiny Galarian Moltres.
Oh, okay.
And in Leal, and it is a gorgeous shiny. I have to say, one thing that I feel a little bit guilty about is that because the colouring of the shiny looks like the normal Kanto Moltres, there have been a couple of games where my opponent is thinking that I've swapped in a fire type Pokemon and immediately counter swapped a Feraligatr, which Galarian Moltres actually has a positive matchup against. And then they've instantly gone, oh, I saw red and thought fire, so I went water. And I've been like, oh, that's the game, I guess.
Yeah, well, we're talking, like the Talonflame usage has gone down, right? Especially in response to Galarian Moltres. No fire types in this meta, but maybe Galarian Shiny Moltres is the fire type in disguise, right? Able to take out those other fire types as well. And I've definitely been confused as well by the shiny color there. So maybe my name is opponents because definitely I've been confused by it before, as you had said. So let's go ahead and take a look at the.
One Pokemon that we don't like to see if we're a Galarian Moltres user, that is the Morpeko. We've seen it before, we're about to see it again. We've got Kai Special up against WP Genjiner.
Right, and this Morpeko continuing to progress its way through this match. So if it hasn't proved or progress its way through this tournament, so if it hasn't proved strong enough yet, it's on round 5, right? A bunch of trainers have been knocked down to the losers bracket in this tournament. Morpeko's still on top. Now, maybe I'm discrediting Heatran here, but I would still give the advantage here and all the credit to Morpeko instead of Heatran. Maybe we see Heatran do something in this game, though, because looking at Genjinir's team, right? Good matchup against that Sandslash, good matchup against that Ariados, good matchup against that Malamar, surprisingly, actually. And also, potentially even against the Moltres if we can get an energy advantage, but it is going to be met by the Azumarill and the Quagsire. So I could definitely anticipate seeing Quagsire leaned on a lot in this match. Maybe Azumarill, maybe Malamar, maybe a situation where Quagsire's in the lead, baiting out potential superior with. Oh, never mind. I was going to say baiting out Quagsire or baiting out a superior with like Azumarill or Malamar, but then they would be ABA weak, as we would call it, to that superior. So maybe not.
Yeah, and I think it's very impressive. We've got to give almost some plaudits to Kai Special for getting as far as he has here in winners round 5, using a Shadow Heat round, which, if we're entirely honest with ourselves, is not a brilliant core partner for that Morpeko, right? It also takes super effective from ground, takes super effective from fighting, and so there aren't as many responses to Shadow Quagsire on Kai Special's team as there maybe could have been if Morpeko were arguably better protected. So, as you say, Shadow Quagsire for WP Genjiner is expected to be seen. The question is, can Kai Special line up the Superior, the Azumarill, or the Feraligatr up against it in a way that can protect that coveted Morpeko that we definitely want to see here?
Well, if my memory serves me correctly, I believe Kai was actually able to bait out a Quack. They did play against a Quagsire earlier, right? I believe they were actually able to bait out the Quagsire with their own Clodsire. Unfortunately, they did have Heatran in the back in that instance of that game. Mm-hmm. If it was Morpeko, maybe a little bit more of an edge there. But we have seen the strategy before of baiting out the answer to Morpeko and utilizing Morpeko in the back. So maybe we see some of that this game. I do also really, really like the Azumarill on Kai's side, right? Galarian Moltres, Malamar, opposing Azumarill, Sandslash, Quagsire. Really, really good play, which makes the Ariados responsive. So Ariados also looks quite good here as well, right? As we said, Morpeko is a glass cannon. So one lunge, it's going to be lights out for that Morpeko, right? And especially with the Morpeko Azumarill pairing, Ariados would be able to navigate its way through that pairing there.
Yeah, I think that the Shadow Feraligatr is possibly one of the safer picks here. Let's see if Kai Special leans into it. We've got game number 1 coming up now.
Yeah, game number 1 coming up now. I'm curious to see if, well, there's the Quagsire and there's the Morpeko. But with the Morpeko in the lead, this is not the matchup that I want to see. But potentially, maybe after swapping out, getting some farm advantage, getting up on energy there, and being able to utilize the Aura Wheel once it changes typings. But interesting enough, Kai is actually deciding to stay in this matchup and actually committing a shield here. Maybe looking to get a Psychic Fang off, change forms, maybe looking to just boost the attack with Aura Wheel. I'm very curious to see how this is going to play out. And to catch the tail.
He does go for the cut. I mean, this is risky play here, and I don't think WP Genjiner will be too pleased with himself allowing this Aquatail to get caught, but he needs to now keep in his mind how much energy does that Morpeko have. Comes in with the Ariados, and they are going to go for charge attack priority, which Ariados will win. This Shadow Feraligatr will go down. It's going unshielded. Ariados now has a good position because the Quagsire is still there as well. The Morpeko's going to go straight for this Aura Wheel. I want to see how much this does. Do you know how much this does, Hayden?
Maybe even knocks out. It's gonna go unshielded, so we're gonna find out right now. Big damage, and that's neutral. That's neutral. And now the attack is raised. So even though we are down a shield, Quagsire is dry on energy here. And now it is entered hangry mode. Dark type aura wheel coming in. Last second goes protected. I was very nervous that was going to go unprotected there. But the attack is now 2 times raised, potentially able to reach a psychic fangs. Oh, go reaching for the aura wheel, able to reach it. If this goes unshielded, even though this is resistant damage, this will take out the Quagsire. Does the shield go up? It does not go up. Big damage! Oh my goodness!
Thing! Guys, if you're watching at home and you are disrespecting Morpeko, that is crazy amount of damage. He resisted, but was it triple boosted by that point or double boosted? Either way, that was a ton of damage.
Yeah, that was big damage there. And look, exactly like how we had talked about before this match had queued up, right? Leaning on that Ariados on the side of Jangnir, right? Realizing that Ariados is really strong. And also calling out that Kali was able to utilize Azumarill and Morpeko, get the Ariados on the field out of the way so Azumarill does not have to see it with that Feraligatr. Really, really good team building. And now, obviously, the Azumarill, it's meeting the Malamar. And this is such a strong matchup for Azumarill.
It's almost laughable, right? That Genjin is probably sat there thinking, "Hey, look, it's the electric type now, so my ground type's going to be absolutely fine." And then he sees that damage coming through, thinking to himself as fires are burning in his kitchen, "This is fine, this is fine." And Malamar, met by that Azumarill, play rough lands and takes it out. And Kaie Special takes game number 1.
Definitely fires burning in the kitchen because someone did not cook properly that game. That Morpeko able to utilize the attack boost from the aura wheel, but also the big damage that aura wheel also dishes out, right? We saw a neutral aura wheel. It wasn't even boosted yet. And it took out the Ariados from what? That was like 80% health. That was really, really huge.
Yeah,
it ramped up on attack. Changed to hangry mode. So now, obviously, neutral damage on that Quagsire. Quagsire has a shield. It's boosted attack. It's doing neutral damage. And Quagsire's Shadow. It's definitely going to take out. But then Jangnir's thinking, all right, so they utilize the dark attack. I throw out my shield. Fine by me. Now it's an electric type attack. But even then, Morpeko now double boosted by Aura Wheel. That electric type attack, still from a very, very healthy Quagsire, it was able to take out. And it looks like opponents are almost locking in. Team, a little cheeky team preview there, but opponents were about to lock in there.
Yeah, and I think that one of the most exciting things about Morpeko, not only is it very unique in the way that it operates, but it also invites a different element of skill from players. And I think when we saw Morpeko staying in against that Shadow Quagsire, many of us, me included, thought, oh, this is an interesting way to play this matchup. And let's see if Kaie Special does the same thing again. Does he stay in? Does he go for the catch? Because fool me once, says WPG Engineer, fine, but fool me twice, then I don't think that we're going to see a catch come through again, but let's not speak too soon.
Well, if you notice that there, it was very, very brief, but Engineer actually waited a turn for the attack of Thundershock to come through from Morpeko to ensure a catch wasn't there. But then he just gets the catch again. The second Aqua Tail, the same play as last time. But I am curious if it's going to be responded to with an Ariados, knowing that Morpeko also just ramped up on energy again. Ariados again. Are we watching the same game? Are we watching a replay right now? It's the exact same thing as last time. I'm very curious to see if it plays out any differently.
I think WPG Engineer, he's not interested in proverbs. You can fool him as many times as you want. Maybe he's adjusted with a different strategy.
And it lives calling the lunge.
Hangs on because it was a lunge instead this time.
Yeah, lunge instead this time. Actually hanging on. So now I'm curious to see if Kali here will still opt for a Aura Wheel, or if they'll just go for the second things. No, Aura Wheel. They want to ramp up that attack. Engineer is going to go ahead and let this go. Same shield scenario, same amount of energy left on Cloud's as last time. I'm curious, there's the Sand Slash in the back this time. I'm curious if there's going to be the Azumarill on the back this time as well. So going ahead and unloading this Aura Wheel, big damage. Probably going to see a shield here, and we do.
This is the incredible thing, though. What do you do? Because you know there's another Aura Wheel coming through. You can't catch it. You just have to shield again. You have to give both shields to this electric-type Pokemon that your ground type should have such a dominant match into. And Azumarill will now be able to come in with a shield advantage, which is where Azumarill loves to be.
Oh, interesting enough, they're still tapping there and just letting their Morpeko go down. I would have liked to see that potentially as a catch option for Kaye here, but we're going to ahead and see if the Stone Edge does come through. Kaye going ahead and throwing that last minute Protect Shield up. On top of Protect Shield as well earlier in that match, you notice how the Quagsire immediately threw up that Protect Shield on the electric aura wheel there. Recognizing last game, they were like, no, I'm not going to let this attack come through again. That was big damage, even if it was resisted. But nonetheless, Genjineer able to reach that Stone Edge, and this is looking quite devastating for Kaye here. Very curious to see how this endgame is going to go ahead and play out. I don't believe that Azumarill is quite in a drill run range, but also Sandslash here, being non-shadow, these play roughs are doing less damage.
I think it's a really nice adjustment, a really smart adjustment from Genjineer, recognizing that if he leads the Quagsire and has the Alolan Sandslash in the back, then he's got a lot of play into the Morpeko, but Sandslash also has the added benefit of sponging this Azumarill damage. So this looks pretty good for Genjineer here. Quagsire still has a little bit of energy, and this Sandslash isn't going down anytime soon.
Yeah, like you said, Sandslash is not going down anytime soon. As I had mentioned, being a normal type, or not a normal type, I'm sorry, excuse me, but not being a shadow type, right? It's way bulkier. These play roughs are doing way less damage than they would against the shadow Sandslash. So able to hang on against these charge moves, and Genjineer tying up the score, taking this to a game number 3.
So this is now an opportunity for both players to adjust based on the information that they've taken in from those first 2 games. We saw that Kaye Special went for a very similar strategy. He doubled down. Meanwhile, Genjineer already made that adjustment into Sandslash for game number 2. Will Kaye triple down? Will he think, do you know what, there's no way that Genjineer leads a Shadow Quagsire again? It's a risky play. I've been at the receiving end of that kind of misplay before, so let's see if Kaye Special will adjust going into this game number 3.
Well, let's flip that scenario, right? So potentially maybe even Genjineer is like, there's no way he's going to lead Morpeko 3 times, right? Brings in the Moltres, right? It can go either which way for these trainers. I do expect Kaye to still lean on that Morpeko. As we have seen, it's done great things for Kaye, especially in that first match, right? And just unloading those aura wheels, getting the shields down in all these scenarios. It's been really, really impactful here. I would actually like to see an adjustment from Kaye over to... actually, no. Honestly, I wouldn't really change anything that they're running. Maybe adjusting the Azumarill to the lead in this scenario, or maybe Genjineer seeing that Morpeko's been constantly in the lead, maybe responding with their own Ariados and anticipating that either way, it's going to have a good matchup against Morpeko or Azumarill. But we are hopping into the decisive game number 3 here. Checking this out. An adjustment for Alligator and is met by the Sandslash.
This is a good lead for Kaye Special. It resists the Powder Snow. It could resist the Ice Punch as well. So WP Genjineer comes out into the Ariados. Now, this is uncomfortable because the Shadow for Alligator is going to reach the Hydro Cannon first. I assume we'll see a shield here. Yes, we do. Will Kaye Special stay in or switch out?
Right, okay, Kaye Special going ahead and switching out. Actually, to Morpeko here. I anticipate 2 shields are going to be dropped here on Morpeko, but Genjineer going ahead and throwing the trail plays, knowing that, Morpeko is going to go ahead and shield. So maybe offering some insurance for later down the line if the Ariados does opt to stay alive. But I don't believe that the Ariados is going to stay alive here. If Genjineer decides to throw up the shield in this scenario, I assume Kaye is going to go ahead and match also with the shield. This Orwe is going to go ahead and take out. Throwing another... I had missed that. Is it a Trailblaze or a lunge? Okay, it's a lunge. So
now a lunge, yeah.
Now a lunge, yeah. So Morpeko's going to go back down to its original attack after this. I assume that Kaye is just going to go ahead for another charge attack priority here with Aura Wheel. And no, is met with the Sandslash, but this is going to be doing big damage. Yeah. Even though a Genjineer was able to neutralize with the lunge with that first Aura Wheel attack range, that's still doing big damage. And correct me if I'm wrong, but no energy here on the side of Sandslash, so able to also just reach another Aura Wheel or Psychic Fangs even, and he catches the Ice Punch.
I like it. He's banked an Aura Wheel, and an Aura Wheel has the power of a Wild Charge, right? So that's a ton of potential damage banked in the back, and you can now Shadow Claw down this Alolan Sandslash. This is really, really well played by Kaye Special.
All right, Farid. Let's look at the shields here. 0 shields on both sides. Let's look at the Pokemon available for Kaye here. Morpeko with some energy. So, even though there was a Quagsire waiting for that Morpeko in the back...
You're going to shift into the dark. You're going to shift into the dark version, right?
Oh my goodness. Are we going to see this happen? Okay, see it. Charge attack priority here. Big. Good recognition from Kaye here. And now it's going to switch to hangry mode. The dark type aura wheel, attack boosted by 1 time, is going to be able to come through on the Shadow Quagsire. Big damage is going to be dealt here. Will it be enough to ensure the knockout here? We saw that the Electro Trap did a big amount of damage, but is it a 1-hit KO? It's so close. It's so close. And that Azumarill should be able to clean up the game here. Is it going to be 1 bubble or 2 bubble? I think that's the last decision that is going to be made here in this game. And it's 2 bubbles.
Wow. Morpeko Gaming. Chat, you wanted to see Morpeko. I wanted to see Morpeko. WP Engineer, I don't think he wanted to see Morpeko because that was brutal.
Now, are we changing Morpeko's name to just Peko? Because I definitely want to see more of it, right? I want to see more Peko. I want to see more of that, right? And we are going to see more of it. Morpeko advancing to winners round 5, and this is the first tournament that has been, at least I believe, has been commentated over since Morpeko. First cash prize tournament. So it's very, very interesting to see that the impact that it has, and I'm very curious to see if it's going to translate over to play Pokemon, right? We've seen some masterclass play, and it really seems like the correct way to play Morpeko, getting up on energy, even if you're in a bad scenario, maybe just banking it for later and utilizing that energy that you have to ramp up on those aura wheels as we have seen.
And truthfully, right, I've used Morpeko today, right? I built one today. I tried it out in Go Battle League. I was like, okay, this could be an exciting pick. But the plays, the way in which Kai Special used his Morpeko, I hadn't even thought of some of those strategies. He was recognizing that I don't need to Psychic Fangs because I'm going to boost into a dark type aura wheel, and regardless of what comes in, it's going to take a ton of damage. And he goes further into this tournament. His opponents will be begging for less Peko, but more Peko, I think, could be the story of this tournament.
All right, so it's official. We're dubbing the new name Morpeko as just Peko because we always want to see more of it. So that's a given, right? All right, let's go ahead and switch over to the bracket here. I want to take a little look here about some of we haven't been as updated with the loser side of the bracket. I don't believe we're going to get to those matches until the very end, see who comes out victorious. But I do want to note Maxi, originally we had seen earlier, fighting his way through the losers bracket. We're on round 7 here of the losers bracket, right? And PvP David, widely acclaimed, I believe top 16 at the World Championship this year in Hawaii.
Maybe even top 8.
Still top 8, even top 8, right? So still in this tournament, even though we haven't been able to see him on the winner side of this bracket, it seems as if he's fighting along just fine on the loser side of the bracket, right? We got Maxi and PvP David. That's a matchup that's going to be coming up to be played. And also Existing Monkey, I believe 3rd place at the Los Angeles Regional in the 2024 season. Still fighting his way down there with nickname as well, but coming up on the winner side. Battle of Champions here. I'm getting EUIC 2024 confused with the matchup that we got coming up here, right? With Dunebug and MeWeedle, both of which, MeWeedle coming out victorious as the champion of the European International Championship of 2024, but Dunebug coming 2nd place there, so maybe seeking a little bit of a revenge story there. And then SS Thorn, with Kai just becoming victorious in that matchup, being able to face SS Thorn there, and I'm very curious to see how SS Thorn is going to go ahead and handle that Peko there, right?
Yeah, I think that this Dunebug Emmy Weedle could be a battle for the ages. We know that Emmy Weedle took the gold trophy, that EUIC title, earlier this calendar year, and Dunebug, he will not let that phase him. He has adjusted. We're seeing a bit of a different team from him here in this tournament. We've got that Shadow Drifblim. Can Emmy Weedle handle it? There's no Vigoroth this time for Emmy Weedle, and Vigoroth is long gone. Emmy Weedle versus Dunebug. Let's have a look at the teams now.
Right, but don't be confused. We're going to get to them next, right?
Kai Special SS Thorn first. My apologies.
We're going Kai Specialist, Special versus SS Thorn here, right? Again, we just looked at Kai's team, right? We see the Morpeko here. Now, that's been the talk of the town today, so I want to go ahead and look first at that Morpeko matchup against this team, right? It seems to be favorable against the Drifblim and the Araquanid. Maybe even the Miltank because of the neutral damage of Aura Wheel on top of the insane damage that it's already dishing out. But honestly, it seems like SS Thorn here has a little bit more responses for it, right? The Gastrodon, he's got the Clodsire available for him. He's also got the Pangoro available for him as well, which could be a big time threat for Kai, especially when Morpeko's going to go ahead and switch to that Hangry mode.
Yeah, but as we've seen, Kai Special, he's not afraid of Morpeko counters. He has been able to switch into the Dark Aura Wheel as and when he wishes, and it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not he leans into it, because it does have positive matchups into Araquanid. Well, actually, Araquanid's going to be doing super effective from Bug Bite as well, so maybe only when shielded down. But that Drifblim especially does not want to take an Aura Wheel. Pangoro does have a good matchup, but it doesn't want to take an Aura Wheel, and I'm interested in SS Thorn's strategy on to what extent do you account for a Morpeko at the risk of being weak to something else.
Now, an underlying thing here as well, we see that Kai has that Sludge Bomb Clodsire, but SS Thorn is running that Stone Edge Clodsire. So let's see what comes out victorious here. I actually will... I would like to see Kai lean a little bit more into that Superior. It looks like it has pretty neutral play all around, right? Against the Pangoro, has neutral play against that Miltank. Even the Clodsire not having access to that Sludge Bomb for SS Thorn. Even more of a neutral matchup as well. Also, Gastrodon here as well. Very, very dominating matchup. Superior is going to go ahead and be able to resist the Mud Slap damage from Gastrodon, but also deal super effective damage, super effective damage, right? Being effective against both the ground and water typing that Gastrodon has.
I'm interested to see whether or not this Superior has even more play, because we've talked about the Clodsire movesets, right? And this Clodsire for SS Thorn is running Stone Edge rather than Sludge Bomb. So Superior actually isn't as bad. It would be if Clodsire had that poison type charge attack coverage. So Kai Special, Superior could be an option here. Needs to avoid the Drifblim. I think we're ready for game number 1.
Okay, we see a Azumarill and a Gastrodon. This is a very, very interesting lead scenario here because it's pretty neutral, right? So as we have seen before today in the tournament, both trainers liking to, just bank up on their energy here as well. We've seen that energy banked up early on in the match has led to some insane victories here, especially what we literally just saw last set, right? The Morpeko coming through and being able to come out of a disadvantageous situation and be able to secure a win in the match. So it looks like both trainers remaining to stay in, maybe look to get a little bit up on their energy here.
Yeah, and when that Earth Power lands, that's a pretty good position for Gastrodon to be in. It will win charge attack priority, and it has the advantage of over-farming a little bit. It goes for that Earth Power straight away, which will take down the Azumarill if it goes unshielded. Kai Special opts to no shield, so Sergio is going to win this lead matchup.
I had a cheeky little smile on my face pop up there because I saw Peko there as one of the switch options for Kaya here. Good recognition also, going ahead and throwing that Sludge Bomb, or sorry, not the Sludge Bomb, going ahead and throwing that Hydro Cannon because SS Thorn had just reached the Body Slam on their Gastrodon, right? So not wanting to take any damage. SS Thorn's going to go ahead and be able to neutralize the energy there, or swap out to his Morpeko and force a swap from the Araquanid, right? Because of the super effective Thunder Shot damage and the threat of Aura Wheel. But I'm very curious. We haven't seen this matchup today. Morpeko on Clodsire, which actually isn't as bad as it seems, right? Because Morpeko, given that it's an electric type and dishing out electric fast attack damage, it's all resisted by Clodsire, right? But these Psychic Fangs, it does give it a little bit more of an edge to navigate this matchup, especially given that Clodsire is running Stone Edge as opposed to Sludge Bomb, so it's going to get to those moves a little bit slower.
We're all very keen to see how this matchup plays out, because we can see that Dark Aura Wheel does a ton of damage, and this Morpeko is going to reach a Psychic Fangs very, very soon. At the same time, actually, he could have opted for Charge Attack priority there. It would have been at the same time that the Clodsire reaches a Stone Edge, but we've seen that Kai Special, he knows what he's doing with this Morpeko, and he's opted to overfarm a little bit. Is he going for a Thundershock farm down? That is almost rude. I don't think he's going to make it. He's going to bank that energy. Come in with the Feraligatr. Sergio responds very quickly with the Araquanid.
Very quick response, and honestly, I would have liked to see a Psychic Fang come through, threaten the shield on the Clodsire, right? Because if SS Thorn were to no-shield that Clodsire, right, then the Psychic Fang just ramping up, right? It's going to debuff this Araquanid and then be able to dish out more damage. At this point in the match, I believe that SS Thorn is not really going to have to worry about shielding any of these moves, right? He wants to make sure that he has charge attack, he queues up a charge attack against the Morpeko.
Yeah, I think there the Morpeko didn't quite get the value that Kai Special really wanted to get out of it. He committed to a very bold Thundershock farm down. Perhaps if he had thrown a Psychic Fangs a little bit earlier, then he could have put a little bit more pressure onto SS Thorn. But I think we've seen that reaction times there from SS Thorn. Do you remember we mentioned it earlier with Maxi when he played the speed with which he reacted to his opponent's switch? I think SS Thorn there should be very pleased with himself because he takes game number 1 in this winners round 6.
Yeah, that was a great navigation for Morpeko there as well. And also, one thing I would like to call out is in the beginning matchup, Azumarill versus Gastrodon, even though Kaie lost that matchup, and Gastrodon still had a little bit of health left, it was actually very interesting to see SS Thorn stay in there and allow his Gastrodon to get farmed by the Feraligatr, right? I think it would have been a very, very interesting thing if SS Thorn maybe could have recognized that SS Thorn won the match, so allocates to him, but if he were to recognize, like, hey, maybe Morpeko's low. If I keep this Morpeko or if I keep this Gastrodon alive, then it's going to be very uncomfortable for the Morpeko. We see the adjustment to Feraligatr lead here.
Straight in with that Araquanid. What's the response? It's actually going to be the Morpeko. Now, this is where it's uncomfortable because look how much damage the Bug Bites are doing here.
Yeah, the Bug Bites are dishing out really, really big damage. Aura Wheel coming through here. I'm curious to see if a shield goes up. It does go up last second here from SS Thorn, shielding the Aura Wheel. But we know that even though it's entering the Hangry mode, even though it's going to enter that neutral Aura Wheel, we've seen how insane the damage has been, especially ramping up. Actually, Kaie opts to let this go, calling that it's going to be a Bubble Beam here, and potentially still reaching another move.
He does. It reaches that Aura Wheel. This is now, it's back to neutral, right? It gained the attack boost from the first Aura Wheel. The second one is the Bubble Beam brought him back down, but the Aura Wheels, look at that. A ton of damage. It's not even super effective, Hayden.
It's not even super effective. I would really, really like to see the Feraligatr come back in here, which it does. It's perfectly set up for farm. And even though it had a positive matchup against that Drifloon in the lead, I know this energy is going to be so useful for Kaie here, navigating the rest of this match. And then also recognizing that Azumarill has access to the fast attack or the charge attack Ice Beam. So it's still going to be able to threaten that Drifloon.
I mean, the Shadow Claw farm down for the Shadow Feraligatr, and obviously SS Thorn's opted to run Water Pulse over Bug Buzz, which the Shadow Feraligatr is more than happy to eat up. But look at these Hydro Cannons coming thick and fast. It will take down the Gastrodon if it goes unshielded. It looks like SS Thorn is going to say, do you know what, Gastrodon? You're not my win condition in this game. I'm willing to let you go.
All right, and 2 shields on the side of Kaie here, and 1 shield left on the side of SS Thorn with Drifloon. Kai is going to be able to paste to these Ice Beams at the same time that SS Thorn is going to go ahead and paste to these Icy Winds, but I'm not sure it's entirely going to matter here. And SS Thorn recognizing being down a shield, it is so devastating in this matchup. So he goes ahead, concedes the game, lets the Ice Beam come through, and we are going into decisive game 3. I am very curious, will Morpeko come a third time? And will it be able to secure the win here?
I mean, that Morpeko actually put in a ton of work. It got a ton of value Special because it was able to get a shield off of that Araquanid, still put it into an area where Feraligatr was able to farm down without shielding. And we've mentioned it before, Azumarill with a shield advantage, particularly in the end game. There's a reason it's one of the top Pokemon in the meta and always has been. Really strong showing from Kai Special to win game number 2.
Yeah, definitely a really strong pick, a really neutral pick, and especially, like you said, being up that shield, it's going to be so nice for Azumarill, already being very bulky, being able to protect charge attacks. But I also do want to call attention to a play that happened earlier on in that match, right? We saw that Kaie was able to let the Bubble Beam through on the Morpeko, recognizing that was going to be a Bubble Beam, recognizing Morpeko lives it, still going to be able to reach that Aura Wheel and farm down with Feraligatr, which threatened the Gastrodon. I didn't even see the Gastrodon have any play. It was so quick. It came in and it came out, right? Because of that, because of those Hydro Cannons that the Aura Wheel had allowed the Feraligatr to build up to, right? So I thought that was a really nice play, recognizing this is just going to be a Bubble Beam coming through, even potentially even calling that, right? But calling that the Bubble Beam is going to come through. It's not going to be a Water Pulse. It's not going to threaten the knockout. I'm still going to be able to reach that Aura Wheel.
I think so many players and so many viewers at home will be looking at this Morpeko and thinking, I maybe need to take this a little bit more seriously. I personally would not be surprised if we see a Morpeko in Top Cut next week at Gdansk. I would love to see a Morpeko come in. To have effectively a little shift in the meta mid-season, right? We don't have an attack update, but we've got Morpeko coming in that could potentially change the way that players team build and the way that players play going into this upcoming event. And then we're going to have a similar situation a couple of weeks later when Annihilate with Rage Fist and Primate with Rage Fist could have a similar impact.
Now, Fareed, I'm very interested to hear your thoughts on Annihilate coming back into the meta, right? Especially as a Pangoro enjoyer, it seems pretty tough, right? You're getting those karate chops resisted. And one of the things that I really enjoyed about this meta shakeup, right, was that new fighting types were allowed to emerge, right? Counter getting nerfed, that's going to hit Annihilate, right? And definitely made it a lot worse. So people opted, as we saw with Pocket earlier today, right? Opted for Machamp. As we've seen countless times today, Pangoro has had a great showing, right? So I'm very curious to see how Annihilate is going to go ahead and impact that. Even though Rage Fist is a shadow type, or sorry, not a shadow type, a ghost type move, right? Which is resisted by the Pangoro because of the dark typing. It's still going to be dishing out. Pangoro is still not going to be able to dish out super effective damage or even neutral damage. It's going to be resistant damage with those karate chops because of Annihilate's ghost typing.
Yeah, I mean, that is a conversation that you and I could go on about for ages. I love Pangoro. I also love Annihilate. But for now, let's focus on the Morpeko gaming that we're seeing. Here it is once more, but it's up against a shiny Clodsire.
I'm very curious to see. We saw this matchup a little bit earlier. I believe it was in game 1, right? That Clodsire on Morpeko action. But I'm very curious to see how it's played out this time. He actually goes for a swap, which I don't mind. The energy on SS Thorn, it's going to be depleted right here. And he has energy banked on the Morpeko. And as we've seen countless times today throughout the tournament, that energy banked on the Morpeko is going to be very, very crucial to carry on this endgame. I could potentially even see a lot of chip damage here, right? With the Zoom roll, getting these play roughs connected, banking up energy, but then unloading an aura wheel on the Araquanid. It doesn't matter if the Araquanid shields or not, but then it's going to have a boosted attack going into the rest of the game, the Morpeko.
And it's a bit of an uncomfortable situation here as an Araquanid because you don't have any attacks that are doing even neutral damage, right? Bug Bite is resisted. All of your charge attacks are resisted, but you have the advantage that you're so bulky as well that as these play roughs come through, you are committing to fast attack pressure. Here comes the Morpeko. You have to shield this.
You have to shield it. Yeah. This is a pretty interesting play, but actually really nicely played by SS Thorn as well. Like banking up his energy. I'm curious to see if he'll reach for a water pulse here, as last time Kaye had let the bubble beam go, and Kaye calls it that it's going to be a bubble beam. He lets the attack go, even though his attack is going to be down a stage from the boosted aura wheel, and then we're met with a Pangoro. Aura wheel is going to come through here. This is big resisted damage.
Double resisted damage.
Double resisted damage, exactly. But Aura Wheel's still going to do a decent amount of damage, and that's half of Pangoro's health already. I'm curious if the Thundershocks are going to be able to put it at half health, and it is at half health.
I really like this from Sergio. He recognizes that once Morpeko changes into the hangry mode, then Pangoro, as squishy as it is, actually is very, very good. It's double resisting the Aura Wheel, it's single resisting the Psychic Fangs, and a Pangoro with energy, look, there's a reason that I'm a panda man, okay? And it is because look at the pressure it is putting on this alligator.
Yeah, it's the reason why you're the Dragon Warrior. Oh, and excellent swap right there. I actually was going to say I would have liked to see the Zoom roll come in and meet Pangoro because I know it had the energy. But, and then anticipating the swap, throwing the close combat. Now this, for Alligator is going to be able to farm down here. No, excuse me. Going to go ahead and throw that Hydro Cannon, potentially making a decision here for SS Thorn. Does he want to shield the Hydro Cannon? Does he not? He opts to let it go. The Araquanid is still quite healthy. I assume that this can be let go because Bubble Beam or Water Pulse, but also it's
especially in counting, he knows it's not the Water Pulse. And even if it were, right, you resist it. But this is now going to be a little bit tricky for Sergio. He's got the Araquanid in, but this for Alligator has a ton of energy, and Hydro Cannons, even when resisted, do a lot of damage.
Now, Araquanid is known for its bulk here, so it's going to hang on to that Hydro Cannon. Reach another move, and this is going to be very devastating, forcing Kai to throw his last shield here. I believe SS Thorn still has a shield on the board, but now his Feraligatr is double debuffed, and there's still a quite healthy Clodsire in the lead. So Hydro Cannon, it's not going to be doing enough here to get the knockout unless there was no shields left on the board. But unfortunately, there's going to be a shield left for SS Thorn to utilize here. One Hydro Cannon coming through. And Kai doesn't even bother to throw a second Hydro Cannon, and the game is conceded, and Kai knocked down to the loser's bracket now. But I do have faith in that Morpeko being able to navigate its way through the loser's bracket. But SS Thorn, fantastic plays throughout the whole game there, right? And utilizing that energy a lot, and that middle matchup with the Araquanid, banking energy on with the Bubble Beam, also going ahead and debuffing the Morpeko so it does less damage against the Pangoro as well. Even though Pangoro resists it, we've seen how much resisted Aura Wheels do to a Pokemon.
I think that was a really nice response from SS Thorn saying, look, you got a new fancy dark type. Let me show you a dark type of my own. The Pangoro taking that double resisted Aura Wheel, putting a ton of pressure. Even though Kai Special caught the attack on the Azumarill, the close combat was enough to take it out. And then the debuffs coming in from the Araquanid allowed the sheer bulk of Clodsire to power through. Sergio takes that match 2 games to 1, and he goes through right into these late stages of this tournament now. He'll be up against the winner of our next match, which is Weedle against Dunebug.
Now, I actually think that the play that SS Thorn had made in throwing the close combat into the Azumarill, I thought it was a catch, right? I thought that Kai was able to catch the Night Slash, but no, I believe that SS Thorn actually anticipated that swap and threw the close combat to ensure the knockout, right? Because if the Azumarill were to still live, it has the Ice Beam loaded, right? It has the Ice Beam there, ready to go, and it would have enough health to be able to threaten the Araquanid, but also still get an Ice Beam also off on the Clodsire, right? So that was really, really nicely played by SS Thorn in unloading that close combat. Now, I do want to take a look at the loser's bracket, or at the bracket here. If we can go ahead and swap over there, I believe we are in for quite the treat, as we had mentioned earlier. Weedle versus Dunebug coming up, and I do want to go ahead and check in on losers round 7. Maxi coming through and taking the win here, and Jang Neer getting matched up as well over there. Nickname coming out victorious against Existing Monkey, that 3rd place finish in the Los Angeles Regional. And then, whoa, we can even go further down here. Okay, let me scroll all the way down here, right? Check in over here. Oreo coming through, and San Hudigo. Actually, San Hudigo was also part of that top 3 at the EUIC, so we got a lot of EUIC players coming back for more in this tournament.
I think that one was Sandudu, actually, slightly different.
Oh, Sandudu. Player, okay, my bad. My bad.
No San Hudigo is also a top European player, but we have some EUIC players. Some EUIC players coming up. We've got Weedle against Dunebug. This was the 1st and 2nd place from EUIC. Obviously, Weedle is a European player. Dunebug is an NA player. This is a rematch of the ages, Hayden. Who are you rooting for in this game?
Oh wow, who am I rooting for? That would be a little bias here. I'm not sure if I could say who I'm rooting for. But what I can say is that Dunebug's Dugong looks very strong into Weedle's team with a lot of neutral play, right? The Gastrodon, the Azumarill, the Sandslash, the Moltres, even the Feraligatr at times, as we've seen today. People have been able to navigate that Dugong to make Feraligatr Dugong a very neutral matchup. I would say that Ariados is probably the most hard response to Dugong, but even Dugong, a Toxapex pairing here could be pretty devastating for Weedle. So I'm very curious to see how Weedle goes ahead to navigate that.
I'm expecting Weedle to lean into Azumarill, and that's because Shadow Drifblim has such a dominant matchup against Pokemon like Gastrodon and Pokemon like Ariados. And the 2 Pokemon that really do beat Shadow Drifblim are the Alolan Sandslash and the Moltres, which both lose to the Pangoro. So if Dunebug were to lean into Pangoro and to Shadow Drifblim, Weedle wants to use something that has play into both. I think that's an Azumarill. Let's see if Dunebug recognizes that. Let's see if Weedle opts for that strategy. We've got game number 1 coming up very, very soon. I think it's going to be a really, really interesting match. Let's go. There's the Pangoro. We've got an Ariados.
Ariados matched with Pangoro here, coming through. This is very, very interesting. That was a very great call by Weedle to go ahead and bring in his Ariados, right? And that was a very bold call as well, right? Recognizing, hey, maybe the Pangoro is I'm gonna be able to catch that Pangoro in the lead. But Dunebug has a lot of responses for Ariados, so yeah, that, like I had said, that was a very, very bold call.
So the lunge is going to land. It still does a ton of damage against this Shadow Drapion. The Ariados is going to stay in for a little bit. Are we expecting a catch? It's going to come in. This is the brilliant thing about Azumarill, right? Shadow Drapion, very, very popular safe swap. But once it's lunged, once it's in the low health, and you're able to sponge all this damage on Azumarill, you've still got energy there on the Ariados. Weedle, I think, is in a pretty good position here.
Yeah, and getting this farm down on Drapion is going to be very, very crucial here. As we mentioned earlier, Azumarill just getting up on that energy and also being able to absorb so much because it's so bulky. It's been very, very helpful for a lot of trainers here today. I do really, really like this play by Weedle, the farm down here. Doombug should be able to reach another move. I believe this is going to be a crunch coming through. So maybe Doombug fishing for a defense fall here and being able to bring back in... his Pangoro, potentially. No, he's met by the Toxapex, so completely neutralizes all this energy that Weedle had built up for the Azumarill.
It's interesting because Doombug's gone for a team fairly weak to that Ariados from Weedle. Weedle's going to throw the play rough here. It's still resisted from the Toxapex. It's not going to do a ton of damage. But Weedle now knows the entire team of Doombug and can basically have his pick as to how he wants to play out the endgame.
Yeah, exactly that. So, met with Sandslash here, very neutral play. Even though it's Toxapex is resisting those powder snows, Sandslash does have the super effective drill run against the Toxapex, right? But nonetheless, lunge coming through here. Quick swap over to the Ariados. I actually have to admit, I've lost track of how much energy this Pangoro has, so I'm very curious.
Haven't we all? It's impossible.
Haven't we all? Yes. It just gets to those moves so quick and able to unload those moves so quick. So I'm very curious to see how much energy Doombug actually has on this Pangoro, and it's even a little bit more exciting that Doombug's screen isn't here. We're not really sure where this energy's at, so I'm very curious to see if maybe perhaps Doombug's able to hang on, take out this Ariados, and maybe even get the Pangoro damage loaded on the Sandslash here.
He needs a boost here. If I had to guess, I would guess that he's maybe 4 away from another one. But
boost! Is he able to take it out? And he catches it on his Toxapex. Okay, this is going to be a very interesting end game here, but this catch does offer Weedle the opportunity to prepare for the Pangoro to come back, right? Weedle still has the shield, and it, like I said, it offers Weedle the opportunity to bank up on energy, prepare for Doombug's Pangoro to come in.
Think Weedle should be okay, right? We've got a non-shadow A-slash up against a debuffed Toxapex. The brines aren't doing enough to really pressure. Maxwell just needs to get to 2 attacks, land 1 on the Toxapex, 1 onto the Pangoro, and it should be his. But we've seen Doombug come back from ridiculous situations before. Does he have it in the tank this time?
Now, I'm very curious to see if Drill Run's going to take out here. You know, even though it's doing super effective damage, it's not same type of attack bonus, and also Toxapex is just so bulky. It does get the knockout here. Weedle has the shield, and he also has the Drill Run loaded up. This should be lights out for the Pangoro in this match.
Yeah, Doombug really tried, but it was a very difficult team composition for him. He was weak in the lead to that Ariados, he was weak in the back to it as well, and he got punished for it there, and I think he will need to readjust. The question now, as we've mentioned so many times, is what are the mind games at play, right? Weedle knows, well, Doombug, you played way too weak to Ariados in game 1. What adjustments are you going to make, and to what extent can I predict them and already adjust for those?
Oh yeah, 100%. And I would honestly really like to see an adjustment from Doombug into maybe an ABA style team against Ariados, right? One thing that I had not been able to mention was I would like to see Doombug lean on Toxapex and Dugong pairing together. And then also, what's another great pairing with that? Drifloon. I believe that those 3 would be a really nice team from Doombug here, and I'm very curious to see if he'll potentially make that adjustment over to the Drifloon. We've seen him use it to victory in previous matches as well, and we've also seen Doombug, as you had mentioned before, come back from very unexpected situations. If we can recall earlier, the matchup against Out of Pocket, we all had thought that Out of Pocket had won the second game there, but Doombug was able to recognize that he can just farm down the Galarian Moltres that Out of Pocket had and secure the win. So even though Out of Pocket had 2 shields remaining, Doombug recognized that and was able to just farm down and take the game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Dunebug changes his strategy going into this game too. I'm interested to see if he leans more into the Toxapex or into the Shadow Drapion. Obviously, we saw that Maxwell was very, very comfortable dealing with the Shadow Drapion energy by lunging it and going into the Azumarill. Does Maxwell lead this Ariados again? Does he go for an Azumarill and go for kind of that more neutral play? Let's find out. We're going straight into game number 2.
I'm very curious to see the adjustments. So we see Dugong from Dunebug, and we also see the Azumarill. Like you had said, one of the strongest picks Weedle has, as long as it can avoid that Toxapex, which it seems to be doing this game, right? Again, a matchup that we have seen a couple times today, the Dugong into the Azumarill. We've seen both players, we've seen it on both ends, right? A player opting to bank up energy on the Azumarill swap out, and a player opting to bank up energy on the Dugong and swap out. So I'm very curious to see how these trainers will play this today.
Yeah, generally speaking, Dugong actually can have a very positive matchup against Azumarill by going for a couple of Icy Wind first and then going into the Drill Run, because it really reduces the damage output from the Azumarill. The players probably won't want to be shielding here. They probably got Pokemon that are a little bit more fragile in the back that they'd prefer to preserve shields for.
Yeah, definitely that. They want to definitely preserve the shields in the back. There's no reason to use the shields right here. Both Pokemon are extremely bulky. They know that they can hang on to at least, 3 charge attacks. Even Azumarill hanging on to more charge attacks than Dugong over here, right? But like you had said, getting that Icy Wind off, very, very nice, and able to debuff the Play Rough damage that Azumarill would be dishing out here.
Yes, so what you can do here as a Dugong is you can actually go for what we would call a soft loss. Take the Azumarill low enough that even if you allow the Azumarill to win the matchup, it's in farm down range for a different Pokemon. And I really like this strategy. Maxwell, it'll be interesting to see if he allows that farm down or if he hard swaps here to prevent a farm down from this Pangoro.
Right, and good recognition from Dunebug knowing that he can go ahead and farm down this Pangoro. The hardest answer to Pangoro here would be that Drifblim, or would be that Azumarill, correct? So being able to ramp up on energy here, it's surely going to have a lot of play in the back. But Weedle staying down, getting this farm down, I know that he has a plan ready. And that plan is going to be that Ariados here.
This is a Pangoro with near 100 energy.
Very, very dangerous.
This is not fun.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see if maybe Dunebug gets another boost here. We saw it last game. He got the boost. It wasn't quite enough to win him the match, but that's 3 Night Slashes that he's going to be able to unload right now and potentially fish for a boost here. Throw the last Night Slash before the Ariados gets off a move here. I'm very curious to see if Dunebug potentially decides to save this Pangoro here or let it go. We do see the boost come through, which is big. Dunebug likely going to go ahead and throw up his shield here. He goes ahead and throws up the shield. Lunge coming through. It's going to debuff the attack by 1 stage, but Night Slash does boost the attack by 2 stages here. Night Slash coming through. Weedle's going to want to shield this. He's not going to want this damage to come through on his Alolan Sand Slash. I'm very curious to see if Dunebug will end up swapping
When do you come in with the Drifblim?
Right now, I guess. Big catch.
What a catch! That is massive for this game.
For Reed, it is important to note that Dunebug did not leave with a move on the Pangoro, right? So, but the important thing to know here also is that Sand Slash is going to have to throw a move before the Drifblim reaches the Shadow Ball. It's going to threaten a knockout. Dunebug is at the Shadow Ball. Great recognition by Weedle. Potentially Weedle's just going to be able, or Dunebug's just going to be able to reach that close combat and clean up the game here. Oh, it's going to be close.
The Ariados has a little bit of health, right?
Right, and okay, Weedle is able to reach this Ice Punch. Will it threaten the knockout here? There's a little bit of health left on the Ariados. Ice Punch coming through. It does knock out, and Weedle is able to take game number 2 here.
I think so. What we saw there is there was a little bit of lag when Dunebug came in with the Pangoro, and so although Pangoro was leaning for that Night Slash, it actually wasn't in a range where it would have made a difference. It's a normal Alolan Sand Slash. It looks like that it probably would have just been able to hold on to a Night Slash. So I think that the players will be okay with the outcome of that game, but that was close. That Night Slash boost got exciting. The catch was exciting, but I think Weedle's team composition there was just really, really strong, and he takes this series 2-0.
Right, exactly that. And I'm reading the chat here a little bit with Weedle and Dunebug deciding that latency that happened later on the game. And Weedle saying, glad you got the boost at the worst possible times. Because that is exactly true. Dunebug's always got those Night Slash boosts right before his Pangoro was about to be taken out, right? If he was get the Night Slash boost earlier on and throwing those Night Slashes, that could have been potentially very disastrous for Emmy Weedle, right? Throwing the first Night Slash, getting the boost, then the second Night Slashes threatens, right? But Emmy Weedle in Dunebug not being able to get that boost early on, he's able to let 2 Night Slashes go and comfortably live on his Ariados in that situation.
And I'm sure Emmy Weedle will be very pleased that his EUIC performance against Dune was no fluke. He's come again here with the 2-0 sweep. He goes forward through in this winner's side of the bracket. And is it SS Thorn that we said that he'll be up against next? Because that'll be a fun match to watch too.
Yeah, so SS Thorn and Emmy Weedle, I believe, is going to be here playing in the semifinals now that we have it on the winner side of the bracket. After the semifinals is decided, we're going to be able to jump down to the loser side of the bracket, and we could take a little bit of a preview right now, actually, and see how the trainers are progressing. I believe we left off on Gengineer and Nickname, so those two are going to be able to complete their match, and then also we got San Judigo, not to be confused with the other European trainer, Sandudu, that I had mentioned earlier. And then we also got Ellen Diaz Ario, who we have seen earlier on in this tournament.
Yeah, lots of big popular name players still in this tournament. I think it's been quite impressive how the caliber of play and players that we've seen. But for now, I believe we've got Emmy Weedle coming straight back for his semi-final match against SS Thorn.
Okay, and I'm constantly reminded of the mill tank that SS Thorn has. We have yet to see SS Thorn utilize this mill tank, but potentially maybe in this match, it actually looks pretty good. It just wants to go ahead and avoid that Gastrodon, right? But it's going to be resisting those Shadow Claw damage from the Feraligatr with that normal typing, right? It's going to have that Thunderbolt to be able to cover the Azumarill. It's going to have Rollout, its fast attack to be able to hit Ariados hard. It's going to go ahead and have Rollout also hitting neutral damage against the Sandslash, right? And then obviously, against the Galarian Moltres, the Thunderbolt, and the Rollout, it looks very, very good. So I'm curious, will we see Rollout? Will we see Miltank for the first time today?
It's true. And I'm just looking at this challenge bracket, right? And it says semi-finals here, but actually this is the winners' finals, right? Because on challenge, the final is the winners of the losers bracket versus the winners of the winners bracket. But these are the two players that have got through the entirety of the winners' side so far. They're up against each other with a very meta team for Emmy Weedle and a bit of an off-meta team for SS Thorn. Emmy Weedle has just faced the Pangoro Shadow Driftblim core. He probably feels that he knows what he's doing, and if anything, SS Thorn has fewer answers to the safe Azumarill of Emmy Weedle than Dunebug did. There's no Toxapex there. There's actually no poison, real poison pressure.
Real poison, yeah.
Yeah, you've got the Clodsire Poison Sting, but it doesn't even have Sludge Bomb. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of Azumarill action from Emmy Weedle again in these games.
I would also like to see the adjustment from SS Thorn. I guess not necessarily adjustment. This is the first time these trainers are facing each other today, but I would like to see him utilize his Araquanid again here, right? It's going to go ahead and resist the both charge attacks from the Feraligatr, right? It's resisting the Mud Slaps, the Earth Power that come through from the Gastrodon. It's going to go ahead and resist the Ice Beam. It's going to resist the Bubble from Azumarill. And then also neutralize all the damage that's coming through from Ariados as well. And then also, even in its worst matchup against the Galarian Moltres, right? Because Galarian Moltres has access to Ancient Power, it's still going to be doing neutral damage with those Bug Bites. And also, I'm curious to see how it can navigate that matchup with Bubble Beam as well.
Yeah, it is interesting for sure. But that Miltank that you've mentioned, I think, is this the time? You've highlighted the amount of play that it could have into a lot of Emmy Weedle's team, but realistically, as you mentioned earlier today, the Body Slam nerf was pretty impactful, and that means a lot of Miltank's neutral players aren't as strong as you'd like them to be. So I'm very interested to see how SS Thorn navigates these games. I would say that Emmy Weedle possibly has the team advantage. Would you agree, Hayden?
Actually, no, I would say that SS Thorn has the team advantage here. But I guess that also comes down to, the perspective of it. But it is also fitting that our cams are on the side of which the team which we think has the advantage, right? So earlier we were mentioning biases, right? Like which trainer you think has the edge here. Now I'm saying SS Thorn has the edge here. You were saying Emmy Weedle has the edge here. So I'm very curious to see who comes out on top.
Chat, maybe let us know. Who do you think is going to take these games? We've got SS Thorn on the left, Emmy Weedle on the right. Who are you backing in these winners' finals? It will be a best of 5 So there will be the first player to reach 3 wins in these winners finals. Let us know in the chat. Hayden, should we get into these games?
We shall. Let's go ahead and see. Emmy Weedle leading with the Gastrodon and SS Thorn leading with the Miltank. This is the first time we've seen the Miltank today, but it's not where SS Thorn wants to see it. So go ahead and adjust to Araquanid exactly how it's called, and also the Moltres exactly how we had just discussed it, Fareed. So go ahead and reaching that Ancient Power. I think this is really, really big that SS Thorn had not opted to throw the Bubble Beam before the Ancient Power comes through here, right? Could have minimized the damage a little bit, but it seems as if perhaps he's just going to be reaching for the Water Pulses here, or a Bubble Beam and a Water Pulse. No, Water Pulse coming through first.
Goes for that Water Pulse. It's going unshielded. So let's see how much damage this does, because Water Pulse isn't an attack we see a ton of, but it looks like it does a decent amount of damage there. Can he shield and Bug Bite this down? Is that something he wants to do? It doesn't look like it is.
It doesn't look like it is, but I'm a little concerned about what the backup plan is here, right? Oh, he does come in with Pangoro, realizing that his Miltank's energy is just not going to be useful at all against the Gastrodon lead. So hopefully Pangoro can see something good here, and it's met with a Zoom roll. All right, Fareed, how is this matchup for Pangoro here?
Look, you've got shields. You can just go for a number of close combats and then switch into your next Pokemon. But the difficulty is the other matchup is so uncomfortable as well that you're kind of stuck, right? Miltank doesn't want to be up against a Gastrodon. The rollouts are resisted. The body slams aren't going to do a ton of damage to a Pokemon that's as bulky as Gastrodon. So Emmy Weedle has nailed his team composition here. And I'm just saying, Hayden, I tried to tell you so.
You did try to tell me so, and I think you're a little bit even more right with these. I guess I did not anticipate that these body slams are even particularly more useless, right? Well, first on being locked into the Gastrodon, but also that damage decrease that we were talking about earlier with the body slam in this season's update. So I would say I give the favor a little bit to Emmy Weedle here in this match, as this last body slam isn't even going to knock out the Gastrodon, so Emmy Weedle can comfortably no shield if he opts to, and he does. He does not want to give that Pangoro any more farm than it needs to get, right? So I'm very curious to see if... Oh, quick swap here. Body Slam coming through. This potentially, maybe, gets it a little bit lower, right? For the Pangoro to maybe set up a sweep here?
I think the Pangoro has a lot of work to do, but it does have 2 shields. And Pangoro loves shields. And I love Pangoro. So let's go, SS Thorn. Let's show what Pangoro can do. Are you going to start spamming close combats, or are you going to fish for a boost?
I'm curious to see what he does here. He opts for the close combat, wants to fish for it. Maybe Emmy Weedle opting to call. So this is a very interesting endgame here. If Emmy Weedle does not have enough energy left on his remaining Pokemon that he has, potentially SS Thorn could just pressure
Gastrodon has an attack, remember?
3. Oh, does he?
Gastrodon has an attack banked.
So there's going to be a quick swap happening here. Okay. But you
have to shield this because the Gastrodon's maybe in rollout range.
The Miltank is still alive too. Oh, he comes in with, oh man, all right.
Smart from Maxwell.
Very smart, and also recognizing that switch timer, right? They were very disaligned because SS Thorn was able to throw the body slam off the Miltank, so SS Thorn couldn't even swap out in that instance.
Really, really well played and well managed from Emmy Weedle. I think there was a little bit of nerves coming towards the end, but actually the bulk was just too important. Pangoro and Miltank were not enough. The bear and the cow go down.
I'd like to see SS Thorn revisit the kitchen here and get that Miltank not aligned with the Gastrodon, right? That was just optimal, the most optimal situation for Emmy Weedle there, right? You see the rest of the matchups. We went over this before any of the matches had been conducted. That Miltank looks so strong into everything here, and it just got aligned within its worst matchup. But that also goes to show how skillful Emmy Weedle is with his team building, right? He's able to recognize maybe SS Thorn knows that there's a little bit of mind games here at play, right? SS Thorn recognizing his Miltank's a really strong pick. Maybe Emmy Weedle's like, all right, SS Thorn knows this. Potentially he's going to put it in the back, so SS Thorn maybe brings it to the front because he thinks that I'm going to have my Gastrodon available in the back to meet his Miltank. But no, both trainers bringing it in the front, and yeah, Miltank met with the worst possible matchup in that scenario.
So, Hayden, you're not persuaded by Miltank so far, are you? You don't think it quite has the prowess of the Diggersby or the Dunsparce normal types that we've discussed before? Or is there something about Miltank that you think could be unlocked by players?
I definitely give the edge to Diggersby, as I had mentioned previously earlier in this broadcast. I'm not really sure what Miltank could have available to it to make me more of a Miltank believer. This is probably the most I've ever believed in Miltank this whole match, this whole tournament here. I think that as long as it can just get lined up against what it needs to, you see that players build weak to it. And SS Thorn very boldly doubling down. Maybe this is it. Let's see it. Let's see what happens here.
Let's see how useful this Thunderbolt damage is into the very, very bulky Azumarill. Is this going to be the cash cow for SS Thorn? Let's find out.
Yeah, I like that utilization of that term there, cash cow, right? Cashing in on the movesets, and Miltank, is a cow. So very smart play on words there, Fareed. With that, that's interesting that you mentioned the Thunderbolt is neutral, right? So it's not going to be dishing out as much damage. Huh? Oh, sorry. It doesn't have the same type attack bonus that it would typically have if it was on a electric type Pokemon, right? So it makes it a little bit weaker. I think Azumarill would be able to hang on and actually win the zero shield scenario here. Oh wow!
I mean, Miltank not even winning the zeros with the super effective Thunderbolt is certainly not anything to write home about. But
no, but it did exactly what it needed to do, right? So now Araquanid can come in, potentially get that farm down here, but it didn't get the farm down. Met with a Feraligatr, but Araquanid is not concerned. Likely assuming that Gastrodon is going to be there in the back. And that was a great call by SS Thorn, just letting his Miltank go down, recognizing, hey, it's probably going to be met with a Gastrodon. That's uncomfortable. This energy is not going to be useful against a Gastrodon.
I really wonder now, if SS Thorn has a Pangoro in the back, what has Weedle left for it? Because this Feraligator's coming in, and honestly, I think you'd be very happy as SS Thorn seeing a Feraligator trying to power through an Araquanid. It's a lot of this damage isn't particularly efficient. I think Shadow Feraligator can win, but if it's Pangoro and you want to save shields for it, that could be pretty good for Sergio.
Yeah, exactly that. I'm not really sure if, and we're seeing it live right here. The Araquanid is not going to go ahead and win the zero shield scenario against. And it's met with the Drifblim. Okay, yeah. So, this is a very dominating matchup in the favor of Drifblim, right? Resisting the Mud Slaps, resisting the Earth Power, and resisting the Body Slam because, unfortunate for normal typing, right? The one typing that it is resisted by is that Ghost type, right? And that is the typing that Drifblim shares with the Flying type. And it looks like Weedle conceding this match, letting his Pokemon go down, recognizing that this Drifblim would just be able to carry him the whole way through, especially being up a shield. So, Fareed, I do have to ask you, that Miltank, once it neutralized the Azumarill and recognizing that it did all that it could do, it went ahead and set up the rest of the game there. So, is Miltank back? Did it cook?
Miltank, look, I'm not going to say that Miltank was the MVP there, but SS Thorn did take advantage of leaving that Azumarill really, really low. Had the benefit of Weedle deciding to come in with that Shadow Feraligator. Because if that Shadow Feraligator had saved itself in the back for the Drifblim, then that would have been difficult. But actually, both the Gastrodon and the Shadow Feraligator... Gastrodon doesn't want to be up against an Araquanid either. So Sergio played that smart. That it was a very, very smart team composition. And I assume that once he saw the Azumarill in the lead, he was like, do you know what? Once I can get this out the way, I have play in the back. He did. So
yeah, and
1-1 there.
Yeah, you said that excellently, right? The Gastrodon does not want to see the Araquanid, so it's like, all right, I'll bring in the Feraligatr. But the Feraligatr has a positive match against that Drifblim. So then when the Feraligatr came in, it's like, all right, let's see. Azumarill out of the way. Drifblim should be able to clean up in the back, especially up a shield. I would say that the worst thing that Drifblim probably could have seen in that scenario would likely have been the Galarian Moltres. But having the Azumarill in the lead, having the Moltres in the back, that's not really team building that Weedle might have had in mind, right? Especially with the Miltank, right? Having that Thunderbolt access for Azumarill, having that Thunderbolt access for Moltres, and also the Rolla access for Moltres as well. So, not really something that was a great call by SS Thorn, recognizing it is more than likely not going to be Moltres in the back. I can comfortably let the Drifblim go ahead and sweep this game with the help of Miltank in the lead there, right? I have to give all accolades to Miltank and continue to hype it up, right?
Yeah, and if I'm honest, the more I think about it, Miltank has as matchups into Feraligatr, Azumarill, Ariados, and Moltres, and Araquanid covers the Gastrodon and the Alolan Sandslash. So it's a core that I think SS Thorn could lean into again if he wants to. But we've got the same matchup that we've seen so many times today. It's a blue Gastrodon into an Azumarill.
Both high-class trainers, right? I assume that both of them are probably going to likely leave with energy. We've seen multiple times today that Gastrodon is able to win this in the zero shield scenario. Just 2 Earth powers, right? 11 Mud Slaps to access 2 Earth powers, and it's 11 11 bubbles for the Play Rough and Ice Beam to come through, but 10 bubbles if it's Ice Beam and Ice Beam. But most trainers do not opt to do that as 2 Ice Beams. It doesn't seem as if it takes out the Azumarill here. Or the Gastrodon. Oh, and a quick swap, able to neutralize all this energy that came through on the Azumarill, and still have energy available on the Gastrodon.
Superb catch, but the Araquanid's going to be met by this Ariados. Now, this is one of the advantages of running Water Pulse as an Ariados instead of Bug Buzz. Water Pulse will be neutral. It does have same type attack bonus into Ariados. Maxwell is going to go for the more efficient and debuffing Lunge.
Yeah, debuffing Lunge. I was actually a little bit surprised here for the Lunge to come through instead, because I was expecting Emmy Weedle to just ramp up on Trailblazes here, but it does make sense as well, right? Because if it ramps up on a Trailblaze, SS Thorn likely just responds with a Bubble Beam, right? It's just going to neutralize that attack raising that's going on.
Now, does Maxwell commit? Oh, the Gastrodon's able to come back in, and it has a lot of energy stored from before. It's going to land this Body Slam to take out the Ariados, which Maxwell is going to let go. And now Maxwell needs to think, what is worth my shields? Because I've still got 2 left. It's going to be that Shadow Feraligatr that we've seen him lean into so much before. And SS Thorn builds up to the Earth Power, but he's going to throw this Body Slam, invite the shield from Maxwell, and he gets it.
Right, it seems like a bait there as well, but in throwing the Body Slam, as we see right now, SS Thorn was also able to reach another Body Slam, right? So it kind of seemed like a bait, but it was very tactical in that situation. He's going to allow his Gastrodon to get all the way farmed down. Gastrodon did exactly what it needed to do. He's going to bring in a Araquanid, go for that Bug Bite damage, maybe give Emmy Weedle a little bit more of hope, and like, all right, maybe he doesn't have a good matchup against this Feraligatr in the back, but no, it's Miltank. Fareed, it is Miltank coming in and going to be able to clean up this game, hopefully with those 2 Body Slams and rollout damage.
Feraligatr has a lot of energy, but I don't know where Maxwell's going to get a chance to use it, because his Feraligatr is so low. And look how fast this Miltank charges. Hayden, you could be right. The cow could be the solution.
Now, could it be cooking? The one thing I would have to note, though, about Miltank, we could get to this after the match. The rollout's going to come through. SS Thorn having both shields available for him. Even though Emmy Weedle is banked up to 2 Hydro Cannons, it's not going to matter. SS Thorn is just going to go ahead and throw up both his project shields right here to ensure that his Miltank does not go down and ensures him the match win.
Wow, that was utterly dominant from SS Thorn there. Miltank takes the win against our EUIC champion 2-1. In these winners finals, he takes himself into the grand finals, knocks Emmy Weedle down into the losers bracket. What a
Not
win.
quite. This is a best of 5, Fareed.
Oh, it's a best of 5. Of course it is.
Best of 5. Not quite. Not quite.
Weedle still has a chance. I've spoken too soon. I've used my pun too early, Hayden. I've used my utterly pun far too early.
It's okay. The viewers can forget it. We'll go ahead and use the same pun next time, all right? So what I was mentioning about the Miltank, one thing that I don't think we've touched upon exactly yet is why it's kind of an interesting pick, and as opposed to the other normal types, right? Dunsparce also has access to rollout. Diggersby has the ground type coverage, but Dunsparce also has ground type coverage. What does Miltank have? It doesn't have that ground type coverage. So even though Dunsparce and Miltank are both rollout users, Dunsparce does have access to the drill run, which Clodsire, being one of the top picks in this meta currently, right? It offers it coverage against the poison typing, right? Whereas Miltank, if it's locked in against a Clodsire, that's something that it doesn't particularly want to see.
Yeah, Miltank is a very interesting Pokemon in that the Body Slam is so spammy. So we saw that in the end game there, when shields were in question, it was able to force Emmy Weedle's hand by just reaching the Body Slam so much quicker than Azumarill could reach its attacks, and then resisting that Shadow Claw is so useful. I think so many teams will always have at least one Pokemon that can resist Shadow Claw, and so the Feraligatr is forced to try and throw the Hydro Cannons, but once you've got shields up, then SS Thorn, really, really dominant play.
Oh man, and we see the Drifloon into the Gastrodon here. exceptional lead here. Gonna go ahead and swap into the zoom roll by Emmy Weedle. No immediate response from SS Thorn, but that is completely okay. He's gonna look to debuff the zoom roll here. Recognize, all right, I could stay in this matchup a little bit. I'm gonna utilize Drifloon later on in the match against Gastrodon. I assume that he's gonna go ahead and swap out after this, and he does into the Araquanid. This is even more, even though Araquanid versus the zoom roll here is quite neutral. It's going to be even a little bit more devastating for a zoom roll with these debuffed play roughs.
I really like this play from SS Thorn. He recognizes that although he's going to delay the switch timer a little bit, it doesn't matter how much energy Gastrodon will ramp up, it still cannot do anything to his Shadow Drifblim. The Araquanid benefits so massively from Azumarill being debuffed. Look at the bug bites coming through. Maxwell goes back into the Gastrodon, but the Gastrodon can't hurt Araquanid either. Gastrodon has little to no play in this match.
Right, and I actually really do enjoy this Water Pulse coming through here, right? It allows the opportunity for Drifloon with that boosted Astonish to be able to farm this actually all the way down. I was going to say dishing out a Bubble Beam, but, you know, resisted damage, it's not going to matter anyway, right? But as we had mentioned earlier, Drifloon is pretty glassy, so this it comes through a little bit. There's a little bit of a fight back there, but this Drifloon is going to be able to farm this all the way down. There's going to be energy on the Araquanid. Drifloon is going to have this energy, and it's going to be able to potentially clean up this game.
Honestly, this Drifblim is putting in a ton of work. Absolutely dominated through that Gastrodon. Has Icy Wind. Look, that is a ton of damage up against that Galarian Moltres. Will it reach another one? It probably won't. No. But SS Thorn's in a pretty good position here. 2 shields and a Clodsire to sponge damage from a debuffed Galarian Moltres if it needs to.
Right, 2 shields on 2 shields. He's going to be able to farm down that Galarian Moltres. Not before Emmy Weedle goes ahead and swaps here. SS Thorn recognizing, I live in Ice Beam. It's all good. I have energy loaded on my Clodsire. I also still have the Araquanid available to me, so probably likely throwing a Stone Edge here, which he does, to try to grab one of those shields. And then I would expect to swap back into Araquanid here to be able to start bug biting.
Yeah, I mean, this still could be very close because that Galarian Moltres does have a ton of energy, but Maxwell has given away one of his shields. Sergio is being very, very protective of his own. He knows that his Araquanid is okay into this Azumarill. Will he be able to bug bite it down before it reaches another attack?
No, it looks like the answer is not.
Maxwell actually reached the play rough, but goes for the Ice Beam. It doesn't make a difference because it gets a shield anyway.
That's huge, yeah, but this shield actually could be pretty big. Like you mentioned, energy is available on the Moltres. It has a lot of energy available to it. I was going to say that it likely did not matter because of the fast attack damage. Moltres is so low, I didn't think that would matter, but also SS Thorn having 2 Bubble Beams available for him. Even if Emmy Weedle throws up the shield right here, he's going to have another shield available, or he's going to have another Bubble Beam available to throw as well, and that's going to ensure the knockout here on the Galarian Moltres, and also enough gas left in the tank to be able to bug bite down the Azumarill as well. And this is going to go to SS Thorn this match. Oh, and the Azumarill was already taken out, right? So 3-1. Farid, I gotta ask you, what do you think about Miltank now? What do you think?
I'm gonna just tell you that Shadow Drifblim. Wow, okay. Blimp type baby. That was so strong. It had such a dominant matchup into the Gastrodon. It was able to debuff the Azumarill, which is something that honestly makes such a massive difference when your Pokemon is so slow. Azumarill's slow, right? And so when you're debuffed and you're still struggling to get to attacks, and then they even don't do very much when you do reach them, it was a very dominant game for SS Thorn. And I think Maxwell did everything that he could do. But the team composition, the line call from SS Thorn there, I don't know about Miltank, but the Shadow Drifblim, I'm really excited to see more of.
Yeah, and that was a great call, like you had mentioned, right? Leading the Shadow Drifblim, right? Having the Araquanid in the back, having insurance throughout the match that the Gastrodon was either going to be up against the Drifblim or up against the Araquanid, right? And I also really enjoyed how SS Thorn utilized the Araquanid's energy there, right? Through the Water Pulse against the against the Gastrodon, and was able to farm down with the Drifblim. So even when the Drifblim was met with Galarian Moltres, there was an Icy Wind loaded, and that took it down to half health, right? It was so devastating.
It is devastating, and I think the players are going to need some time to kind of get their composure back. Sergio has obviously put himself into those grand finals, and I think we're gonna take a little bit of a moment now to maybe recap over some of the battles we've seen, whilst we get the preparations in place for the final few games of this tournament. Hayden, Tell me, what have been your standout moments so far in this tournament? We've seen so many Pokemon do incredible things that we haven't seen too much of in the Play Pokemon circuit. Tell me, which were your favorites?
Now, I got to ask you one question before I get to my favorites here, actually. What do you think my favorite moment from today has been?
I think you're a big fan of the Kaie Special Morpeko gaming that we saw earlier.
There you go. Yeah, so I would say that that's likely the most standout thing and standout gameplay from today as well, right? Besides, the Miltank actually. The Morpeko here has done really good numbers, and again, as I had mentioned, we haven't really seen that too much. We haven't seen like official gameplay with the Morpeko and in like an official circuit, right? Being able to change the form modes. And one thing that's been replaying in my mind constantly is when that Morpeko was lined up against a Quagsire, threw on that resisted electric aura wheel and was able to almost knock out the Quagsire off of one stage debuff or one stage buff. That was incredible.
I think Morpeko has a ton of play into the meta. I think it really benefits not only as a dark type, it resists ghost type damage that we've discussed. That can be a very useful trait, but also operating as an anti-flyer, right? With such a good matchup into the Galarian Moltres. And we've seen Shadow Drifblim as well, and obviously Morpeko is very dominant into that too. But Shadow Drifblim and Morpeko have been two of the standouts for me in this tournament that I would like to see more players unlock going forward in this max out season.
Yeah, so actually up here, I believe we have Dunebug, which also is utilizing that Shadow Drifloon. So we have quite a little bit more of play today with that Shadow Drifloon, seeing it in action on stream here. I am curious though, earlier we were mentioning that Galarian Moltres actually is the flyer of choice, but I'm curious to see, I guess all we can do is speculate at this point, but will Morpeko impact the usage of Galarian Moltres? We just saw it skyrocket. Even in day one, it was in the top 12 usage of Pokemon. I don't think Mandibuzz even made the top 12 in that tournament. I think it was purely just Galarian Moltres. So I'm curious to see if Morpeko will impact it and see that it's rising up in usage and bring it right back down to off the top 12.
Yeah, I think that there could be a shift based on how players feel that they can best handle Morpeko. It's obviously very weak to ground type damage, and if players have been playing in the Halloween Cup, I've seen a ton of Shadow Golurk, which has been really, really oppressive for my Morpeko. It takes it out in 4 or 5 mud slaps, but that's not a Pokemon that we're seeing a ton of in the Play Pokemon circuit, and so there is that question. How do you handle it in this Show 6 format? We've got Gastrodon, we've got Shadow Kanto Marowak, but we saw that Pokemon such as Shadow Quagsire and Clodsire actually were taking a lot of damage, right? Because they're not able to dish out the heavy, fast attack pressure. A ramped up Morpeko was kind of okay. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the ramped up Morpeko definitely did a lot of damage there, and like I mentioned earlier, I was very surprised with the amount of damage that it did to the Quagsire. So I'm very curious to see, trainers have a little bit more of time to be able to perfect their Morpeko skills, right? So we could see more of Peko, right? We want to see more of it, and trainers have some time before the official Play Pokemon tournaments will continue to resume, and potentially we see its usage go up as well, and we see trainers utilize it in future tournaments here. I am curious, you did mention Halloween Cup, right? We are currently in Halloween Cup and Great League Remix. So even though Morpeko can be utilized in the Great League Remix because it has not been available previously in the season, so therefore its usage was not really accounted for, right? I am curious to see how it would fare in the open Great League meta. What do you think?
Open Great League meta. It is tricky. I think that there are so many different Pokemon that can be core breakers that it's almost as if that no matter what new Pokemon emerges, the meta shifts so quickly. And that's actually something that we've seen in the Play Pokemon circuit throughout the max out season, right? As soon as anything comes up, we saw that the Clodsire Feraligatr core, that at the very beginning in Baltimore, was the real dominant core. Then we saw that this emergence of Diggersby and Toxapex, especially in the LATAM region, that seemed to be a fan favorite. And more recently, we're seeing Ariados, Shadow Drapion, and Dugong. Wukong. I think Morpeko can come in. I think it can have a ton of play. And I think that Annihilate and Primate, which I think we can discuss at some point, will also have a really big impact. But Hayden, I've heard from our production team that we've still got about 5 minutes until the players will be ready to go on. So maybe this is an opportunity for everyone to take a little bit of a water break, for you and I to refresh as well. How does that sound?
No, that sounds lovely. Yeah, and I'm sure viewers are going to need to go grab some water, go grab some snacks, because these last matches here are going to be very, very intense, right? We still got Dunebug in the game here. We still got Kaye Special, right? We still have that more Pekko gameplay. We're going to see more of Pekko, right? We got Emmy Weedle coming up here. This is very ominous, right? Emmy Weedle at the final road here in the losers bracket, right? Already in our top 3 here for today. And then, of course, if I can navigate it. Oh, there we go. All right. Of course, we have SS Thorn here in the winners grand final, waiting for an opponent to come meet him. And potentially that could be Emmy Weedle, right? And we could see a rematch. Will Emmy Weedle make any adjustments? Will Emmy Weedle come out on top in this tournament? We'll have to find out after our break here.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to be gone for a few minutes, definitely no more than 5, and then we'll come back and get straight into those battles.
Hello, I'm taking over for just 5 minutes. I hope you guys have been enjoying the stream. Linus Arjo needs a few minutes. He's driving somewhere. Who knows? He cannot play while driving, of course. So just a little bit break. Haydonus and Tomalk or Farid and Hayden have been on for 4 hours right now. So definitely have a little bit of water. In the meantime, we can take a look at the teams, right, that we have here, because it's a pretty big tournament. We have 115 players. Jump scare. I'm sorry. There's a 10-second delay, by the way. So I might look to respond a little bit slow, but that's because to just make sure there's enough that the integrity is high, right? That we're sure no one can snipe. You know what? I could actually look into the data. Could I do that? I don't know if I can. I have so many things open. I'm kind of afraid that that my computer crashes. Steam mode already goes pretty slow. Actually, I really want to do that. Let's do that real quick. Let's see if I can get some data up, because this is about 110 people, or actually 101 people registered, I believe. Let's see. Wait, am I a host? I am. Perfect. Show the top 20. Yeah, I'm gonna work on it. I need to use something real quick. It's not gonna be easy to do that real quick, actually. I need this. I need this, and then the data. Wait, guys, what do you think of Morpeko? Morpeko from Kaya has been freaking insane. Okay, let's see. I want to do this. And then this. The annoying part is I have to get in the numbers manually. Can I do that like this? So you see a couple numbers here. Give me like 2 minutes and I'll have it. Not exactly as clean sorted as usually have. Someone's using a Shadow Articuno. Or a Guru. Shadow Heatran, we saw Suicune. Skarmory, Farid will be delighted to hear that. Which, okay. Filter and then up to high. Okay, now we change the window. Hopefully not to my chat history. That's with Tristan anyway. We have nothing to hide. We're total nerds. You think he's I'm coding. Where's Excel? Excel's not showing. Okay, well, this is unfortunate. Because I have it right here. Okay, but I am creative. I'll put this. Okay, here we go. You see it like this? I don't think so, right? Let's make it easier for you to see. Maybe you can, but I have like half a screen because I have so many things in here. What's up, Andrea? Hola. Voila, usage. Top usage, what a surprise. So it's about 101 teams. Let me tell these two, by the way, that when they're ready. Azumarill, about top usage, right? Over 50%. Ariados, about 50%. Malamar, same. It's like a Liu meta, right? I do expect more Clodsire, honestly, especially with Stone Edge. We saw a couple with Stone Edge. Hippo will be top 10. Now that is a lie. Do we have Shadow Marowak? We only have 13. This actually has been increasing a lot in my stories. Oh, you wanted the Dutch word for Ola. It's hallo. Hoi. More time pays me weekly to pretend I like Skarmory. You said it yourself on the Liu broadcast. Or you admit it. 7 more Pekko. 4 Shadow Drifloon is pretty cool. I don't know, I really... Superior this high is interesting, though. I guess that's to counter the more Pekko, maybe. Some people are pretty afraid of it, right? It's pretty good as a Azumarill Ariados score. Sub me back in. Let me see where you guys are at. Wait, you don't see the... Oh my goodness. You see the usage. Sorry, I'm working in studio mode the whole time. It's been a while. Let me see. Are you both back yet? You can talk, Hayden. I see your thumb. All right. Sorry that I didn't put the usage up for a little bit. I'm gonna send us back. Let me see if Lin's Ario and Lin's Ario is not back yet, but I'll throw you guys over to the bracket scene. So make sure to close your stuff, Aiden. You're actually, it's an Inception cap. All right. See ya. I'll be in production again.
All right, and we're back. I hope you guys enjoyed that short break. I was able to grab a little bit of water. I was heating up here, especially if you guys noticed my fan hasn't been on overhead, and it's actually still not on, but the water helps out with that.
Hayden, I am your biggest fan. Don't worry, you've got one here working at all times.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Back into these games. We've got some big games coming up. We've got SS Thorn sitting, waiting in those grand finals with his Miltank, with his Shadow Drifblim. But before we come back to him, we're going through the losers bracket. Some big names here. Look at these players.
Yeah, I believe we're going to be viewing LNDS Ario and San Hudigo here up next. I'm curious because I don't believe we've seen San Hudigo on stream today quite yet, but we have seen LNDS Ario. And one of them is going to be met with a more Pekko. And we have the teams right here available to view. So first off, I actually want to go ahead and note San Hudigo's Guzzlord. We actually haven't been able to see Guzzlord at all today. And surprisingly enough, it looks all right into this team. Maybe I'm giving it a little bit too much credit. Maybe I need to think on that a little bit. But, off the rip, Marowak and Moltres, even Clodsire a little bit. I'm curious what your thoughts are, Fareed.
I think one of the nice things, particularly that we saw from Guzzlord, was the way that Arrow used it. In the NA events, he opted for Dragon Claw, and I thought that was a really smart adjustment to deal with Shadow Drapion. Safe swap, but we don't have a Shadow Drapion for LNDS Oreo, but we do have an Azumarill, and so the Sludge Bomb from San Hudigo at least has a little bit of play there. So I agree, I would like to see a little bit of Guzzlord, but when you've got the Ariados with Lunge, when you've got a Dugong, when you've got an Azumarill, it's tricky. It's a tricky one to navigate.
Yeah, and one important thing to note here is that the Talonflame, we see Talonflame brought in again, but again, I don't think we've seen Flame Charge today yet, right? It's been Brave Bird Fly, that Brave Bird Fly. So we have seen a couple Brave Birds land today. I'm not entirely sure if from the Talonflame itself, but at least from Moltres, right? We've seen those Brave Birds come through. So I'm curious to see if Maybe Talonflame is even utilized here, right? Unfortunately, the Clodsire does have Stone Edge, so that makes it a little bit harder for Sanhudigo. But against like Ariados, Marowak, Dugong, Moltres, it seems like it could have a decent play. But we did discuss earlier as well that the Moltres does have access to Ancient Power, which is going to be doing big damage to that Talonflame because of the Fire and Flying typing.
I'm expecting Sanhudigo to lean into his Azumarill and perhaps pair it with an Ariados of his own, and I'm expecting to see Ariados from LNDS Oreo as well. And I think that Azumarill has more play. As you mentioned, the Clodsire doesn't have Sludge Bomb. It is opting for Stone Edge, which gives Azumarill a little bit more play, but you can see that the Azumarill also has play into the rest of the team as well. So it's just that Ariados to watch out for. How do you think Sanhudigo's going to account for it? I guess we're about to find out, Hayden.
Some Sludge Bomb energy on the Guzzlord. Let's see what ends up happening here. All right, so queuing in Ariados, as we had mentioned, into Azumarill here. Positive lead for Sanhudigo.
Yeah, really nice lead. The Ariados is being met by this Clodsire, shiny, and it's going for the lunge before it makes a decision on what Sanhudigo wants to switch out. So we've seen this strategy quite a bit today as well.
Yeah, we've seen the strategy of lunge and then dip, right? Because you want to the chip and dip, right? Well, you're not necessarily chipping here. That would be a very tiny morsel of a chip, but yeah, getting that lunge off and making sure that the Clodsire's damage output is going to be debuffed on top of already its low attack stat, right? So it makes this matchup a little bit more comfortable for Azumarill. I'm curious to see if an Ice Beam can be thrown and then potentially even in bubble down range without being threatened by a farm down because of the reduced damage it's receiving.
Would be a really nice bubble down, but we are seeing the Ariados and Azumarill from Sanhudigo that we discussed. The question here, I suppose, is which Pokemon is LNDS Oreo trying to protect in the back by baiting out the Azumarill here?
Right. Well, his own Azumarill, I guess, maybe didn't want to play that long matchup that happened. But gonna bring back in Ariados here. To meet the Azumarill. Very, very interesting swap actually from LNDS Ario, right? Bringing back in the Azumarill knowing that Sanhudigo has the Ariados waiting in the lead. And now Sanhudigo also was able to bank up energy on his own Azumarill. So has some Azumarill energy banked for later on in this match. And then also is able to ramp up this Ariados as well with these Trailblazes. So this is going to be very interesting how LNDS Arios navigates this endgame here. I'd expect to see a shield go up by Sanhudigo.
I think one of the key differences now is that even if Oreo comes back in with the Clodsire, this Ariados is boosted. And these Trailblazers are going to start putting real pressure onto LNDS Oreo's shields. I'm a bit interested with this decision to go for a lunge. Perhaps a Trailblaze would have been more beneficial, but it's okay. It's Sanhudigo's actually gone for an undercharge and then a farm down with his Alolan Sandslash, but not before Oreo reaches a Stone Edge.
You know, I was about to say that the Sandslash looks really good into the Giratina in the back, but again, that is the placeholder, right? There's no Giratina waiting for him back there. But LNDS Ario does have the shield advantage, and even though Mudslap is super effective to the Sandslash, and also the Powder Snows are super effective to the Marowak does have 2 shields, and it's going to be able to protect shield both of these Ice Punches that the Sandslash is going to be able to reach.
Yeah, Sanhudigo maybe now needs to think about whether or not he can readjust to account for the fact that the Alolan Sandslash is about to go down. He's going to shield. He really wants to try and reach this Ice Punch so that his Ariados in the back can land a Trailblaze against the Marowak.
Yeah, and a Trailblaze against the Marowak, and that seems to be good recognition from Ario, right? Recognizing that the Marowak that the Ariados can still reach a Trailblaze. But unfortunately, for Sanhudigo here, the Bone Club is able to come through, and LNDS Ario is still able to take out this Azumarill here. And now he's left with 2 low HP Pokemon. LNDS Ario still has the Ariados loaded with some energy on it as well.
Desperately tapping the switch, isn't he? Wants to come straight out. He actually doesn't even get the option to switch. The Azumarill comes back in, and Sanhudigo reaches a lunge that Oreo is forced to shield.
Right, I seem to be a little disoriented here. I believe that the Ariados was on the side of LND's Ario, but no, it's actually on the side of Sanhudigo here. And it's interesting to see this Ice Beam coming through and getting the KO here on this Ariados. Originally, this looks pretty unfavorable for Ario here, but it seems like he's been able to flip this matchup around and secure the win in the game.
Look at that. Really nice recovery from LNDS Oreo in that game. He did lead the Azumarill into the Ariados. And perhaps San Diego is going to take that game away and say, did I get the value out of Ariados that I maybe could have? We saw that lunge. Do you remember that undercharged
against the
lunge
Clodsire,
against
right?
the Clodsire? Yeah, and I think that at that point, when the Alolan Sandslash came in for a farm down but had to eat a Stone Edge, tempo shifted.
Yeah, for sure. You know what I would have liked to see? I would have liked to see a little bit of bubble sit on that lunge, right? So it can either open the door for the Ariados to just farm down the Clodsire if that was so massively undercharged, right? Or even just allowing the Sandslash to farm down the Clodsire without the Clodsire being able to reach that Stone Edge. Because that Stone Edge, it did chip the Sandslash a little bit more, and I would have liked to see the Sandslash actually have a little bit more health to be able to navigate that endgame there.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would have been interested to see how the match would have played out if San Diego had opted for a Trailblaze against the Clodsire instead, not gone for a lunge, gone for the Trailblaze to take out the Clodsire, and then threatened another Trailblaze to get the shield off the Kanto Marowak and allowed Sandslash to sweep the endgame instead. I feel like the Sandslash didn't quite get the value that maybe San Diego wanted out of it, so I think that his line was correct, and the Pokemon that he lent into, the Alolan Sandslash, the Azumarill, and the Ariados were all very, very strong picks for him. He just perhaps didn't get the value out of them that he will want to take forward into game number 2.
Right, and it's important to note that the Sandslash on the side of San Diego is actually regular. We have seen that a couple times today. It adds a little bit more bulk there. I'm sure it had its even trade-offs, right? The Ice Punch at the end there wasn't able to take out that Shadow Kanto Marowak, allowing it to reach to another Bone Club. But then also, with it not being Shadow, it was able to live enough Mudslaps to be able to reach the Ice Punch. But nonetheless, we're able to reach into this next game here. We have Talonflame into Marowak. Now, this is very, very interesting because Marowak has access to that super, super effective damage from Rock Slide and should be able to pace their quite on par with Talonflame. So I'm curious to see how these trainers navigate. And there's actually a bait here. Let's see if it goes shielded.
So I think Shadow Kanto Marowak actually can win certain shield scenarios against Talonflame, but they are bait dependent, and the Shadow Kanto Marowak gets that shield and is going to look to take damage onto the Dugong. And is this a Brave Bird? It's actually in Spanish, so I can't quite tell.
I believe so. I believe this is a Brave Bird coming through. Yeah, Brave Bird coming through. Excellent use of the Brave Bird there, right? Knowing that it's probably going to draw a shield and then coming into this very neutral matchup of Azumarill and Dugong, right? Fortunately for Azumarill, it's not debuffed this time, right? So Azumarill is able to get the full value of its play roughs, but it's still going to need 3 moves to take out here.
Yeah, it's opted for that Icy Wind. We've seen this earlier with Dunebug playing the Icy Wind strategy against an Azumarill, followed by Draw Run afterwards, so it can reduce the damage that these play roughs can do. But in this situation, I'm not expecting both Pokemon to stay in for the entire duration of the matchup, so I guess that's one thing to consider.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we've seen a lot today, right? Trainers coming in with Dugong, coming in with Azumarill, banking up energy, and then leaving. But now, of course, the Azumarill is debuffed, so perhaps I spoke a little too early there. I was saying it was so lovely that the Azumarill wasn't going to be debuffed with its player of damage, but nonetheless, it was faced by those Icy Winds now. So it is important to note that there's still a lot of energy loaded on that Talonflame. I believe it's 1 Incinerate from either a Fly or a Brave Bird as well, right? And then we also have the energy loaded on the Shadow Kanto Marowak, perhaps using a Rock Slide as well later on in the match against the Talonflame.
Now, this is a really interesting situation for San Diego because he's come in with this Alolan Sandslash that is able to resist the damage output from Azumarill's charged attacks, but because it can't really deal any fast attack pressure, Azumarill could come out on top here. San Diego might not mind. He might want to lean into the Talonflame for the endgame anyway. So I'm interested to see how are the players going to use their shields in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm very, very interested to see how the players are going to end up using their shields. I would say, if Ario did have the Talonflame on his side, I'd be like, oh, okay, you farm down, you want to farm down this Alolan Sandslash. But, San Diego both having the Alolan Sandslash and the Talonflame available. I believe that this energy, like you had said, is going to be very, very crucial here to the end game, right? How you go ahead and navigate those flies, what attacks you're going to be throwing. Do you want to debuff yourself with Brave Bird? Is it going to come down to a potential bait? We're going to find out right here.
This is a bold farm down strategy from San Diego. He maybe anticipated Oreo coming in with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, which he didn't. And now it's a little bit of an uncomfortable position because you can't really comfortably incinerate this down because of the bubble damage. So you're forced to throw a lot of energy that perhaps San Diego didn't want to.
Right, so all that energy, San Diego was able to just bank up with that Talonflame. Those incinerates that came through, it all just went kind of back to waste, right? We're back at square one, right when Talonflame came back in. All the energy was utilized against the Azumarill to knock it out. The Icy Wind is coming through here. I believe it should ensure the knockout on this Talonflame. The rest of the energy is no use. San Diego does have the Azumarill still available to him, but LNDS Aereo still has the shield available to him. So this can come down to a very, very close endgame here.
I think Oreo is in a comfortable position. Shields are down, as you say, for San Diego. And we talked about getting the most value out of your Pokemon, and San Diego let that Talonflame go down without managing to do enough damage onto. But he has made a big catch. He has made a big catch. But the Kanto
But you know, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, this still is going to be kind of difficult to navigate. The Azumarill is just way too low, right? And then the Dugong, it's ramping up on its energy. I believe it's 2 or 3 Ice Shards away from its next Icy Wind, but the Azumarill is going to have to throw first so the Marowak doesn't reach another Bone Club, but also so it doesn't get KO'd here. And I believe the Ice Shard damage is going to clean up if the Icy Wind is not reached before then.
And Yudigo doing everything he can to hold on in this game number 2. The Dugong comes back in. It's almost at an attack. Ice Shards are enough. And LNDS Oreo takes the series 2-0.
And I don't know if you noticed that too, but the switch timer was coming up. So I wonder if, or not the switch timer, excuse me, the timer for the game, right? The timer was coming up. And I wonder if those trainers will perhaps take that into consideration for the future match, unless this is best of 3?
I think this one is just a best of 3, so I think we're okay to conclude that game, that victory there for LNDS Oreo. He goes through to the next round. He'll be up against our Morpeko player, Kaye Special. So I'm excited to see how those games are.
Yeah, so I guess that timer ended up coming up for San Diego in the whole match, but not specifically for that game, right? I thought this was a best of 5, so I was like, oh, maybe they would utilize the strategy of the switch timer, recognizing that they have bulky enough Pokemon to be able to achieve that level of gameplay, right? But no, LNDS Ario is able to just clean that up easy 2-0 there. So yeah, moving.
He did clean it up very easily, but I think we almost need to give him a bit of a shout out there, because he actually didn't have the easiest matchups or alignments in those games, but he was really able to suppress the use of San Diego's Pokemon. He really reduced the amount of value, and I mentioned value a number of times, right? But he really did manage to reduce the value that San Diego was able to get out of the Alolan Sandslash and Ariados in game 1, and really shut down that Talonflame there in game number 2.
Yeah, like you just mentioned, right? Shutting down that Talonflame. We anticipated the Talonflame's energy was going to be really big leading into the back of that match there, right? Was able to throw the Brave Bird, swap out, and still have energy banked, one Incinerator off of either the Brave Bird or the Fly again. But we had seen the way that San Diego utilized his Talonflame, right? Bringing it into the Azumarill. Even though he's banking up energy again with those Incinerates, it was all able to be neutralized with the Azumarill's Ice Beam there, and it didn't end up mattering, right? Because the Talonflame had to throw an energy to knock out that Azumarill, right? So moving into our next matchup here, I believe we are still on winners round. Oh, we're on losers round 10 now, and we see Peko again. We see more of it. It's coming back, and this is the furthest Morpeko I believe has advanced in our in the tournament here today, right? I don't think any other trainer utilizing Morpeko has made it this far.
That's right. LNDS Oreo is going to be looking to use the momentum from that last match that we just watched into this losers round 10 up against Kaye Special. And as you say, Morpeko at this stage in the tournament is really something. But it has to be said that there is also a Shadow Heatran on that team. And for Kaye Special to get this far with a Morpeko is one thing. But for him to get this far with 5 Pokemon, in effect, is another. Heatran, we've not seen a ton of it. When we did see it, it almost disappeared before our eyes. Does it have more play here, Hayden? What do you reckon?
You know, I think that it does. We have the Ariados available, we have the Dugong available. Clodsire will resist, even though we can take super effective damage from the Earthquake, right? And neutral damage from that Stone Edge wall. The neutral damage at this point, even with Heatran being so glassy in the Great League, right? And Shadow on top of that, it's definitely going to knock out even though it's neutral, right? But those Poison Stings, the fast attack damage is resisted. So it does give Heatran a little bit more time to build up to those charge attacks. So I'm curious to see if we'll see a little bit of Heatran gameplay here. But again, LNDS Ario, the Marowak does look quite strong here, right? Against the Morpeko, against the Heatran. against the Clodsire and even against the Feraligatr in some instances, right? If you opt to commit 2 shields and farm down the Feraligatr. But we could see perhaps an Azumarill Feraligatr core here from Calais.
And the problem with an Azumarill and Feraligatr core, particularly if paired with a Superior as well to deal with that Shadow Marowak, is that LND Osorio has an Ariados. And that makes it very, very tricky for Kai Special to work out how do you position your Pokemon, right? It's not like you've even got Stone Edge on your Clodsire. Your best Ariados answer is your Heatran. But we've seen Kai Special say, do you know what? I know I can be knocked out from one lunge, but I can knock you out with one Aura Wheel. So I'm expecting to see Morpeko refusing to accept its positive or negative matchups, and you just Aura Wheel through everything anyway. Let's get straight into game number 1.
So the Feraligatr, usually, this would be more favorable for Feraligatr if it was swapping in first and then met with the Ariados, right? Because it would be outpacing those Hydro Cannons. But Ariados is going to be winning this charge attack priority every single time, right? So the debuffed... Oh, no, excuse me. I was going to say the debuff from Lunge was going to make the Hydro Cannon do less damage, but no. LND's Ario actually opts for the Trailblaze here. So I'm curious to see if they'll just end up committing 2 shields. Utilizing that charge attack priority, right? And just ramping up their Ariados for whatever's in the back to sweep.
That's right. We've seen so many players opt to build an Ariados with higher attack, specifically almost for this matchup, right? So that it can overtake the attack stat of the Feraligatr, win charge attack priority, and make this matchup so much stronger for Ariados. Hydro Cannon would still do a ton of damage, so it is going to be shielded. And the question is, does Kai Special try and catch the next attack from Ariados?
Well, yeah, the Ariados is going to have to go ahead and throw right away. So we do see a catch here. This is going to be very interesting. So potentially sacking the Azumarill here. But even though we haven't seen what's in the back for Kaie, I would anticipate maybe the Morpeko in this instance, right? It wants to go ahead and get those shields down in the lead and then just go ahead and go crazy in the back. But I'm not sure if it's going to be able to do so with Clodsire and Marowak. But fortunately, Clodsire is brought up in this match here. So Ice Beam is going to be able to connect with super effective damage. Not going to be enough to take out, but maybe through another one.
This is a really smart play from LND Osorio. He recognizes how much potential the Ariados has in the back. It generally wins charge attack priority against lots of the team bar Morpeko. So do I save it for the back and I use my Clodsire to take out this Azumarill instead? Yes, I do. The Feraligatr comes back in. It's going to reach a Hydro Cannon at the... Oh, actually, it looks like perhaps that the Feraligatr came in perhaps with 1 turn of delay, which allowed the Clodsire to reach the Stone Edge there. I'm not sure if it's going to make a ton of difference here because Kai Special has gone triple weak to that Ariados with the Feraligatr, with the Azumarill, and with the Superior in the end game.
And we still have a full health Pokemon in the back on the side of Ario, right? So, and the Ariados was smart enough, right, to be able to bank a move on it before it swapped out. So regardless, even if you're going to go ahead and take out this Clodsire right here, Superior is not going to be winning that charge attack priority against Ariados, and Ariados is going to be able to ensure the knockout here on Superior. But you notice that there was a Marowak in the back there, so potentially could have impacted it. But no, because then Ariados would be able to win charge attack priority against the Feraligatr, and then it would also just be able to reach another move before the Superior was able to reach one. So I'm curious to see if they'll go ahead and rematch that, or if they just understand that maybe there wasn't entirely too much play there, despite what was lurking in the back on Ario's side.
It's a tricky one there, right? Because if the Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr was thrown, it would take out the Clodsire. And that means the Superior would still be on full health. And Kai Special actually had 2 Hydro Cannons, which meant if you come in with Shadow Kanto Marowak, you're near one-shotting it with Hydro Cannon. So you probably come back in with your Ariados and you take out the Feraligatr straight away with your Ariados energy that you've been banked. Then, I guess, if you come back in with Superior for Kai Special, you take 1 lunge and you can potentially Aerial Ace the Ariados out and maybe Frenzy Plant the Kanto Marowak. So maybe it could have. I don't think the players are going to rematch. They're getting straight into this. Game number 2.
This is not what I want to see here. This is not what I want to see. But, Kai has been in disadvantageous situations with the ground type in the lead before, right? And banks up a little bit of energy there on the Morpeko, hoping to utilize it later. So the Zoomer here are going to be able to draw out the Ariados, and I'm curious to see what's in the back.
It is crazy that this Ariados seems to be finding its targets so frequently. Oreo is getting so much value out of this little spider. Ice Beam's going to land. It's not going to threaten the Ariados, and the Ariados is probably going to still continue to ramp up.
Yeah, it's going to continue to ramp up, and also both ramp up its attack, but also ramp up its energy, right? If enough energy was not saved on the Morpeko, the Ariados would be able to reach the lunge before the Morpeko, and also threaten that it doesn't get too much farm value here, right? It was very, very smartly played by Ario, right? Making sure that the Ariados leaves enough to threaten a move on the Morpeko, and obviously, you know, Kaye does not want to shield that Morpeko with that Marowak waiting for it.
And here we go. The Morpeko starting to ramp up. Shields are in play. The Kanto Marowak comes in. Look at the amount of damage these Mud Slaps are doing. Kaye Special is having to throw the Psychic Fangs. It will get the shield off of the Kanto Marowak, and I assume that we will see a Feraligatr come in shortly.
Yeah, we likely will see the Feraligatr come through. Not looking too hopeful here, especially the little mouse was taken down. It was hangry. It was not managing its charge moves well there, and even probably more angry with being met with a Marowak, right? So unfortunately, not much more play there for the Morpeko. But let's see if the leaning on the Feraligatr here in the end game. It is important to know that Kaye is up a shield, right? So, or was up a shield when this matchup had started. So it's going to be interesting to see if Feraligatr is able to take out the Marowak, but no. Marowak is able to reach a bunch of Bone Clubs there, and that's what we were discussing earlier, but I don't believe that we've seen it today, right? Even though Marowak technically should be losing against water types, that Mud Slap damage, Shadow on Shadow damage is still really, really big and huge, and able to go ahead and clean up the game there for...
Kudos to Kaye Special for getting this far into the tournament with a Shadow Heat Run. It's difficult, right? When the Ariados can put so much pressure against your entire team, best answer is a Shadow Heat Ran that you probably don't really want to bring, then it does make your team compositions a little bit tricky, but such clean plays from Oreo there. Really, really nice Kanto Marowak Ariados gameplay.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see, or to think about if that area, or if that Heatran was leaned on a little bit more in that instance, no? Just because, well, even though there's the threat of the Claw Tower, which was brought in game 1, right? And then the threat of the Marowak, which was brought in game 2, and actually game 1 as well, which we didn't get to see it. We did see the Ariados, though, both times, so that would have been epic if the Ariados was able to get locked in on that Heatran, and we were able to see some of that Heatran action. More from Kaye, but nonetheless, very, very well played, especially the Morpeko gameplay there. Even though it didn't get a shine particularly in that final match, I am definitely a Morpeko believer after today.
Morpeko believer. I think many of us are very, very impressed by Morpeko, and it's showing. And I'm interested to see what team compositions we see from players that are looking to lean into Morpeko. But there's no Morpeko for us now. We're going to get into our next games. We've got Doonbug against LNDS Oreo. We've got the Shadow Kanto Marowak that we've just seen, and it has to avoid that Shadow Driftblim that Doonbug is rocking.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Ario utilizes a strategy here to where they can ramp up on energy on that Marowak, right? Because it is worth noting that the Marowak does have access to Rock Slide, right? Which is going to be dealing super effective damage to that Marowak, especially being Shadow on Shadow, right? Super effective damage, even more damage dealt. It's maybe could even one-hit that Drifblim, right? So I'm curious to see if Marowak is going to be able to ramp up some energy here and use it against the Drifblim. Other than that, Marowak's matchup here looks pretty good, apart from Dugong, honestly. It wants to avoid that Dugong, wants to avoid that Drifblim, but again, that Rock Slide coverage is going to be helpful in both those matchups.
I think LNDS Oreo has really made the right call, his decision to run Stone Edge on Clodside. Something that you and I have spoken about a little bit earlier, but let's have a look here at how impactful that Stone Edge is. It gives super effective coverage against Shadow Drifblim. It gives earlier coverage against the Shadow Drapion that would otherwise resist Sludge Bomb. It gives you super effective coverage against Dugong, and it gives you earlier coverage if you need it against the Toxapex as well. You're slightly worse against Pangoro, but that's such a positive matchup anyway, and you're always losing against Gastrodon. So I think the Stone Edge Clodside, particularly in this matchup, could come in clutch.
Yeah, definitely. The Stone Edge Clodsire could definitely come in clutch. And I believe we saw it earlier as well between Pocket and Dunebug, actually, when I believe it was Pocket able to Stone Edge the Drifblim and get it down very, very low, and then be able to come in with this Quagsire and farm down. So we could see a similar strategy utilized, right? Maybe with Clodsire, maybe with Marowak, both in the back, right? Where Clodsire comes in, gets the Stone Edge off, Dunebug maybe plays it the same, and then Marowak can come in, Mud Slap down, and have energy for whatever it's facing in the back. But I do also have to give accolades to Dunebug's Gastrodon here. I think it looks pretty good if it could avoid the Moltres as well, and it's neutral play into Marowak. It's can have good play into the Ariados. Apart from that Trailblaze, actually, that's something I neglected to think about. The Trailblaze there, yeah, it would be that would be devastating. But nonetheless,
well, let's have a look. There is the Gastrodon that you've just spoken about. Yeah, we've seen this matchup so many times, haven't we? If that Earth Power lands for the Gastrodon, then it's a pretty good position for Dunebug. And generally speaking, players are a little bit reluctant to shield their Azumarill in this matchup.
Oh, but a little bit reluctant, but Ario throws up that shield right away. We have seen countless times today where Gastrodon and Azumarill are paired up. Gastrodon always just wins, and the Azumarill player often just opts to get some farm, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. I'm very, very curious to see how Ario will go ahead and navigate this matchup. Surely there's a plan in place with that shield, potentially looking to preserve enough health on the Azumarill and then bank some energy there. Dugong is brought in now.
So Dunebug's opted for the potential catch. I don't think it was likely to be made. I don't think Elendiasaureo was even reaching or considering reaching for that Ice Beam just yet. He's going to throw Play Rough into this Dugong. The question here is, at what point do you preserve your Azumarill? You're already a shield down. There you go, look at that. Banks a Play Rough onto his Azumarill and then comes in with his own Dugong.
Yeah, has a ton of energy banked on the Azumarill there. And then also this Dugong should be able to get a nice amount of energy as well. I don't think 2 drill runs is actually going to go ahead and threaten Dunebug's Dugong, but being able to unload and chip this Dugong down more, it should be able to set up the Azumarill later on in the game if Ario decides to utilize the Azumarill's energy on this Dugong. But also it's going to set up Ario in a nice way to where he has energy loaded on this Dugong for the rest of the match. But Dunebug does respond with Gastrodon and the Earth Power here. Ario's going to have to go ahead and shield it up to preserve his Dugong and make sure it doesn't get KO'd, and I anticipate an Icy Wind to be coming through.
Yeah, both shields now used by Elendiasaureo relatively early into this matchup. This is a really smart undercharge. He gets a little bit more value from the Dugong because Gastrodon's not going to reach an attack. Dugong now comes out with even more energy than before, and honestly, Dunebug's Shadow Drapion doesn't have a ton of room to maneuver in.
Yeah, it does not have a ton of room to maneuver in, so I'd actually like to see Dugong brought in back here, right? Because it seems as if this point, Ario's Dugong is in drill run range, which Dunebug does have available for his use. Dunebug's going to go ahead and ramp up a little bit more on energy, is aware of how much energy Ario is running currently has, and he goes ahead and catches the drill run, which could be pretty huge, but honestly, this might open the door for the Drapion to come in here and get a lot of farm.
It is going to get a lot of farm, but it's going to need to consider using its shields here because the Azumarill has a ton of energy and it's probably going to reach another Ice Beam before the Shadow Drapion can farm it down. We've got to remember now that there are attacks on the Dugong of both players, right?
Yes.
Reaching this Ice Beam is massive for Oreo.
Right, and Dunebug opting to let it go, recognizing that there's still a good amount of energy left on the Dugong of Ario as well, and wanting to save the shield for that super effective drill run, but more often than not, in this scenario, the Dugong would probably likely just opt for the Icy Wind because the drop is so low. So Ario comes in with his Moltres here. Moltres should be able to survive 2 Aqua Tails. Yeah, piece of cake for Moltres right now, but Dunebug is going to be able to reach a 3rd Aqua Tail, and it is caught on the Drapion. I'm not sure if this is going to be enough here.
I don't think it might not make a difference because Aqua Tail taking this out, Aqua Tail landing onto the Galarian Moltres after an Icy Wind debuff. Yeah, there's no shields left. Yeah, the Icy Wind, it's not even going to debuff, it's just going to take it out. Dunebug has used his shields very, very well. Oreo perhaps used his prematurely. The Icy Wind lands and Dunebug takes game number 1.
Yeah, Dunebug was in the driver's seat for most of that game, and we even saw in that scenario when Ario had his Azumarill out, Dunebug was able to swap out of the Dugong matchup and say, okay, I'm comfortable with bringing him a Dropion here. I'm going to be able to farm it all the way down and have energy to set me up for the rest of the game, right? And we saw that energy come into use at the end there, right? We were able to see a bunch of Aqua Tails unloaded on that Moltres. We were able to see the Aqua Tail take out the Dugong and clean up the rest of the game for Dunebug. So I anticipate there was a lot of neutral play throughout that whole game, right? We saw Dugong on Dugong. We saw Dugong on a Azumarill. We saw Moltres as well against Dropion, which, well, you would give the edge to Dropion in that match, right? But still quite neutral throughout the whole game, and it was interesting to see the way that Dunebug was able to play that.
I think resisting the sucker punch is such an important part of the Shadow Drapion versus Galarian Moltres matchup, and particularly when you have shield advantage on your Shadow Drapion, so that you're not as worried about Brave Bird or even Ancient Power. Shadow Drapion put him in a strong showing there for Dunebug. Is he going to utilize it in game 2? Let's find out.
Ooh, strong lead here for Dunebug.
Dunebug.
The Pangoro into the Dugong. I assume there's going to be a Azumarill lurking back there somewhere. But the Pangoro's met with an Ariados. I'm curious to see how and Dunebug responds with the Drifloom. This is such a polarizing matchup, right? Where we resist the Poison Stings, we resist the Lunge, we resist the Trailblaze. So Ario's going to go ahead and try to make the most of this matchup. Ramp up with the Trailblaze there, raise the attack, try to get these Lunge to do a little bit more damage, and it is a good play because Drifloom is quite glassy, right? So with that ramped up Lunge, it could be doing more damage, and the next one could be threatening a knockout in relation with those Poison Stings that are coming through.
I don't think Dunebug's worried. Lunge is double resisted by the Ghost Flying Shadow Drifloom. Not only is it going to be able to take out this Ariados, even if it shields, it's going to force its way through the Ariados, and it's likely going to be able to Icy Wind whatever comes in next.
I'm very curious as to what the shield was used for there on Ario's side, but then also the shield is used on Dunebug's side. So Drifloom is debuffed, so I'm curious to see if Dunebug will just opt to save this move for later, if he can, or if he's going to go ahead and unload it right now. No, he goes ahead and unloads the Shadow Ball. This is going to make the Pangoro matchup even more comfortable, right? Pangoro could be able to unload some Karate Chops and then just throw the Night Slash and fish for the boost. And like I said, there's going to be the Azumarill lurking in the back. Even though Azumarill is a little bit more favor in this matchup, the Dugong's going to be able to Icy Wind and go ahead and start debuffing those play roughs and set up the Pangoro for the rest of the match.
Yeah, I think that this is a smart strategy from Dunebug. It's the Icy Wind first versus the Azumarill, which is something that we've seen so much of in this tournament so far. Dunebug has been a player that has utilized that strategy a number of times. This play rough damage is now debuffed. The question for Oreo is, at what point can I switch back out and preserve my Azumarill for the Pangoro in the back?
Right. Ario's definitely going to want to lean on this Azumarill here to close out the M game, right? Especially with Dugong. It's not going to be doing too much against the Pangoro, but it is close to a move, so maybe it threatens the shield. But nonetheless, he's going to have to constantly rack up on energy on Azumarill and make sure he's in a favorable position with energy, or else the Pangoro could be brought in and snipe the Azumarill.
Yeah, this Dugong is putting in a ton of work, even though the Ice Shards are resisted. By landing that Icy Wind and reducing the damage it takes from the Azumarill, the drill runs are now coming through, and if anything, it's putting the Azumarill into a range where Pangoro can actually manage it absolutely fine.
Yeah, so, and I did not even realize Pangoro still had this much health left. So the Icy Wind isn't even going to be threatening a KO here, so the shield is not threatened as well. Dunebug is going to be able to comfortably farm up a lot more energy here on the Pangoro before throwing the Night Slash. Potentially, or just, throwing the close combat, just ensuring the knockout here to make sure that Ario does not reach another move and potentially draw the shield of Dunebug. So that's going to go ahead and take out. Dunebug has a lot of energy here. He's going to go ahead and throw Night Slash back to back. He has 2 loaded up here. Even if the first one goes shielded, he has another one to use right here. And then he also has that Dugong available for him in the back.
Yeah, no messing about from the Pangoro. Close combat to take out the Dugong. Double Night Slash to take out the Azumarill. A really, really dominant display from Dunebug. He goes 2-0 in this series.
Does not get the Ice Shard through there like he should, but he's going to be able to Ice Shard down. The Azumarill has barely reached one charge attack, right? So even if using the shield right here, the Azumarill's not going to be able to reach another one before getting knocked out here. And Dunebug's going to go ahead and be able to clean up that game number 2 and take the series? Or is this a best of 5?
This was a semi-final because Dunebug has set himself up for a rematch against the one, the only M.E. Weedle. He went 0-2 versus M.E. Weedle in the winner's side of the bracket. He is going to need to adjust if he wants to put himself in the grand finals against SS Thorn.
Right, and we want to take a look over at the bracket here. So this is going to be another rematch between Dunebug and Emmy Weedle, right? Previously, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that Emmy Weedle had come out victorious against Dunebug earlier on.
That is right. He won 2-0 in the winner side of the bracket, went down to SS Storm later. Emmy Weedle and Dunebug will now rematch, and the winner will get an opportunity to try and flip the bracket against SS Thorn.
Right, SS Thorn has been sitting quite pretty up here, waiting for his opponent to come through and give him a battle, right? But Emmy Weedle and Dunebug, they are going to be rematching currently right now, and potentially Dunebug using that fuel, using that fire, right? Emmy Weedle 2-0'd me once, I'm not going to let it happen again, right? And this is also one thing that we should talk about in tournaments and the play Pokemon scene, right? Is that motivation that players can find. They realize that they've got knocked out, and also getting knocked out from a player and then replaying them again, they also have the opportunity to rethink their strategy and also realize what had gone wrong the last time, right? What had caused them to lose. So looking here at these teams, I want to go ahead and give the edge also to Dunebug. Actually, this time I really like his Dugong into Emmy Weedle's team, and I believe we had mentioned that last time.
Yeah, I mean, we are in the losers finals, but it is worth saying that these players are winners overall because they are now into the top 3 places. This is a cash tournament, so these players will be taking something home from this tournament no matter what. We've already mentioned that SS Thorn is sitting there in the grand finals with his cash cow of a Miltank. There's no Miltank in these teams. These are a lot more meta for Emmy Weedle and maybe anti-meta for Dunebug. You mentioned this Dugong here, so that is something that Emmy Weedle was able to manage the first time these players faced. Hayden, what do you think it is about Dugong that Dunebug could take advantage of this time around?
Right, I believe that he could take advantage of the Dugong both in the Galarian Moltres matchup, also in the Gastrodon matchup. We've seen it be very favorable to the Dugong here, actually, because of those icy winds that are able to be unloaded, right? So the Earth Power is dishing out less damage. Also, the Mud Slaps are dishing out less damage. And Dugong's able to reach 2 icy winds before Gastrodon's able to reach 2 Earth Powers there, right? Also, we've seen a lot of flexible play from Dunebug in ramping up energy on the Dugong and also swapping out. So if he's to face the Zoom roll, that could also be in favor of Dunebug because he's been able to play that countless times today and also recognize what he needs to do against that matchup, right? And then obviously, you know, against the Lowland Sandslash, the powder snow damage coming through against the Dugong is going to be resisted. The Ice Punch is going to be resisted. There's going to be neutral damage coming in from both Drill Run on both Pokemon. But the bulk lies in Dugong, right? So that Drill Run is going to be able to hold on against those a little bit better than the Sandslash would be able to.
Yeah, and I think if I remember correctly, Emmy Weedle, he lent into his Azumarill a lot in the first time these players played today. And the question for Dunebug is, does he recall that? Does he remember what happened last time and how well can he manage it this time? This time it's going to be a best of 5. So it does require a different approach from the players. It will require different strategies. Whoever gets the first game will give themselves a little bit of momentum, and Emmy Weedle will be licking his lips because he knows he's taken Dunebug out before. He's taken him out at EUIC. He's taken him out earlier today. Can he take him out again now?
Right, and that could be a really, really good motivator also on the side of Dunebug, right? Knowing that he's been taken out by me, Weedle, and EUIC, and also this tournament down to the losers bracket. So he's going to be fishing for that win here. We got Emmy Weedle into Dunebug. I have to give the favorable lead over here to Dunebug with that Shadow Dropion resisting the crunch, or resisting the Shadow Claw damage, and also being able to unload those neutral crunches and have the bait potential with an Aqua Tail as well, like we see here.
I really like this bait. The crunch would do a massive amount of damage if it lands. Dunebug is inviting a shield back from Emmy Weedle by showing that he's willing to use one himself. Does Emmy Weedle fall for it? The shield stays down. The Aqua Tail is going to land and it's not going to do much damage. It's resisted.
Oh, that is not good for Dunebug here. I anticipate Dunebug's just going to go with the strategy of committing 2 shields to his Dropion here, potentially fishing for a debuff here from the defense and being able to poison Sting down. Emmy Weedle goes ahead and throws up his first shield in the scenario, and he's able to get that defense fall, but it does not matter. Dunebug goes ahead and swaps out to his Dugong. These Ice Shards are going to be doing a little bit more damage, but maybe I perhaps would have liked to see Dunebug try to get more energy up there on his Shadow Dropion.
It's a great catch. Maxwell recognizes the catch. He's going to go and bank the Hydro Cannon back onto the Shadow Feraligatr for later and come in with Ariados. Any icy winds that it takes, it'll be able to ramp back up with Trailblaze, no problem.
Right, but that's going to be crucial here for this first Icy Wind coming through, right? This Trailblaze, now it's going to just be getting Ariados back to the attack it's already supposed to be at, right? So, and that energy too, in banking a move on the Feraligatr, it gave Dunebug's Dugong a little bit more play here as he's able to reach this move, able to reach 2 moves here, whereas if Emmy Weedle was able to immediately respond with the Ariados, Dunebug would have reached 2 moves. And you see that later affects this, right? Because Emmy Weedle goes ahead and commits his final shield in this matchup and throws the lunge, which is going to be resisted on Dunebug's Shadow Drift.
Here comes Shadow Driftblim. It's going to be able to sponge all of this damage, absolutely no problem. The Azumarill comes in, and so now it's a question of shields, because with shield advantage, Shadow Driftblim honestly is absolutely fine against Azumarill. These Shadow Balls do a lot of damage. Let's bear in mind that they are debuffed, but Shadow Ball from a Shadow Driftblim, it puts in work.
Yeah, you see the work being put in right here, right? The Azumarill gets taken down to half of its health. Dunebug goes ahead and invests that final shield. I'm curious if the switch timer potentially will be up, right? Because of the 3-turn moves, it's very, very slow. And both trainers have been able to throw a move. No, the switch timer, even if it did come up, both trainers just opt to stay in, throw their moves. And Dunebug still has his Shadow Dropion in the lead here, and he has a good amount of health left on the Drifblim. But it is important to note that Emmy Weedle still has the Feraligatr's Hydro Cannon available for him.
Hydro Cannon is being caught on this Shadow Drapion, and I think that this is really, really smart from Dunebug, because he recognizes that his win condition here could be the fast attack pressure, the undercharge. It isn't too much, because actually the Hydro Cannon is being reloaded onto the Shadow Feraligatr for the end game. The Aqua Tail's being thrown here. It is going to be enough to take out the Ariados, and the Poison Sting damage superbly played by Dunebug.
Right, so even if he was able to ramp up to that Hydro Cannon again, right, undercharge the Hydro Cannon that came through that Dunebug had caught, it still worked to Dunebug's effect, right? Because if he undercharges, it takes out, okay, I'm going to bring in my Drifblim, I'm going to go ahead and farm this down. And I also resist the damage that Ariados is dealing there, right? But in this scenario, with the Feraligatr being able to undercharged there, Dunebug was able to ramp up on energy on his Dropion and have the Aqua Tail ready to use on the Ariados, right? And still have his Drifblim sitting comfortably in the back. Even if the Ariados was able to take it, or even if the Feraligatr was able to take out the Shadow Dropion, the Drifblim would have been able to just clean up everything in the back there.
Shadow Driftblim putting in a huge performance there. Both the Shadow Feraligatr and the Azumarill on paper look like they have a decent amount of play into a Shadow Driftblim, but Dunebug found its target in Ariados, and that matchup was so uncomfortable for Maxwell. When he switched out and comes into the Azumarill, a shield down and slightly down energy, Azumarill didn't really get any value. It took 1 shield and then it couldn't survive the 2 Shadow Balls. So Shadow Driftblim, I think players really need to watch out for this in the upcoming events this season.
Right, and we also saw with the charge attack priority that happened between Azumarill and Drifblim, Drifblim was able to win that charge attack priority, not allowing Emmy Weedle's second Ice Beam to come off there from the Azumarill. But then also it is worth mentioning that Dunebug had that shield, right? He was able to save that shield for the Drifblim, knowing that regardless of what's in the back, being up a shield on that Drifblim is going to be very, very scary. So like you had mentioned, potentially Drifblim's usage may be going up in the Play Pokemon circuit later this season, who knows? But if it does go up, maybe these trainers utilizing that strategy, right? Making sure that they pair Drifblim with some bulky picks like Dugong or Tox picks, right? Getting those shields down, absorbing moves, and then saving those shields for the Drifblim in the back so that it's able to successfully clean up the game like we had just seen Dunebug do.
There are a ton of targets for this Shadow Driftblim, and we mentioned a number of times that we are close to seeing the emergence of Pokemon like Primeape, like Annihilate with Rage Fist, but the Astonish damage, the pressure, that fast attack pressure from Driftblim, it's going to put in a ton of work against those Pokemon. It's been doing a ton of work here in these games. Let's get straight into game number 2.
All right, so we got Ariados lead on the side of M.E. Weedle and Toxapex lead on the side of Dunebug. Now, I would have to give the edge of this matchup over to Toxapex. It's so bulky, and it's going to be able to... it's not going to be looked to be debuffed by the Ariados, right? The Ariados wants to be doing that neutral damage from the Trailblaze and also ramping up its attack, which works to the benefit of Toxapex, right? Toxapex is not getting debuffed by those lunges and is able to get these brines off, which already do a little bit out of damage, right? And you don't want it to do even less damage by getting debuffed by lunge.
Do you want me to give you a little bit of tech for this matchup that these players aren't opting to utilize here? But if you are a Toxapex and you're a high-ranked Toxapex in a matchup against an Ariados, you're actually better off going for a Sludge Wave first and then going for the Brine, because two Brines sometimes aren't enough. And Sludge Wave plus Brine almost always is. So it's not something that's being used here because we're playing a shield scenario out. So Maxwell wants to preserve this Ariados as much as possible. He's going to ramp up, go into that Trailblaze, and take a boosted lunge potentially into the next matchup.
Like you had said, sometimes that the Brine isn't enough to take out, but I mean, we don't not completely sure, right? Because sometimes it is enough to take out. So he goes ahead and throws up that first Protect Shield. Going ahead and throwing the lunge. This is very, very good bait by Emmy Weedle here. Not necessarily even a bait, right? You're debuffing the attack, but also just that overwhelming threat of the Trailblaze. You got to go ahead and just throw up your shield if you're Dunebug there, right? Because you can't risk your Gastrodon getting one hit KO'd from a ramped up Ariados's Trailblaze there.
Now, it does look like a mud slap went through there for the Gastrodon, but this Hydro Cannon will do a ton of damage. There's only one shield left for both of these players, so the question for Dunebug is it worth the bait? Oh my goodness.
Maybe potentially
he might have caught a body slam, but he has not.
No. Earth Power coming through here, going to be able to do half of the health there, and it's met with a Pangoro in the back, getting a full farm down here. I anticipate Dunebug's just going to go ahead and let this one go, save the shield for the Feraligatr, right, and be able to unload those Night Slashes. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but he also does have that Body Slam loaded and available for him. And there's still one shield left on the board.
Dunebug.
Absolutely.
Undercharge on that Earth Power so that he could get the additional damage onto his Pangoro. Night Slash is more than enough to take out a Shadow Feraligatr that's below half health. Dunebug takes game number 2. This is a best of 5, so he will need one more, but that was really, really smart. I really like that from Dunebug.
Right, as a player, there's probably a lot of temptation, right? You're like, all right, this Earth Power is going to do super effective damage if it connects to the area or connects to the Sand Slash, right? So you want to go ahead and charge up that full Earth Power, but no, Dunebug recognizes I got a Pangoro in the back. If I go ahead and fully charge this Earth Power, it's not going to get enough farm, and that's not the position that I want to be in this game, right? So he can comfortably take a drill run, which we saw him do on the Pangoro, and was still able to farm all the way down and have 2 Night Slashes left in the game to be able to clean up.
I really like the way that Dunebug lent into that Shadow Driftblim in Game 1, a Pokemon that we haven't seen a lot of so far this season, and then in Game 2 he transitions, he opts for the Pangoro instead. Again, a Pokemon that we haven't seen a huge amount of. We saw a little bit of it in Leal, we saw Tonton Batus against Pandalite, both of them with the Pangoro, and other than that, there hasn't been a ton of Pangoro usage. This the time before Annihilate comes in with Rage Fist, before Primate comes in with Rage Fist? Is this the type of Pangoro I want to see? Is Dunebug going to use it again in game number 3?
Let's see, Gastrodon lead into the Ariados. Now, this might on paper seem like it's good for Gastrodon, right? It's going to go ahead and resist those Poison Stings, but the threat of Trailblaze is so overwhelming here for Emmy Weedle, right? Getting that Trailblaze off will just ensure the KO on this Gastrodon, and Dunebug might want to go ahead and throw up his shield to preserve the energy here.
I think
no,
you
barely hangs on.
The first Trailblaze. You win the zeros as Gastrodon, so I think Dunebug has basically thought to himself, do you know what, I'll play the zero shield scenario, I'll take one shield off the Ariados. If the Ariados wants to shield and take out my Gastrodon, that's fine, because I'm just going to plant a Shadow Driftblim on top of it. So I'm expecting a Shadow Driftblim to come in now and Maxwell to switch out.
And we see that same strategy used here, employed by Dunebug, right? Leaving his Drifblim up a shield, right? I did not know. I thought that Trailblaze was going to go ahead and take out. So great recognition also by Dunebug, being aware of the matchup as well, right? He's going to go ahead and know that I can live with the Trailblaze. Even though it's going to be doing super, super effective damage, I'm going to go ahead and let that Trailblaze go and then leave with a shield advantage there, which works to his Drifblim's benefit. So he goes ahead and brings in Dugong here, tries to attempt to catch the Ice Beam. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so. And now I have to give the edge to Dunebug. He has some energy on that Drifblim, right? And he also is going to be able to tank these play roughs from Azumarill.
I'm curious. We've got the Giratina placeholders, right? I'm curious as to what Maxwell has in the back. Because if he's got a Galarian Moltres, then that has a pretty good matchup into the Shadow Driftblim. But if it is anything else, then that does not want to receive the Shadow Ball pressure that Dunebug has charged and loaded onto his Shadow Driftblim. Here comes the Drill Run from Dugong. It won't be enough to take out the Azumarill. Was this charge attack priority?
Yes, it was charge attack priority. And we were talking a little bit about temptations, but Doombug knew that he was going to win charge attack priority against the opposing Azumarill here, right? So he was able to throw on charge attack priority and make sure that Emmy Weedle was more tempted to be able to throw his charge move, right? Maybe thinking that Doombug doesn't know where the energy's at, right? So he throws the move, charge attack priority, and is able to pick up a shield there. And now this energy on Drifloon is able to come into great use here. And like you had called it, the Galarian Moltres in the back, 2 Icy Winds being unloaded, 1 shield thrown on the side of Emmy Weedle here.
Yeah, but this Galarian Moltres needs to try and commit to a farm down, but that Dugong still has a little bit of energy left. The shield is going to allow this Ice Shard to go through. Oh, Doombug's actually conceded. I think he recognizes that he's not going to be able to reach the attacks that he needs on the Dugong. He's going to let the Dugong go down, and Emmy Weedle takes game number 3.
Yeah, I believe Emmy Weedle also still had the Ariados available to him to use in from that lead matchup, right? So it was a very, very dominant position there, even though Doombug conceded. Ariados was still on the board of Doombug. He still had the Azumarill there as well, and he also had the Galarian Moltres. So he still had all 3 of his Pokemon left to use, right? And so he could have cleaned up that game any which way. I'd be curious to see if Emmy continues to capitalize off of that Galarian Moltres, recognizing that Doombug has brought his Drifloon in every single game in this series, I believe.
I think we might see Doombug shift back to the Shadow Drapion. I wouldn't be surprised because it has play into all of Ariados, Azumarill, and that Galarian Moltres, so he might want to use that as a little bit of a safer pick. The question is whether M.E. Weedle also thinks the same, whether or not he adjusts on that basis, but Doombug still just needs 1 more win. M.E. Weedle getting a point on the board, that's going to be worrying for Doombug because he knows Maxwell can ramp up and take the rest of the series if he really plays to his potential.
Right, and we saw that earlier today, right? And we've also seen that at EUIC called out previously. The Pangoro, I would really, really like to see Doombug lean kind of fall back more on his Pangoro. Again, we're going to see it happen right here, actually. Doombug with a dominating lead. Pangoro into Sandslash here. I'm curious to see what Emmy Weedle's response is. It's going to be that Ariados, but I believe we have seen this before, right? Doombug just opts to stay in, wants to get these Night Slashes off on the Ariados.
Now, we have seen Ariados. Yeah, we are seeing an Ariados safe swap, but the fact he's throwing a Night Slash suggests to me that he doesn't have a Drifblim in the back, which is fine and makes sense because Azumarill would have been a very difficult lead for Doombug, but it means that he's going to chip and come in with the Dugong, shield the first Trailblaze. He doesn't want to put the Ariados in a position where it can go straight lunge.
Right, well now it's kind of in a position where it could go straight lunge, right? It ramped up that Trailblaze, and now it could just go for those 2 lunges and be able to get a knockout here on the Dugong. So very, in my opinion, very interesting shield there by Doombug, but we know that both of these trainers are very, very skilled in their battling. So I know that there's a plan in place from Doombug. He's going to go ahead and be able to debuff and take the Trailblaze down back to where it started at. And I believe this will actually allow Doombug to live this Trailblaze and get off this Icy Wind. This would be huge if he are able to live. No, he is not. Okay. So I'm curious to see. Doombug has lost swap now. He's going to bring in that Toxapex. We know that there's going to be an answer waiting for that Pangoro in the back right. We know that Emmy Weedle's going to need coverage for that Alolan Sandslash. So whether he opted to bring the Azumarill or maybe even the Gastrodon in the back, let's see. There's an Azumarill lurking in the back there.
Weedle very, very successfully flips switch. This is not what Doombug wants to see. He had the alignment in the beginning. He no longer has it in the end. The Pangoro is in trouble here.
Yeah, Pangoro is definitely in trouble here, right? It's going to be, with the Azumarill being so bulky, Pangoro's even harder attacks of close combat, it's not going to be doing enough. Emmy Weedle just completely undercharging, knowing Doombug's going to throw up his shield right here. And even if Doombug did not throw up his shield, I'm sure he still wanted to get some farm there on his Azumarill.
The difficulty here, right, is that Emmy Weedle has shields for days. He's not worried. He knows that the Pangoro isn't really a threat to him. He's almost probably happy to let his Azumarill go down because his Alolan Sandslash with shields is going to be very comfortable against Toxapex in the back, and the Pangoro has such little health now. Look, there it is. This Brian isn't even going to put Alolan Sandslash into the yellow. Emmy Weedle has played this really impressively.
Right, this Brian is not going to put Emmy Weedle's Sandslash into the yellow, but neither well, at this point, never mind. I was going to say that 2 drill runs wouldn't be enough to take out, but it seems as if this Toxapex has lost some health that I was not even aware of. I thought this Toxapex was still going to be at full health there. 2 drill runs is going to go ahead and be able to clean up this game. Emmy Weedle going ahead and letting this go, recognizing that the Pangoro still has the potential for a farm down, and wants to make sure he has that shield available for his Azumarill to use.
This is smartly played by Maxwell. He knows that the Brine isn't going to do a huge amount of damage to the Alolan Sandslash. He's got a shield to protect if he needs to, but the Pangoro is so low as well that I think it's just going to be a case of fast attacking down with the Azumarill, knowing that you are protected with that shield. Ooh. He's got an Ice Beam anyway, just for good measure.
Just for good measure. And it is actually interesting to know if one more Karate Chop had actually gone through and Dunebug CMP'd with the Night Slash. I'm very curious to see if that Azumarill was actually at 1 HP there, and maybe we could have potentially seen a KO through the shield. But that is not...
Could you imagine if that had happened?
I cannot even imagine if that could happen, if that would have happened, actually. But nonetheless, Emmy Weedle was able to tie up the score here, and now it's 2-2. Originally, Dunebug was 2-0, right? In the last circumstance of their match, that would have been enough to advance Dunebug further. But no, this is a best of 5, and Emmy Weedle able to take advantage of that and come back from a disadvantageous situation. And we are heading into a decisive Game 5.
This is a massive Game 5. SS Thorn sitting there waiting for these players in the grand finals. He has no idea who's about to come up and face him. We have no idea either. Both of these players have the potential to win with their teams. And the Shadow Driftblim, the Pangoro from Dunebug, if they can get the alignment right, Dunebug is laughing. Unfortunately, if the alignment's wrong, there's not much you can do about it. We saw that with the Toxapex into the Alolan Sandslash, with the Pangoro into the Azumarill. Hayden, who are you putting your money on?
Oh, I have no clue. I know Emmy Weedle is just going to continue to capitalize off that Ariados, I believe. Ariados and Azumarill has proved very, very strong for him in this match here. But also, I'm very curious to see who's going to be facing off against SS Thorn, right? SS Thorn knocking Emmy Weedle down to the loser's bracket. So it'd be very interesting to see. And we do see the Ariados being used on Emmy Weedle's side. But this time, the Pangoro is not really met with a favorable matchup here.
Pangoro will outpace to the Night Slash. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Night Slash and dip. That is a strategy that we've seen from Dunebug a lot. The difficulty is that Ariados has so much play into so much of the team that you can't really bring a hard counter in, right? But he does make a catch. This is a big catch, a resisted lunge onto this Toxapex. So that is a good play by Dunebug 97.
Right, we can only assume that there's going to be a Azumarill lurking there in the back, so this also feels really, really good as Emmy Weedle, right? Not wanting to get this Toxapex lined up against the Azumarill, right? So even if this was a really, really good catch for Dunebug, making sure that he could keep his Pangoro alive, Emmy Weedle just built up to another move on the Ariados, right? And also, now his Azumarill, which is supposedly in the back, right, will not have to face this Toxapex. But it is important to note, those switch timers are disaligned, so could there be potentially some peekaboo play here?
It's going to be interesting here because this Toxapex isn't in drill run range, right? And it's reaching brine after brine. They are debuff brines, let's bear in mind. But the Ariados has a ton of energy in the back now for Emmy Weedle. I think it has 2 lunges banked. I think that's going to come in key for Maxwell in the end game.
Right, I anticipate Dunebug to do a swap here back to his Pangoro, and knowing that he left enough health to be able to live a drill run. So he's going to go ahead and let this go, and potentially Dunebug, with those misaligned switch timers, he's going to go ahead and be able to farm down this Alolan Sandslash. But no, the switch timers were not misaligned enough. Azumarill is brought back in by Emmy Weedle. He's going to go ahead and unload a close combat, hoping that one more bubble will just KO instead of getting 2 more bubbles as he would have if he didn't throw the close combat.
I tell you what, Hayden, if Dune has a Driftblim in the back, this could get close, but he doesn't. He has a Dugong, which means Ariados is likely to sweep this game. So Dunebug's left with a really low health Toxapex. Yes, you can sponge some of the damage, but you're almost so low that you can't. And Maxwell will be licking his lips here. The Azumarill isn't going to be going down anytime soon. The double Trailblaze banked on that Ariados as well is something that Emmy Weedle will be almost laughing at. And I think Dunebug knows that the writing could be on the wall here. Right,
the writing could be on the wall. Emmy Weedle does throw up that shield against the Sludge Wave, but it's exactly exactly what you had said before this match had begun, right? The Pangoro wants to be locked into a specific matchup, right? It wants to see that Sand Slash, it wants to see the Moltres, it wants to see the Feraligatr or the Gastrodon, but no, it was met by the Ariados, and there's an Azumarill on the back to threaten it as well. So the Pangoro did not have as much play as Dunebug would have liked to, would have hoped that it would have had, right?
Look how much value, something that I've mentioned a couple of times, but look at how much value Maxwell is getting out of all of his Pokemon here. He's recognizing when he's in unfavorable matchups, he's switching out, he's getting a ton of damage off against all of Dunebug's Pokemon. Dunebug left with just this solo Dugong trying to take out the world. Ariados laughing with this energy. The first lunge comes through. Is Dunebug going to shield it? Yes, he is, and now he's debuffed.
Well, you said solo Dugong, and I was a little bit confused if you meant like the Dugong's health was so low, or it's just Dugong against the world in this situation, right? I guess both of those apply. He's going to go ahead and let go of his Dugong here, maybe conceding the match, potentially. His Toxapex is at such low health that I'm not entirely sure it matters. He goes ahead. Oh, and the Toxapex is already knocked out. And M.E. Weedle going ahead, and from a disadvantageous situation, right? 2-0 from Dunebug, able to flip it and switch it to a 3-2 situation. And we are going to see a rematch here. M.E. Weedle versus SS Thorn.
Is a massive comeback for M.E. Weedle. He lent into the Ariados. Dunebug wasn't using the Shadow Drifblim in those later games. It did cost him. Maxwell is up way past his bedtime, but he has a chance to go and flip the bracket against SS Thorn in this first set in the Grand Finals.
Right, SS Thorn might maybe doing M.E. Weedle a favor here if he's able to just knock him out right away again, right? One, M.E. Weedle is able to just go ahead and get to bed and get some rest, right? But no, I know M.E. Weedle is going to go ahead and give it his all. Try to go ahead and reset the bracket, and then also go ahead and take the champion title like he did in EUIC, correct? One thing that we are going to note here is that SS Thorn is the one running Miltank, right? Originally, we had our doubts, right? We had our doubts, and I believe last time you had said that M.E. Weedle was in the driver's seat of at least team composition against SS Thorn there, but SS Thorn was still able to take the win, and a lot of that was due to Miltank, and I'll admit the Shadow Drifblim as well.
Yeah, Shadow Drifblim is a Pokemon that Maxwell needs to get aligned correctly if he wants to take advantage of his Ariados. We've seen so much Ariados play in this tournament. We've seen it recently in the Play Pokemon circuit. It is a Pokemon that has emerged very, very recently in this season, despite being buffed right at the very beginning. It seems to have taken advantage of the way that the meta has shifted. Do you think that Ariados is one of the premier Pokemon, one of the top choices now for players going into the Show 6 format?
I definitely do. I really, really enjoy Ariados, and it seems that the rest of the community also really enjoys Ariados, right? We saw the usage go up in the last Play Pokemon tournament. It broke top 12, I believe, and that was another tournament where Ariados, I don't think it had ever been on top 12 usage, and we just saw it skyrocket up. It's just so versatile, right? You got the lunge to debuff. You also got the Trailblaze to raise the attack, and you're getting to those attacks so quickly, right? With the fast attack Poison Sting, which was also buffed this season. Ariados is in such a comfortable position in the season so far, and maybe even a little bit more so with the introduction of more Pekko coming through, right? And if flying types are to go down in usage, if Morpeko is to go up in usage, because currently we don't really have a solid electric type in this meta, right? I'm very, very curious to see if Ariados continues to have an impact here on the Play Pokemon meta, especially after Morpeko. But nonetheless, let's focus on what's ahead of us right now. We got Miltank again, we got that Shadow Drifblim, and the Araquanid. Very, very interesting team building here by SS Thorn. I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
I think that the Pangoro Shadow Drifblim core is something that we've just seen from Dunebug. We've seen it earlier from SS Thorn, and they do cover each other reasonably well. We know that Pangoro has positive matchups into Alolan Sandslash and Galarian Moltres that Shadow Drifblim doesn't want to see, and Shadow Drifblim has a huge amount of play into that Ariados, walling all of its energy very, very comfortably, and having decent matchups if it's got shields against both Azumarill and Feraligatr as well, and another dominant matchup versus that Gastrodon. So I wouldn't be surprised if SS Thorn leans into those two Pokemon as well, similar to Dunebug, but this time it's the Miltank that is the really interesting pivot. With play into Azumarill and into Shadow Feraligatr, Ariados, and Galarian Moltres, maybe Miltank is the source.
Maybe Miltank is the sauce, and if we didn't recognize that last time, we definitely probably will recognize it this time, right? Definitely probably will, right? So Araquanid, also, if we remember correctly, SS Thorn was able to utilize the Araquanid really, really well last time in his matchup against Emmy Weedle, right? The Gastrodon was seeing the Araquanid, right? The Azumarill was seeing the Araquanid, the Feraligatr was seeing the Araquanid, the Alolan Sandslash was seeing the Araquanid, and even when the Araquanid was facing the Galarian Moltres, that use of Water Pulse was able to bring it down and make Galarian Moltres in a position where another one of Emmy Weedle's or another one of SS Thorn's Pokemon could farm it down.
Yeah, the Araquanid was a really interesting decision for SS Thorn. And the irony being that Araquanid was the Pokemon of choice when Maxwell won the Senior World Championships a couple of years ago. Araquanid was the pick then. This time we're running Water Pulse. Is Sergio going to lean into it again? Let's find out. We've got game number 1 coming right up.
Pangoro into Galarian Moltres. I will have to give the lead here to SS Thorn, right? Resisting those sucker punch damage. That sucker punch damage is really, really key. And also, Emmy Weedle responding with Azumarill, arguably the hardest answer that he has to Pangoro. So I'm very, very curious to see what Emmy Weedle's plan is here, right? The Pangoro, having this Azumarill out of the way could be really, really good in the back.
I like this. This is a chip and dip strategy, but actually you're throwing a resisted close combat. Now, it's still a close combat from a Pangoro, so it does a decent amount of damage, taking the Azumarill not quite into half health, but enough for the Araquanid to now come in and start to pressure with the fast attack, Bug Bite, and a Bubble Beam to reduce the damage that Azumarill can do back.
Right, I'm not entirely sure how pressured SS Thorn's Bug Bites are against Emmy Weedle's Azumarill here, right, with that Fairy typing resisting the bug. But SS Thorn smartly throwing the Bubble Beam just so that if more Azumarill attacks were to come through, they were going to be debuffed. So Emmy Weedle utilizes that to his advantage. It just swaps out with the energy, right? The Bubble Beam kind of is a motivator to swap out there. And now Emmy Weedle responding with his Ariados, but it is met with the Shadow Drifloon in the back, which is so polarizing for Emmy Weedle here. SS Thorn is going to be able to get a full farm down here. And yeah.
Let me tell you, Maxwell's going to be annoyed at this because Pangoro lead with Shadow Drifloon in the back is fairly weak to an Azumarill lead, and that's probably why Maxwell wasn't expecting Shadow Drifloon to be in the back there for SS Thorn. He felt that the Ariados coming in would be a safe option. SS Thorn is going to throw this Icy Wind, which does do a lot of damage to the Galarian Moltres. It takes it well into the yellow.
Right. And if we notice that there as well, SS Thorn halted a little bit on throwing that Icy Wind just so the Galarian Moltres was unable to reach more Sucker Punch damage, was able to get more energy, able to load up on more. That was really, really a key play by SS Thorn there in making sure that the Moltres does not get too much energy. Emmy Weedle does swap back into Azumarill here, unloads the Ice Beam, does draw the first shield from SS Thorn. SS Thorn, I assume, is going to be able to get a little bit more on the Pangoro, but no, actually swaps into the Araquanid here, and I believe he's going to be able to hang on against this play rough.
I think it's really smart here from Maxwell to basically aggressively swap in the Azumarill and invite shields from Sergio, because SS Thorn needs to preserve shields for the Galarian Moltres. Look at this fast attack damage down. He's forced to throw an attack. He's throwing the Bubble Beam here. And Maxwell's actually shielding it because he might be able to invite a shield back off of... Oh, he's reached double. And this is really interesting. Maxwell is actually double shielding this, like, almost 2 HP Azumarill because he knows that Galarian Moltres is likely to reach an attack. The shield comes in. Who's going to reach the attack first, Hayden?
Who's going to reach the attack first? It's going to be a race to this Brave Bird here. 1, 2, 3. He's able to throw the close combat. This will ensure the knockout on the Galarian Moltres, and Pangoro should be able to clean up against this Azumarill here. Now, I do want to note that was very, very key. Both earlier on in the match, like I had called out, right? The Drifloon, not that good discipline, not throwing the Icy Wind immediately, right? That was able to allow the Galarian Moltres to get less sucker punches through, which in the end actually proved very vital, right? If the Galarian Moltres were to get any more sucker punches, it could have threatened the knockout on Pangoro, and that could have been a completely different story for SS Thorn.
That was really smartly played by SS Thorn. He had the advantageous lead with the Pangoro into the Galarian Moltres, but that's advantageous when shields are up, because once that Galarian Moltres reaches a Brave Bird, Pangoro is getting one shot. Pangoro, in the end game, reaches its close combat first, takes out the Galarian Moltres. Really intelligently played by both players, but SS Thorn comes out on top.
Right, very, very intelligently played by both players indeed. Emmy Weedle was in quite the disadvantage the whole match, right? He's leading Pangro into Galarian Moltres, right? His Azumarill's met with a Araquanid, and then his Ariados in the back is met with a Shadow Drifblim, right? It seemed as if SS Thorn was in the driver's seat the whole time, but Emmy Weedle was able to make that so close there at the end, right? But SS Thorn also being a great player, able to recognize the strategies that Emmy Weedle's looking to employ to get any type of lead that he can in the match, and SS Thorn absolutely shutting him down there and taking game number 1. I'm very, very curious to see if SS Thorn's gonna maybe bring that Miltank in this time, right? Like you had called out, he leaned on the Pangoro, he lead on the Shadow Drifblim, just like Dunebug was looking to do as well, this time paired with the Araquanid in this case. But I'm very curious to see if he's going to make a pivot to Miltank here. And we are about to find out as players are locking into game number 2 here. We have Gastrodon lead into Galarian Moltres. Definitely better for Emmy Weedle here.
Yeah, this is a really dominant lead for Maxwell. The Gastrodon has very, very little play into a Galarian Moltres. So Araquanid comes in to try and take some of the damage, but it's banked. All of that energy is banked, and here comes the Ariados.
Yeah, a lot of energy was banked on that Galarian Moltres, which is going to be so useful later on this match, right? And we even saw how impactful that could have been earlier on last match as well, right? In having that energy banked and being able to respond to that Pangoro last match. But in this match, having that energy banked against the Gastrodon's not going to want to come back in. That definitely threatens SS Thorn to also reveal his third Pokemon here, which is going to put him at a disadvantage in this matchup, because Emmy Weedle is going to be able to he's going to see all 3 Pokemon that are on the board, and he's going to be able to make better decisions based off that information available to him, because he had ramped up on energy on the Galarian Moltres.
Exactly that. The Araquanid's put in a ton of work, but look at this boosted Araquanid coming out. Not so healthy that it can be farmed down too much, but healthy enough that it can ensure that it will get a boosted lunge off, or Trailblaze off in this case, which would take out the Gastrodon, and it is going to take out this Gastrodon, because SS Thorn's trying to maybe call a lunge, or accepting that his Gastrodon doesn't have a ton of play. Pangoro comes in, it's met by an Azumarill. I don't think there's much for this Panda to go.
Yeah, this Panda does not seem to be the Dragon Warrior. I don't know if we swapped out the incorrect Panda to utilize for this final here, but getting met by the Azumarill, he's fishing for some Night Slash boosts potentially, but it is important to note that the Galarian Moltres still does have that energy available to it to use, right? So even if he throws up the Protect Shield here, he's going to be threatened by the Galarian Moltres' energy, and it's going to be lights out. So recognizing that, SS Thorn goes ahead and concedes the match, allows his Pangoro to get bubbled down here, and allows the Ice Beam to come through. And then he's also going to allow this Gastrodon to go down. And game number 2 goes to Emmy Weedle, and we are tied up 1-1.
Yeah, that was a big performance from Maxwell. He recognized how strong his Ariados was. He keeps bringing it. And we saw with Dunebug, right? When Dunebug dropped the Shadow Drifblim, Maxwell took advantage of the Ariados. And here, SS Thorn, it didn't bring the Shadow Drifblim, and Ariados really put in work. The Galarian Moltres didn't even really need to do much. The Ariados almost did it all by itself. So will SS Thorn pivot back to the Shadow Drifblim? What do you think?
I'm very curious to see the same. I was thinking a little bit along the lines of maybe pivoting to that Miltank instead. Maybe I just really want to see Miltank, but it also does have a good matchup against that Ariados, right? With that rollout damage, with getting to those body slams, even though they're doing less damage than they did last season, getting to those body slams very quickly there with the rollout energy generation. Emmy Weedle is able to recognize Ariados has been his MVP, right? And SS Thorn, I'm sure, recognizes the same. So I could see why maybe Drifblim's brought him, but Miltank also still does have a lot of play, and it has a lot of play into Emmy Weedle's team. So I'm curious to the strategy that's going to be employed here on game number 3. The Galarian Moltres is met with a Araquanid. Now, this is a pretty good matchup for the Galarian Moltres, but is also pretty neutral for the Araquanid, and the Miltank swaps out and is met by the Gastrodon. This is not where it wants to be seen, and I believe we saw this earlier in the series as well with Emmy Weedle and SS Thorn previously, where 3 body slams did not even threaten a knockout on this Gastrodon.
Yeah, Maxwell's team reading here has been really, really strong. He leads the Galarian Moltres again, gets a positive matchup, is able to answer this Miltank pretty comfortably with this Gastrodon. Gastrodon is able to take these body slams as if they're nothing, and Earth Power, if it lands, will do big, big damage, and SS Thorn has opted not to shield.
Yeah, likely knowing that this Miltank isn't going to be entirely too useful here for the remainder of this game, especially already getting locked into the Gastrodon. Really, really smart by MeWeedle there, pausing. Maybe SS Thorn hoping that he could get those 2 body slams off if MeWeedle pauses long enough, but no, MeWeedle throwing that last mud slap there to ensure the knockout that SS Thorn is not able to load up on 2 body slams to threaten the Gastrodon being knocked out there. But SS Thorn is going to be able to farm down and get a lot of energy loaded in, or at least a head start on energy loaded into this Galarian Moltres matchup. So potentially a Water Pulse being thrown, and then either maybe Ariados or Azumarill on the back there, I assume.
Yeah, so we saw an undercharge there from Sergio so that the Araquanid could get a little bit of farm, but 2 body slams came through. Araquanid's now already in the yellow up against this Galarian Moltres, and he's going in with the Clodsire to sponge some damage. It's being met by the Azumarill. This is a Clodsire that doesn't have Sludge Bomb, but when shields are up and in play, then Clodsire generally has a positive matchup into Azumarill. The danger being, if you give up those shields, Galarian Moltres is going to sweep you in the back.
Right, Galarian Moltres can just go to town. As we saw, MeWeedle very, very disciplined and saved all the energy that Galarian Moltres has banked up. So it is still a threat in the back. SS Thorn is still going to be able to hang on against 1 Ice Beam here, and that is going to be completely okay. But really, really good adjustment, actually, from SS Thorn over to the Clodsire here, in my opinion, right? Making a little bit more of that neutral play. And this could open up the door that Araquanid needs in the back to get the Azumarill very, very low, put it in maybe a Water Pulse range, and maybe potentially saving those 2 shields for the Araquanid in the back there, and saving one of those shields for the Galarian Moltres, and then saving another shield for the Azumarill.
Yeah, I think that Maxwell is in the driving seat here. He knows that the Galarian Moltres has a ton of energy. Even if shields go down, those Brave Birds or even Ancient Powers will do a lot of damage to the Araquanid. The Araquanid's not really sure where it wants to use its energy most. It's going to resist this Ice Beam coming through, so SS Thorn correctly does not shield it.
Yeah, correctly not shielding it, or maybe conceding the game here. It's a super effective damage, but that's just a little bit of an error there. The Araquanid coming in, getting farmed down by the Galarian Moltres. 2 shields left on the board from SS Thorn, but also recognizing that MeWeedle had all the energy available to him and also still had the Azumarill left. So he goes ahead and concedes the game. And now MeWeedle is leading 2-1. This could be a decisive game number 4 here to be able to switch over to a bracket reset, and MeWeedle potentially getting that bracket reset and being able to still be in the fighting run to take the championship title here.
Yes, so SS Thorn needs to compose himself here. Ideally, he does not want to allow a bracket reset where everything becomes all to play for. He has the advantage as the winner of the winners finals that MeWeedle would need to win 2 best of 5s. MeWeedle doesn't mind, right? He's up past his bedtime anyway. He knows he's getting grounded in the morning. He may as well bring the money home.
Yeah, he may as well bring the money home, right? As you said, maybe SS Thorn doing him a little bit of a service here by getting those next 2 wins here in this match and getting the finals, because then it means MeWeedle can just go to sleep a little bit earlier then, right? So, but going back to these matches, the team here, right? Miltank, I want to key in on that one more time here at least. Specifically in this last match, Miltank wasn't able to be utilized to its full effect, right? It unfortunately was met with the Gastrodon, which did happen previously in a previous series with SS Thorn and MeWeedle, right? So I'm very, very curious to see if SS Thorn will just go back to Miltank and just hope to maybe reevaluate the way he's building his team, right? Make sure that Miltank is not able to get locked onto that Gastrodon, which it was able to this time, which was very, very devastating and made for a lot of play to be opened up for MeWeedle this time.
Lead the Miltank. Lead the Miltank. That's what we want to see. Maxwell's played a number of teams that are arguably soft to a Miltank lead. Maybe that's what he's baiting out. You've talked about conditioning for much of this tournament. Let's see whether Maxwell has conditioned Sergio into leading something that Maxwell can respond to. It's the Shadow Drift Bloom. Maxwell's committed to the Galarian Moltres. What a lead for MeWeedle.
Maxwell is committed to that Galarian Moltres. He goes ahead and swaps into the Araquanid. Interesting enough, last match, SS Thorn, he just hopped out of this Araquanid Galarian Moltres matchup, but now he seems more than glad to bring in the Araquanid to meet the Galarian Moltres, right? I'm very, very curious to see what SS Thorn has in the back in order to respond to that Galarian Moltres. But this also isn't entirely bad either, right? His Drifloon may potentially have the opportunity to farm up on damage, farm up on energy here, right? And threaten with an Ice Beam, threaten that Moltres later down the line in this matchup.
Yeah, this Azumarill is able to sponge all of the charge attack pressure that comes from Araquanid, whether or not it runs Bug Buzz or Water Pulse. And the Galarian Moltres with energy in the back is potent against all of SS Thorn's team. This is going to be very, very uncomfortable for SS Thorn, particularly because when you're giving away your Araquanid like this, you're coming in with the Miltank, but can Miltank do enough? This is the Pokemon you wanted to see, Hayden. Is it going to be the hero for SS Thorn in this series? Gastrodon now.
Well, Miltank is again met by the Gastrodon, unfortunately, and again 3 body slams. Not entirely sure if that's going to quite threaten the knockout on Gastrodon. So this is looking very, very, very comfortable for Emmy Weedle, right? Still, it has a very, very comfortable amount of energy and health left on the Azumarill, right? And then also has some energy banked up on the Moltres as well. The Drifloon does not want to see that Moltres with energy. It does not even want to see the Sucker Punch damage that would be coming through from that Galarian Moltres. So I would have to give the advantage here to Emmy Weedle. He seems to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Body Slam is not going to go shielded by SS Thorn. That's a good no shield there. And SS Thorn has a lot of energy on this Miltank, and I think Emmy Weedle needs to just bear in mind quite how much energy there is. The switch clocks are probably up for both players, so even though the Shadow Drifblim's coming in, the Moltres can meet it almost immediately, and Shadow Drifblim is not going to want to take an attack here, and a shield goes up understandably.
Yeah, so really, really great play by Emmy Weedle, having that energy banked up to threaten shields from the Shadow Drifblim, but the Moltres, interestingly enough, is in Icy Wind range. So SS Thorn throwing up a second Protect Shield here, maybe hoping that he reaches 2 Icy Winds, threatens both his shields, but there is the attack raise, there is the defense raise by the Galarian Moltres. This is so much more polarizing for SS Thorn now. Originally, maybe those 2 Icy Winds threaten both his shields, but now the Galarian Moltres able to Sucker Punch down with that buff.
Yeah, the question would have been, could SS Thorn have thrown the Icy Wind earlier to try and get the debuff as soon as possible? He's been punished for it. This boosted ancient power. Well, he's been debuffed as well by the Icy Wind, but this Galarian Moltres, the amount of work that it's put in, really, really powerful for Emmy Weedle. Can Araquanid save the day? It's unlikely.
Yeah, Ancient Power coming through here, able to secure the win for Emmy Weedle, and able to do a bracket reset here. We're going to go into another set. It's very, very interesting for Reed here that SS Thorn, he was able to take the last set that they had played 3-1, right? But this time, Emmy Weedle able to reverse that, get 3-1, and SS Thorn was able to, I think it is actually the exact opposite of last time. Emmy Weedle was able to secure the first game against SS Thorn in the previous set, and this time SS Thorn was able to secure the first game, but then fell to Emmy Weedle, whereas the last time it was Emmy Weedle falling to SS Thorn. So we are treated with 5 more potential matches here between these two trainers, and again, I really want to see Miltank utilized to its fullest potential here. I want to see it get these good matchups like it had in the original set that Emmy Weedle and SS Thorn were playing.
Yeah, I remember you and I spoke about which of these players do we feel on paper has the team comp advantage, and you felt it was SS Thorn, I felt it was Emmy Weedle. Well, they've now both won a set against each other, so I guess the outcome of this bracket reset could be the deciding factor. What do you reckon?
No, yeah, that's exactly right. The outcome of this bracket reset is definitely the deciding factor to who has the edge here on the team, right? I do have to say that Emmy Weedle's, I'm definitely an Ariados believer in this scenario. The Ariados has put in so much work for Emmy Weedle here against the team of SS Thorn, but I do really, really appreciate that SS Thorn in that one game had adjusted to Clodsire. I thought that was a very, very good adjustment, but I probably would have liked to see it have a little bit more play, right? It was matched up against the Azumarill in an even shield scenario with, I believe, the Galarian Moltres still had a lot of energy loaded. So if maybe SS Thorn can go ahead and position that Clodsire a little bit better, maybe get ahead on energy advantage, it could be pretty good for SS Thorn here.
I'm just saying, if SS Thorn had led Miltank in almost any of those games, he would have had a really positive outcome because it would have had a good lead into a Galarian Moltres and would reach a Thunderbolt before the Azumarill Sayswap would be able to reach an attack. So will SS Thorn lean into that again? How much are the players going to try and double guess each other? There's a lot of mind games at play. Let's get into game 1 of the bracket reset.
Oh, this is going to be a very long matchup, and it's also worth noting earlier we had seen the timer come up in one of these games today. So I'm very curious. Maybe this Araquanid on Azumarill action might be enough to tip these players over to maybe perhaps a timeout strategy. So that's something that maybe SS Thorn and Emmy Weedo are keeping in mind in this match.
Araquanid, with that Bubble Beam, we've seen so many strategies against Azumarill rely on the debuff. We've seen the Dugong with the Icy Wind, even Shadow Driftblim has occasionally been throwing Icy Wind against Azumarill. Here, you're going to debuff with a Bubble Beam, and you're going to tank this debuffed Play Rough like it's no problem whatsoever.
Right, and taking all these Play Roughs with these debuff Bubble Beams, I'm very, very curious how these two trainers are going to go ahead and navigate this matchup. This Bubble Beam is doing so little damage, but there's a quick swap from Emmy Weedle over to the Galarian Moltres, which is met by a Miltank. I'm sure this is all part of the plan of Emmy Weedle, and I am going to assume that an Ariados is lurking in the back there, waiting for...
Goodness.
Oh, and he lets the Brave Bird go. Will this ensure the knockout? No, not quite enough to knock out. SS Thorn actually going for the Thunderbolt here. I'm quite surprised. I thought that maybe 2 Body Slams would have threatened here. And just in case that Emmy Weedle was going to throw up a shield, but no, good recognition from SS Thorn, throwing that Thunderbolt, ensuring the knockout comes through. And is SS Thorn 1 away from that Body Slam? Is he able to reach it on this Azumarill? He is. This could be pretty huge, especially if he decides to bring back in the Araquanid here, right? Araquanid not doing super effective damage in any output against this Azumarill, so this Body Slam, any sort of help that it could get in assisting the Araquanid here.
Interestingly, the Miltank actually got a good amount of value, but now you've got this Araquanid up against a Gastrodon, which shields down fully. The Gastrodon can win. Shields up. This Ariados is going to ramp up, and wow, it's going to wipe the rest of the team potentially. These Trailblazers are going to do big damage.
Yeah, Trailblaze is coming through with huge damage, especially just getting ramped up. Again, as we know, this is already a super effective attack against the Gastrodon, right? But even more ramped up, it's just going to ensure that knockout happens, right? And the pacing is quicker on the Ariados' side. Given that these two trainers swapped at a pretty similar time, the Ariados still has the lead here. Still getting to these charge attacks quicker than the Gastrodon is able to reach its 3rd Body Slam here. So, will the Ariados be able to take out the Gastrodon? Will we see a swap from SS Thorn into his own Araquanid and see potentially keeping that Gastrodon alive for the endgame here? No, able to be met with the Trailblaze, and I'm not entirely sure if Araquanid can clean up this game, especially with the energy available for Azumarill.
I think that's a really smart play from Maxwell. He recognized that actually the chance of being caught is if SS Thorn is hoping Maxwell throws on optimal timing. So Maxwell threw on unoptimal timing to land the Trailblaze. The Azumarill already has a Play Rough banked. It looks like Maxwell is in the driving seat because this Azumarill has a ton of energy that it's ready to offload, and the Araquanid is not even close to a Water Pulse.
Right, not even close to a Water Pulse. No shields remaining on the side of SS Thorn, right? So this Ice Beam is going to be able to connect and ensure that Emmy Weedle is able to take game number 1 of the series.
What do you think about this Araquanid so far? Because at the moment, it's taking up a 1/3 of SS Thorn's team, and it doesn't seem to be putting in as much work as it arguably could be. But that seems to also be because it's never against a Gastrodon or a Lowland Sandslash, and it's always against an Azumarill or Galarian Moltres.
Right. Emmy Weedle actually hasn't utilized his Alolan Sandslash entirely too much in the set, as he had last set, if I remember correctly. The Araquanid is a pretty interesting pick here, but like you said, it's not getting lined up against the things that it wants to see. And even being neutral and like stalling against like an Azumarill or even against the Galarian Moltres being neutral in that scenario, it's kind of not been putting in the work that SS Thorn would likely hope that it should be putting in, right? So potentially, that's a really good question that you bring up, because I maybe would expect SS Thorn to go ahead and pivot his strategy here and maybe not include the Araquanid on this next team. I could see maybe an adjustment back to the Clodsire here.
Yeah, Clodsire could be a very interesting strategy. With that Stone Edge, it has play into Ariados, into Galarian Moltres, and with shields up, it has a lot of play into Azumarill as well. As you said, the Sandslash, the Shadow for Alligator, they're not being featured a huge amount. So it's a game always at this stage of double guessing. And honestly, SS Thorn, if his back's against the wall, he might need to just go for some strategies that maybe don't make sense on paper, but that can throw Maxwell off. Because Maxwell is playing very, very sensibly, and sometimes you just need a little bit of crazy to take it back.
Yeah, I think he should pivot back to the strategy, maybe of Shadow Drifloon. I feel like the energy here, it looks really, really good, and especially not bringing the Sandslash, it's a little safer to bring. But we see a strategy shift here into Pangoro, and met with the lead of Gastrodon. Now, what do you think about this matchup as the Dragon Warrior here, Fareed?
So there's actually a very interesting Karate Chop breakpoint. It's actually not a Karate Chop breakpoint. I lie. It's a close combat breakpoint that a Pangoro can pick up that can flip this matchup. Landing that close combat is huge. Look how much work that has put in as a Pangoro. It still has a ton of health, but he needs to be mindful of the energy that Gastrodon has banked. And here comes the Moltres versus Araquanid that we've seen so many times.
Yeah, definitely wants to be mindful of the energy that was banked there. The Araquanid being met with the Galarian Moltres, I assume that SS Thorn is not too upset about this, actually. Being able to unload a Water Pulse right now, yeah, he unloads the Water Pulse on to this Galarian Moltres, which will put it quite low. And I could see maybe some Panda gameplay here, right? Potentially getting the farm down here on the Galarian Moltres. The Moltres will not be able to bank 2 Ancient Powers before reaching Water Pulse here. Oh, and this is big! SS Thorn is able to get that Water Pulse off. I'm not entirely sure if that looked like a charge attack priority or not, but if it was, this is going to be very, very good for SS Thorn.
No, I think the Moltres is comfortable. It's got a ton of energy. Here comes the Azumarill. It's ready to soak up all of this Pangoro energy, and Pangoro is forced to throw close combats here. So this is a pretty good position for Weedle. Question is, what does SS Thorn have in the back, and is it able to deal with a Galarian Moltres that has near 100 energy?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what SS Thorn has adjusted to in the back right. We saw the Araquanid, we've seen the Pangoro, maybe a Drifloon, maybe a Miltank, maybe even the Clodsire. There's a lot of potential there in the back for SS Thorn. He does have 2 shields, which the Miltank with 2 shields, and there's also the 100 energy, or close to 100 energy Galarian Moltres. I think the Miltank's in a little bit of a favorable position here, both having shields available to them, and also having the bulk available as well. I don't anticipate SS Thorn is going to utilize his shields in this matchup, because he wants to save those for the Galarian Moltres.
I wonder whether or not SS Thorn regrets hard swapping Pangoro into the Galarian Moltres and allowing it to be stuck against the Azumarill in the endgame. He's correctly calling an Ancient Power bait here, but honestly, any chip damage could be good for Weedle, because you're going to have to shield this second one, and the Sucker Punch damage is coming thick and fast, but Rollout could be enough to take out the Galarian Moltres first.
Yeah, I would really, really like to see the rollout farm down here. No, not with the rollout farm down. Throwing the body slam, making sure that the KO is there before an Ancient Power comes through on the Galarian Moltres' side. I'm curious as to what Weedle is going to bring in here. Maybe he's potentially going to try to catch the Thunderbolt that Miltank is going to be able to reach on his Gastrodon. But he also still has energy loaded on the Gastrodon, which is important to note. SS Thorn going ahead and expending his last shield here. The Gastrodon, I believe, is 1 Mud Slap away from reaching another Body Slam, which could be pretty big here. No, quick swap here. The Azumarill comes back in. Oh my goodness.
I think Weedle is going to win this now, because that Gastrodon has a Body Slam banked, and Gastrodon will win charge attack priority against the Miltank. I don't think the Miltank's got an attack anyway. The question is, can it hold on to a Body Slam? I don't know if it can.
I don't know if it can either. As you mentioned earlier, Gastrodon in that 110 attack range, does it hold on? Does it barely hold on? It holds on enough! It holds on enough to secure SS Thorn a point on the board in this match. I was not anticipating that.
The cow survives. Miltank wins game 2 for SS Thorn in these grand finals. That is a massive moment. Is that going to be a turning point for SS Thorn? He sure hopes so. Maxwell is like, please let me go to sleep. Please, can this series be over? Let me win.
Right, and this might be the momentum that SS Thorn needs here, right? after losing, I believe it was 3 times in a row, 4 times in a row against Emmy Weedle, right? Getting 1 point on the board. This is the hope that he needs to be able to turn this match around. I really, really liked his utilization of Pangoro in this matchup, actually. And also important to note, Emmy Weedle didn't bring the Ariados in the last match, right? He leaned on the Azumarill, he leaned on the Gastrodon, he leaned on the Moltres, but no Ariados was to be found. And do you think it's a coincidence that when Emmy Weedle dropped Ariados, then SS Thorn won the game?
I'm not sure. I think Maxwell, I think he was quite smart. He's realized that SS Thorn needs to lean a little bit more on his Miltank than he has been in the previous bracket, in the previous set. And in response to a shift towards Miltank, he's going to need to bring Gastrodon. Now, you can't really bring Gastrodon and Ariados into a team that has Shadow Drifblim, so the question is, one or the other, which one is it? Maxwell's got Gastrodon up against a Shadow Drifblim. This is not good for Maxwell. SS Thorn, it has the advantage. He's going to get straight out. Miltank is against the Galarian Moltres.
This is exactly the alignment that SS Thorn has been looking for in this series, right? He's able to finally get that Miltank against the Moltres. He's able to get that Drifblim on the Gastrodon, and he correctly calls the Ancient Power here. This is going to be really, really huge. Even though Gastrodon's going to be able to be in a position to farm down this Miltank, I do not think that SS Thorn particularly cares, right? He's still going to have that Drifblim to respond to all that energy coming through. And interestingly enough, Emmy Weedle actually throws up a shield here, maybe looking to get one shield off of the Miltank here until later game.
SS
Another
Thorn
Ancient Power
is
coming
not
through.
worried at all. Shields up this next Ancient Power, has a ton of energy bank, and the cow is thick, Hayden. The cow can tank these sucker punches like they are nothing. Body Slam coming through. Maxwell's going to let this go. I don't know if it'll be enough to knock out, but the rollout damage might be afterwards.
Right, and I know SS Thorn is happy in trading an even amount of shields, having his Miltank below, but he's looking to do a quick swap here, it seems, banking the energy there and bringing in the Azumarill. Now, this is actually a very, very interesting play, but it could be really, really good for SS Thorn here to lead with energy in this Drifblim Azumarill matchup, knowing that the Gastrodon's going to be able to swap out there, so bringing in this Drifblim. If the Shadow Ball does connect, potentially this could lead for an Astonish down.
No, I don't think it's going to matter. I have no idea what's in the back, but if I had to guess, I reckon there might be an Araquanid there. Because why would you give up this alignment unless you've got a good answer to Gastrodon in the back? So if there's an Araquanid, SS Thorn is laughing. If not, then I think a lot of people might be questioning his plays here.
If the shield does go, will we see the one shield? Will we see the KO through the shield in this matchup? Azumarill barely hanging on with enough HP there. No, it had 2 HP there, able to hang on. Now it's definitely at 1 HP there, but able to hang on and get that Ice Beam, ensure the knockout on this Drifblim. But like you said, I'm not sure if it's even going to matter in the situation. And there's an Araquanid just waiting for the Gastrodon. Going to go ahead and neutralize that Mudslap. Going to neutralize the Earth Power. And as we mentioned, time and time again throughout the series, Body Slam being nerfed last season, it's just going to do even less damage, and SS Thorn still has the Miltank available with the charge move.
Yeah, this is really dominantly played by SS Thorn. He's found the Gastrodon, he's exposed the Gastrodon, Shadow Drifblim in the lead, Araquanid in the back. The Gastrodon has had little to no play. He's bullying it here. He's basically saying, Maxwell, do you know what? If you want to lean into Gastrodon, let me show you what I can do against it.
Yeah, I'm very, very curious to see how the players will readjust in response to this last game here, right? That is 2 games in a row where we have yet to see the Ariados lead. I'm maybe anticipating a strategy from Emmy Weedle to where maybe a Gastrodon's in the back, maybe an Ariados is in the back to bait out that the Drifblim there, right? And then maybe leading with a positive matchup against the Miltank as well. Potentially Azumarill, Gastrodon, and Ariados. I'm very, very curious to see how Emmy Weedle responds.
Emmy Weedle knows that this is all to play for. One more game for Sergio, and he takes these grand finals. He takes first place. Maxwell does not like to lose. He is going to consolidate. He's going to compose. Let's get into game number 4. SS Thorn versus Emmy Weedle. It's cow into bunny.
And it's the Azumarill there into the cow, the Miltank. This is a great matchup for SS Thorn, and I'm sure this is exactly where he wants to see it, right? But correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe that in a previous series, we had actually seen the Miltank lose the 0 shield scenario against the Azumarill, correct?
Yeah, but the last time we saw that SS Thorn was actually very okay with that, getting the Azumarill out of the way, and then a Pangoro put in a lot of work in the back. So I wonder what the backlines are. I can't see them, you can't see them, chat can't see them. Soph, what's in the back?
I did call out that Azumarill lead in this game, so I'm curious to see if maybe there's going to be that Gastrodon and Ariados looming in the back, waiting for this Miltank to go down, right? And the Ariados can maybe just go to ham, but I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see the Drifblim or the Araquanid also just back there again from SS Thorn, maybe getting an advantage here on Drifblim if it is in the back.
See which Pokemon SS Thorn gets a slight energy advantage. Okay, we saw a Clodsire and an Araquanid there. The Araquanid gets a little bit of a head start, and Maxwell's going to have to come in with the Galarian Moltres here, which is really, really good for him, because with those backlines that we can see, this is a pretty good position for Emmy Weedle.
Yeah, this is looking like very, very favorable for Emmy Weedle. If this Water Pulse does come through, though, I'm very curious if maybe SS Thorn can just 2-shield and farm all the way down here, because the Clodsire doesn't seem particularly useful at this point in time with the Gastrodon lurking for it in the back, so he's going to want to preserve this Ariados.
He's preserving the Ariados. This Brave Bird
and a swap out. Oh my goodness, this is huge here.
That is a very interesting play by Emmy Weedle, going for that Brave Bird, forced to bring in Gastrodon into a negative matchup. So Araquanid's almost laughing here. You're getting these debuffs off, and Gastrodon is forced to now throw. Not only is it not got same type attack bonus, not only is Body Slam nerfed, but now he is double debuffed as well.
Yeah, these Body Slams are going to be doing very minuscule damage here, so it doesn't matter how much energy Emmy Weedle has banked up on this Gastrodon. The Araquanid's like, I'm fine, I'm going to be able to take these 2 Body Slams, hang on here. And I think SS Thorn is still going to be able to reach another Bubble Beam, which may threaten his shield, but at this point, maybe Emmy Weedle is just looking to bank all his hope here on the Moltres. No, he throws up the shield here. Really smart shield, but if the Bug Bite's able to get this Gastrodon in range of a Poison Sting down, this could be devastating. Quick swap back out from Galarian Moltres. Gonna be able to reach a Brave Bird, and I anticipate this is where SS Thorn's final shield will go up.
Interesting here that Maxwell is farming up as much as possible before throwing this Brave Bird, trying to get the Sucker Punch damage in. The Brave Bird lands. It does a lot of damage, but Clodsire can hold on just fine. The Gastrodon still has a ton of energy. It's going to reach multiple Body Slams if it needs to. So the first Stone Edge is going to go shielded. Would you shield this Body Slam that comes in now, or do you just put it all on the Araquanid at this point, Hayden?
Honestly, I would go ahead and shield it, because then you go ahead and reach another Stone Edge. So Emmy Weedle here is now forced to throw the Body Slam, and I believe he's just going to try to go off of Bug Bite damage. Oh, there's 2 Body Slams loaded up. Excuse me. I thought there was only 2 Body Slams loaded up previously, and that both of them were being used right now, but there's one more in queue. It's going to be met on the Araquanid here, and we are going into a decisive game number 5.
That is a comeback that I did not expect to see. Allowing that Brave Bird to land from that Galarian Moltres, I think that was really painful for SS Thorn. The game was his. The Clodsire was farming down that Galarian Moltres. As soon as that Brave Bird landed, then Maxwell only needed to throw Body Slams. He didn't need to throw Earth Powers, and I think that was a little bit difficult. So we are now into our 5th game. We have seen a 5-game set with Maxwell and Dunebug. We've seen a bracket reset. Guys, you are getting value for money here. I'm unpaid, but you are getting so much value out of these games. This tournament, straight to game number 5, SS Thorn versus Emmy Weedle. This is the final match. Hayden, you must be excited.
No, this is definitely very, very exciting. And to see how Emmy Weedle has persevered through so much disadvantaged situations, right? I believe Dunebug went 2-0 against him originally, right? And then to flip that and reverse sweep against Dunebug, right? Getting those 3-game wins, securing the set, coming back up to the winner's side of the bracket, facing SS Thorn again, who had previously knocked him down, right? And then securing that win in 3-1 fashion in the first and being able to reset. And now we are 2-2. It couldn't get any closer than this here. So I'm very, very curious if maybe Emmy Weedle's just going to lean on that Ariados again. It's secured him wins previously, or recognizing SS Thorn has brought Miltank a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and not bring my Ariados. We're gonna find out right now. Decisive game number 5, queuing up right here. Azumarill into Miltank, same leads.
Okay, let's see if SS Thorn can manage this a little bit differently, because there were a ton of win conditions for him there in that last game. We've seen the way that he likes to soft this lead matchup, but Maxwell with alignment seems to have a bit of an advantage. So does SS Thorn go for switch? Does he go for shields? It's going to be interesting what adjustment these players make in this final game 5.
It's definitely going to be very, very interesting seeing what adjustments they make. As you had called out just right now, right? Letting SS Thorn has previously just let his Miltank go down, comfortable with getting those 2 Thunderbolts off and then farming down with whatever he pleases. But also, I think that is a really, really good strategy just because you don't want to win this matchup. You don't want, well, besides switch advantage, right? But then you're giving Emmy Weedle the shield advantage, which he has done so much with in the past, right? So opting to go ahead and let that go, recognizing that Emmy Weedle with that shield advantage, it's going to be very, very dangerous as well. I'm curious to see, did they switch to the back? There's a Pangoro waiting in the back. If Emmy Weedle has remained with the same team of Gastrodon and Moltres, this could be devastating, this energy lead.
Is a really smart adjustment from SS Thorn. We know how much close combat can do if it goes unshielded, and then the Galarian Moltres will really struggle to sucker punch down, particularly if the Arachnid comes in and can debuff in the end game. But SS Thorn is staying in with a debuffed Pangoro, so he needs to be a little bit careful here. The Arachnid's probably going to come in very, very soon, but let's see if these players can play as optimally as possible. There is the Arachnid. It's got a shield advantage here against the Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, and it's also really, yeah, exactly like you had just mentioned, the shield advantage against the Galarian Moltres. This could go ways away to winning SS Thorn the match here, right? He's going to go ahead and let this first Ancient Power come through. I anticipate that SS Thorn's going to want to go ahead and throw the Water Pulse, just so if this goes unshielded, the Pangro's in a very, very comfortable position to farm down without having to debuff itself with close combat. Water Pulse is coming through here, and there's still 2 shields on the side of SS Thorn. How is he going to utilize these shields for the remainder of the match? I anticipate that maybe a shield's going to... He allows the Bubble Beam to be thrown. Now, it's tasked with a very, very important decision here, whether to let this Bubble Beam go or not. He goes ahead and shields the Bubble Beam here, wanting to preserve all this energy. But is it going to matter?
Oh, he takes out the Galarian Moltres!
He takes it out, and the Pangoro should be able to farm down here and be able to win the game. SS Thorn, he goes ahead and wins the whole tournament off the bracket reset, off beating Emmy Weedle, knocking him down to the loser's bracket originally. Incredible plays by SS Thorn there. Emmy Weedle not quite able to get that farm down with the Moltres, and SS Thorn saving his 2 shields, so the Moltres does not want to go ahead and throw those Ancient Powers.
SS Thorn is your champion in this cash tournament. He has got through the whole of the winner's side. The bracket was reset, but he came back from a very difficult position against our previous EUIC champion, taking the final set 3-2. Shadow Drifblim, Pangoro, Arachnid, Clodsire, Gastrodon, and the cash cow. It's Miltank.
And the cash cow, it's Miltank. So I'm very curious, after Miltank has won the tournament here today, earlier you were like, I'm not entirely sure. Even I was like that earlier on, right? I was like, I'm not entirely sure if I could believe in Miltank here. But it's clearly navigated SS Thorn to a win here. So I'm very curious. What are your thoughts on Miltank now?
I think that SS Thorn and Miltank could be a Pokemon player partnership that I would love to see in the Play Pokemon circuit. I think a lot of players now are going to have a little think to themselves, hold on a minute, that Pokemon was pretty good. And it's not even like it was against anything that was dominant for it. It was soft losing a lot of the time and setting up Pokemon in a way that you discussed earlier, right? It was almost like a support Pokemon in that regard, core breaking a lot of Maxwell's team, allowing his other Pokemon to shine. SS Thorn, what a fabulous victory that was.
Yeah, what an incredible showing by SS Thorn here, right? That Miltank, the Arachnid, the Drifblim, maybe what were considered unconventional picks. I'm not sure if after this tournament they would maybe consider it like that anymore, right? The Drifblim has been able to navigate its way to 2 of the top 4 teams, right? If we want to go ahead and go over to the standings for this tournament, we noticed that, SS Thorn coming out on top here, number 1 placement, right? It says tied for number 1 here, but SS Thorn, he went ahead and won the grand finals. And then also Dunebug having access to that Shadow Drifblim. We've seen both of these players utilize it to their advantage, right? SS Thorn coming in at number 1 for the tournament, Emmy Weedle placing 2nd, Dunebug placing 3rd, Ellen Diaz, Ario placing 4th, and even Kale here tying for 5th. And we saw the Morpeko there as well. There's been a lot of interesting picks, right? We've seen the Morpeko. We've seen the Shadow Drifblim. We've seen the Pangoro. We've seen I'm not sure if you would consider this an interesting pick, but maybe without Diggersby, the talk specs, right? We've seen the Miltank, we've seen the Araquanid, we've seen a lot of interesting picks here today. So I'm curious if any trainers might feel perhaps inspired on what to bring next or Pokemon to watch out for now.
Yeah. Let's get our winner up into this call here, because I think we need to hear a few words from him. How do you take a Miltank and beat some of the best in the world? You've beaten M.E. Weedle, who is a multiple-time champion, a player that has gone through the losers bracket in these late stages of the tournament, knocked out Dunebug, reset the bracket, taken it to a game 5, but the cow has come through. So let's get SS Thorn in here and hear some of his thoughts.
I definitely want to hear those thoughts. I want to hear him about the Gastrodon and Miltank. So without further ado, SS Thorn, can you go ahead and hear us? You hear us all fine?
Yes, I can.
All right, SS Thorn. Well, first of all, congratulations on being the grand finalist and winning this tournament, the cash tournament here today, and taking first place home. Now, as you have probably seen throughout the stream, we've been mentioning, the Miltank, quite an unconventional pick in our eyes, right? Araquanid and Drifblim both having played into this meta, but definitely need to have a really, really good driver to navigate them. I'm very, very curious to hear your thoughts about these Pokemon.
Yeah, so the team is basically like a bunch of core breakers, but like they have such a broad coverage that most of the time one of them is like pretty free into your opponent's team. That's like the mentality that I go with when playing this team.
Right, and I do want to note that Miltank, it looked quite free into Emmy Weedle's team there besides that Gastrodon, right? But then we also saw times, where that Drifblim just absolutely dominating in those matches, right? And then also you had a lot of coverage here, even though Ariados was a little bit of a threat in that final game. You did have a lot of play against it still.
Right. Yeah. No, I think the team is also really good at like setting up energy leads. And like as long as your opponent doesn't hard call you, you will always have play.
Right. Fareed, did you want to talk about the Miltank and Azumarill a little bit? That action that we saw there a couple times throughout this tournament.
Yeah, Sergio, personally, congratulations. Of course, that was an awesome showing, and I think that the resilience to come back from losing the bracket reset, honestly, it can't go overstated. That was a really impressive adjustment that we saw you make, and the Miltank, as Hayden mentioned, the Miltank soft loss against the Azumarill, it didn't work out for you in game 4 there, but the Pangoro adjustment game 5, superb. Talk us through what was going through your mind as you locked that team in.
Yeah, so I just figured he's always bringing the Moltres, so I just have to hope that he either brings the Gaster again, or he plays something else. And then Pangaro has play. Was what I was thinking. Like, my Ragnarok is so free into his team that I just felt pretty confident, always safe switching it. And then into what he was bringing, which was like always Moltres, I just figured if I can get it off the Yasu, I probably have a lot of play.
Nice. And do you want to tell us a little bit more about your attack decision choice with that Water Pulse over the Bug Buzz on the Araquanid?
Yeah, I just feel like it just makes it a lot more flexible. Even though you do miss out on some like near potential against like Dugong and Alligator, I just feel like it's a lot better at making it a safe Pokemon. Like you can certainly hit like Clotsire and whatnot.
Right.
Yeah, well, it was impressive. Hayden, you've mentioned the Araquanid before. You were impressed to see it, and the Miltank. Some of these, are these now your favorite Pokemon?
No,
look, I wouldn't go to as far to say Miltank or Araquanid are my favorite Pokemon, but you say Clefable still is number 1 for you, SS Thorn, correct?
Yes.
But we did not see the Clefable this tournament. What caused you to not bring the Clefable in this time around?
I don't know. I had built this team a while ago with my good friend Mormat. Maybe Clefable will be making a showing in Toronto though.
Oh, maybe
when we've got Annihilate, when we've got Morpeko, maybe then Clefable can shine.
Yeah, hopefully.
And then, was this just a bold pick of the Miltank and the Araquanid, or are you like are you a genuine believer? Do you think that maybe we'll see a little bit of those in Toronto? You said.
I mean, Araquanid, I do think it's very good. I started out with this team with Araquanid and Drifblim, and then Miltank just felt like a safe pick that kind of neutralizes somewhere else. So I think Arachnoid has more potential than Miltank. I'm not sure if Miltank is necessarily better than Dunsparce or Licky Licky.
Yeah, those were the discussions that we were having today for sure. Like the premier normal types, you got the Diggersby, you got the Dunsparce, and if you want to even say the Licky Licky as well, right? But seeing that Miltank today had a really, really good showing, and I mean, you utilized it to your advantage. You were able to become the champion of this tournament, so really, really well played.
Thank you.
Did you have any closing shoutouts or anything that you wanted to say?
Sure. Shout out to the Drampa fan club and to Lyle Jeffs.
And to Lyle Jeffs. Incredible.
Always a shout out to Lyle Jeffs. I think that is one for the ages. But Sergio, thank you so much for sticking it out and showing us some incredible Miltank gameplay. And I just want to say also shout out to you, Hayden, for putting this together. I think it's been quite a fun experience for the viewers, for myself, for the participants as well. So thank you very much for giving us a great tournament. Morpeko Gaming, Miltank Gaming. I can't wait to see how it transitions into the Play Pokemon circuit.
Right. Well, first of all, thank you. I appreciate it. But also, major accolades here to Inadequate's been running everything behind the scenes today and also hosting the tournament on his stream. So it's very, very much appreciated. And as well as you, Farid, for taking the time out of your day as well to come here and commentate with me and cast over this tournament here. It was a lot of fun, and I really, really do appreciate both Inadequate's major props for all the navigation and all the stuff that he's been doing behind the scenes all of today, for Farid for also coming through from the beginning all the way to the end of this tournament today as well. And then, of course, Soph Toph on the back end, managing who's coming up on stream and making sure we have matches queued up for stream here. We're able to very fluidly, I feel, be able to have a match available right after the other one ends, besides the break that we had.
Perfect. Yeah. Was fun to try it out again. I think Farid wants his pizza now. Yes, that dinner
I'm ready to eat, that's for sure. But we all got to
I told
at
you
least
guys
enjoy.
This would take around 6 hours, and I think we were spot on.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Maxwell deciding to just flip brackets all over the place, take series to games 5 was not on the cards, but we got to see some pretty fun games.
Yeah. Aiden, do you have any streams that you'll do soon, or any other closing thoughts on who should we rate?
I don't know if DracoViz is currently streaming right now, but I know they were doing some team format potentially, which could be exciting to watch, because it's also structured tournament in that sense. So maybe carrying that excitement over to the DracoViz channel as well. But as for any streams on my end, my Elgato kind of broke my game capture, so I would either need to figure out what the solution would be to be able to use it, or also maybe just order a new one. So probably not too much on the lookout for me, unless we go ahead and host another tournament here, perhaps with the weekly tournaments that you host Inadequate.
Yeah, then we'll do Swiss though. So I think we got a really good amount of battles in. That I'll say. But Swiss would be more like 6 or 7 rounds maybe. With the Giratina hiding thing, maybe I can also adjust it to a bigger stream delay, but I don't know. It's like a pick your poison, I guess, right, for remotes.
Right.
Stream.
Less engaging for the viewer, right? Being behind in the matchup and everything. So
honestly, maybe it's even kind of exciting because we don't have people just saying GGs early on because they can see a backline,
I don't think I've seen it a lot, no. All right, let's rate DracoViz. Thank you guys for coming on. Thank you for everyone watching. We had a lot of viewers today. I hope you learned from something from Haydonus and maybe a little bit from Farid. He's also always talking about Skarmy, of course. All right, see ya.
Bye. Nice.